film and TV world, starting from the medicine god. Hey, fanfic family! So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 26, Had Enough Fun. A Night of Passion. The next day, after tidying up at Wang Manny's house, Wang Yan returned to his home in Junai Mansion. He absolutely couldn't tolerate Wan Zong's groping of Gu Jia. Wang Yan didn't have that kind of fastidiousness. Even if he did, he'd be thoroughly dealt with. But this old bastard hadn't even touched the target he wanted yet, and he'd already gone and groped her. Su Huanshan's actions were legal, so he couldn't do anything about it, but hadn't Wan Zong, that old bastard, confessed yet? These past few days, Wang Yan hadn't been idle. He'd been searching and spending money to collect a lot of dirt on her. He'd gone to great lengths for this. In modern society, finding dirt was undoubtedly the most convenient and efficient way through the internet. Just hiring hackers was incredibly difficult. Although money could buy anything, the process was unavoidable. If he wanted to get anything done in other worlds, he'd have to search the whole world for people. That would be too tedious. This sparked Wang Yan's interest in learning computer technology, given its immense usefulness in modern society. Wang Yan organized the information and planned to anonymously report Boss Wan, sending the scoundrel to jail. After Wang Yan left, Wang Manny confidently went to work. Upon arrival, she was immediately summoned by company investigators and property management staff. This matter had to be resolved that day. Wang Manny, brimming with confidence, explained Wang Yan's plan and requested another review of the surveillance footage. The result was predictable. They caught Linda, the mastermind. After an argument, Linda left. Meanwhile, Gu Jia, having lost a deal with Boss Wan, mortgaged her newly purchased house to keep her company afloat. 2 days later, Mrs. Wang called, inviting her to a social gathering of wives. At this gathering, Gu Jia met Mrs. Yu, learning that she ran an amusement park, which gave her some ideas. In a group photo at the end of the party, Gu Jia, whose image was blurred out, understood what it meant to be ignored. She began desperately trying to buy a suitable bag to open the door to the wives' circle. Su Huanshan didn't understand Gu Jia's idea. He couldn't comprehend how a bag could solve the company's crisis. However, Gu Jia's established authority over the years suppressed his resentment, and he eventually agreed. He scraped together some money to buy Gu Jia the bag. But ultimately, Su Huanshan remained unconvinced. He had harbored feelings for Gu Jia for a long time, and this was another grudge. Because of this, he eventually reached out to Wang Manny through Zhuang Xiaocan. Although Wang Yan intercepted his chance to save Wang Manny from her predicament, they still became acquainted. Wang Manny, having worked in luxury goods sales for many years, had some connections and successfully bought a bag Gu Jia needed. Gu Jia thus successfully appeared in the wives' circle's group photos, no longer the one cropped out. For these reasons, Gu Jia's feelings for Wang Manny increased significantly, and the three sisters of nothing but 30 were finally complete. Wang Manny, on the other hand, received a notice from her landlord telling her to leave immediately. She was conflicted. It wouldn't be easy, practically impossible, for her to stay in such a nice place again. In reality, she didn't have much money, and maintaining her quality of life was very expensive. If it weren't for occasionally hooking up with 2 rich guys, she probably would have already gone bankrupt, with loan sharks swarming her doorstep. Frustrated, and taking advantage of her recent promotion to supervisor with company-sponsored travel and vacations, she wanted to relax and unwind. During their gathering, the topic of economy and executive cabins on cruises came up. Gu Jia, perhaps forgetting her impoverished youth or simply assuming Wang Manny's lifestyle was adequate, suggested upgrading. Wang Manny, however, was completely taken in by this. While Gu Jia was talking, she could already picture it all, her mind racing with conflicting thoughts. She kept this in mind. After the trip ended, Wang Manny lay in bed thinking about what preparations she should make for the European cruise, and what she kept thinking about was money. She thought of Wang Yan again, the rich fifth brother, and decided to try and get some money from him. The 50,000 yuan she received last time had already been spent on bags and cosmetics. She was the one who initiated the second round, and Wang Yan had forgotten about the money. In short, Wang Yan got the better deal, but she didn't lose out. She immediately called Wang Yan. This time she was confident that Wang Yan wouldn't refuse. She had done quite a bit last time, and she believed he would be very satisfied. Sure enough, the call connected, and Wang Yan agreed immediately, telling her to get ready. You can't blame Wang Yan for that. The key is that he has a face that is extremely similar to a famous person in the real world, coupled with a personality from the movie world. Who wouldn't be able to resist? Having experienced two worlds, Wang Yan's experience has become richer, and his level of understanding has also improved. But this kind of fresh and exciting feeling is something no one would want to waste. Who wouldn't want to play for free? That evening, after Wang Yan arrived and the two had their tryst, Wang Yan, as usual, smoked a cigarette. Wang Manny leaned weakly against his chest, muttering about a European cruise trip. Hearing this, Wang Yan understood what was going on. She wanted money. He couldn't help but think of Liang Zhangxin. That guy was way better looking, and his sweet talk was more than enough. In terms of picking up girls, Wang Yan was no match. But Wang Yan didn't need those fancy tricks. He could use money to woo materialistic women, and with time, he could conquer those who weren't materialistic. Even someone as steadfast in her marriage as Gu Jia couldn't resist. Compared to Liang Zhangxin, it was just slower. He lost because of his looks. Wang Yan thought about it seriously, and it seemed Wang Manny's logic wasn't wrong. Ultimately, their relationship was an exchange. Wang Yan traded money for comfort, and Wang Manny traded her body for money. How she spent the money afterward was her business. Wang Yan really couldn't control it. It had nothing to do with the two of them. Having figured this out, Wang Yan stopped wasting time and transferred 100,000 yuan to her to make up for the previous encounter. Wang Yan didn't want to waste any more time arguing with him. After the initial novelty wore off, he felt it was pointless and had had his fill. It was just a few levels better than the 300 yuan ones, a bit more high-end, but nothing special. He got up, dressed, and left without lingering, saying, "That's it." Wang Manny was completely confused when she saw Wang Yan get dressed and leave, saying that's it. She didn't understand what was going on. She'd seen this kind of thing many times. She knew that after their easy sexual encounter, there was no future for them. She had anticipated this situation, but she still felt a little regretful. After all, he was the only man in all these years who was both rich and good in bed. Wang Yan was generous enough to give 150,000 yuan. Even if she actually got what she wanted, how much had Liang Zhangxin given her in total? He felt that Wang Manny had been fooled and had fallen in love. She was genuinely aiming for marriage, otherwise, why would she have put on such a dramatic show? Back home, Wang Yan washed up and went to sleep. Time passed slowly, and Gu Jia successfully struck up a conversation with Mrs. Yu and her husband. The two women took care of the child together and learned horseback riding. Gu Jia would chat with Mrs. Yu whenever she had a spare moment. After all, Mrs. Yu didn't have her own children and had no experience with childcare, while Gu Jia, with her rich experience, offered guidance on how a stepmother should interact with her son. During this process, Mrs. Yu's fondness for Gu Jia gradually increased, and she finally introduced Gu Jia to her amusement park tycoon husband. To be fair, Gu Jia was indeed more than capable in sales and management. A large part of the fireworks company's success was due to Gu Jia. In terms of individual ability, Wang Manny, with 8 years of sales experience, was far inferior. Pillow talk was indeed effective. Gu Jia and her team successfully secured the amusement park order. Meanwhile, Su Huanshan couldn't connect with the truly wealthy people, felt out of place, lost his temper, and held a grudge. Wang Yan delegated all his tasks to his subordinates. He didn't have much work to do, so he spent his time at home practicing calligraphy and learning about computers. Computers are mainly about logic, and Wang Yan's logic, thinking, and learning abilities were sufficient. He didn't need a teacher, he could master them on his own through casual study. He planned to learn construction first, then destruction. He started with assembly language, then C, and then other languages like Java and Python. Wang Yan's learning ability was excellent, and his progress was impressive. In just a few days, he had reached level 1 in computer skills. That afternoon, while Wang Yan was practicing calligraphy at home, he received a message from Gu Jia saying that Su Ziyan wanted to play with him for a while. Wang Yan thought to himself, finally, Su Ziyan is useful. He called the property management and asked them to issue Gu Jia a card to the 18th floor, ostensibly for the child to come over and play. It was just an elevator card. Gu Jia thought about it and didn't refuse. When she arrived upstairs, Wang Yan was already waiting at the door. Su Ziyan ran over to Wang Yan and hugged his leg, calling him Uncle Wang happily. Gu Jia smiled apologetically at Wang Yan, who didn't say anything, just indicating it was alright. Gu Jia picked up Su Ziyan and carried him into the house, saying, "I heard you missed Uncle Wang. Tell me what you missed?" Su Ziyan childishly replied, "Everywhere." Wang Yan laughed, "Haha, you're really sly." Then he asked Gu Jia, "Where's Lao Su? What's going on with him? I always see you taking care of the child alone." Gu Jia explained helplessly. "Am I a full-time mom, a housewife? Of course I'm taking care of the child. Huanshan has to support the family. The company just got a big order a couple of days ago, he's very busy." Wang Yan nodded, not saying anything more. He couldn't keep bringing up the issue, a sentence or two at a time was enough. Inside the house, Su Ziyan found everything fascinating and dragged Wang Yan around the room. Last time, Wang Yan had been asleep and hadn't seen him. Gu Jia scolded Su Ziyan, telling him to behave. Wang Yan couldn't just stand by and watch. To be honest, after everything he'd been through, he still felt there was something wrong with Gu Jia's elite education system. Perhaps it was because he wasn't an elite himself? Perhaps he was still fundamentally the same kind of commoner mentality he'd had before? It's okay, Gu Jia. If the child is happy and wants to watch, let him watch. There's nothing wrong with it. He turned to Su Ziyan and said, "We don't care if mom is good or not, we'll just play our own games." Su Ziyan was naturally happy. Lately, Gu Jia had been keeping her busy with this class or that subject. That was why she was clamoring to find Wang Yan. She just wanted to get out and have some fun. Children forget things quickly. At home, Gu Jia never mentioned Wang Yan. She felt guilty. Only Su Huanshan would mention him. Wang Yan had left such a good impression on him, he felt Wang Yan was his confidant, and chatting with him was so comfortable. That's why Su Ziyan remembered Wang Yan, and he would often talk about wanting to play with him. Today, he finally exploded, making a huge scene. Nothing she said worked, she just wanted to find her Uncle Wang. Su Ziyan made a face at Gu Jia and then pulled Wang Yan aside, bombarding him with questions. Everything in his room had a purpose, even the handicrafts had some meaning. Wang Yan patiently explained everything to him, teaching him a little something along the way, broadening the child's horizons. Watching Wang Yan and Su Ziyan chatting and laughing, Gu Jia was also very happy. She could feel that Wang Yan genuinely liked Su Ziyan. At this moment, she thought of how her family of three had been just as happy before, but it had been a long time since they had felt this way. Sunlight streamed through the large French windows, bathing the room in a comfortable warmth that made her want to sleep. Before she knew it, Gu Jia had fallen asleep on the recliner on the balcony. The atmosphere was harmonious and warm, a picture of peaceful contentment. Time passed amidst Wang Yan and Su Ziyan's laughter and playfulness, and before she knew it, evening had arrived. Wang Yan said, "Ziyan, Uncle is hungry. Are you hungry too?" Su Ziyan nodded and pulled Wang Yan, saying, "Uncle Wang, I've been hungry for a long time. Let's go eat together." "Sure, let's eat together today." He turned to Gu Jia, who was reading a book after waking up, and said, "Gu Jia, contact Lao Su. He has so much work, how can he finish it all? Tell him to come back early so we can all go out for a meal. We can also have a few drinks, we didn't have enough fun last time." As soon as she heard Wang Yan mention drinking, Gu Jia remembered what happened after they drank last time, and her face turned red. She quickly turned her head away, pretending to look for her phone. "Okay, I'll call him and tell him to head out immediately." Wang Yan started looking for a restaurant. He hadn't had much money before, but now that he did, he couldn't skimp on himself. He found a restaurant that was decent enough and called it. It was lunchtime, so there would definitely be a lot of people eating. Fortunately, he had a beautiful woman by his side, and luckily, he managed to book a table very smoothly. He didn't let Gu Jia drive anymore and went there in his A8. Not long after they arrived, Su Huanshan arrived. He'd heard from Gu Jia that she'd been drinking with Wang Yan, and although the feeling of being too drunk was unpleasant, the experience had been quite enjoyable. He now wanted to confide in Wang Yan, his confidant, about his recent troubles. Soon, the food and drinks were served. It wasn't their first time together, so there was no formality. Wang Yan and Su Huanshan immediately downed a glass, nearly 2 ounces of liquor. Gu Jia wanted to join in, but having learned from their previous experience, and considering the potential trouble if they drank too much, neither of them let her drink. After a few more sips, the alcohol had subsided, and Su Huanshan started talking. He first apologized for the child bothering Wang Yan, acknowledging that as the father, it was only right to apologize for his son causing trouble. Wang Yan expressed his fondness for Su Ziyan, and they were having a pleasant conversation. Wang Yan then casually mentioned that he had immediately recognized Su Ziyan as his godson, taking another step closer. Then Su Huanshan poured his heart out, recounting his recent encounter with President Wan and his experience playing golf with Mrs. Su's husband a few days prior. He mentioned that President Wan had been taken away for investigation a couple of days ago, and according to Gu Jia's inquiries, he was unlikely to be released. Gu Jia was secretly pleased and didn't suspect Wang Yan. She hadn't told anyone, so how could others know? She could only attribute it to karma and retribution. Wang Yan, meanwhile, was comforting him, sharing his own experiences. There's a saying that if you're having a pleasant and congenial conversation with 2 people, it might be because they're accommodating you. That's the situation at this moment. Wang Yan's cultural refinement, personal cultivation, and level of understanding were undeniable, and his rich and varied experiences far surpassed Su Huanshan's. Su Huanshan practically regarded Wang Yan as a life mentor and guiding light. The two chatted more and more happily, and before they knew it, they had more to say. Gu Jia had been watching them closely and clearly heard their conversation. She was quite happy because there were many things she couldn't say to Su Huanshan, especially since Su Huanshan had repeatedly referred to Su Ziyan as the younger son and herself as the elder son. Wang Yan was different. Su Huanshan respected him more, and he listened to some of what Wang Yan said. She didn't need anything more, she just hoped Su Huanshan wouldn't be so averse to these social niceties. She also hoped the older brothers would occasionally cast a vote or something to show their support. Chapter 27 Changing Address to Dad. After a good meal and drinks, Wang Yan pretended to be drunk again, drinking even more than last time, making sure his act was consistent. Gu Jia, once again, got them both back home. This time, Wang Yan was much more well-behaved. He couldn't keep up his antics. What if he accidentally lost control? Practice makes perfect. This time, Gu Jia was very familiar with the place, having access to the gate and the password, and easily settled Wang Yan in. Ignoring everyone else, Wang Yan slept soundly. The next day, he went to the company to handle some matters. Some things his subordinates couldn't handle, so he had to do it personally. Besides, he couldn't trust anyone who could handle everything. Over this period, Wang Yan had been operating on multiple fronts. He successfully sold off all his previously held stocks, securities, and other miscellaneous assets. He also had people engaging in petty theft in the international market. His size wasn't enough to cause trouble, he wouldn't be easily crushed. Petty theft was doing quite well, and his assets were steadily growing, almost doubling in value. His company didn't just work for him, it also raised funds like a private equity firm. The returns were quite good, and the investors were generally satisfied. Good performance is the biggest form of publicity. Wealthy people's money is constantly sitting in banks, watching it depreciate day by day, making them anxious. They desperately search for projects that guarantee returns to protect their wealth. Through word of mouth, Wang Yan became somewhat well known. He attracted a considerable amount of capital, and his scale was sufficient. His main purpose was to expand his network. After all, connections always make things easier. As a manager and a controller, he naturally didn't micromanage. Wang Yan devoted a significant amount of time to self-improvement. He never slacked off on this. Being able to clearly perceive his own progress was a truly exhilarating feeling. He didn't want to stop. Wang Yan was lucky, he could experience that thrill. Whether useful or not, as long as Wang Yan mastered something to a certain level, the corresponding skill would appear on the system panel, and the sense of accomplishment was unparalleled. Wang Yan is now able to write code quite well. He's building a small website. There's no need to delve into the underlying principles. Once he learns the basic syntax and spends a couple of days figuring out various frameworks, he can get the hang of it. Not to mention Wang Yan's learning ability. He might not have a complete grasp, but he knows most of it, and that's enough. For problems he can't solve, There are plenty of programmers on open source communities and forums to chat about. He can browse around and get by. Just as Wang Yan was typing away enthusiastically, he received an unexpected phone call. It turned out that Su Huanshan and his good friend Shenji were playing soccer and got into a fight with some young men. They were beaten up and ended up with black eyes and swollen faces, and were taken to the police station. Su Huanshan was embarrassed to let Gu Jia know, otherwise she would nag him. After thinking it over, he remembered Wang Yan, the man he had been drinking heavily with just yesterday, his son's godfather, his guiding light, and his life mentor. He immediately called Wang Yan, hoping Wang Yan could come and help him deal with it. Wang Yan was speechless. You got beaten up like that? How are you going to explain this to Gu Jia when you get home? With Gu Jia's brain, she'd have all sorts of things figured out in a few words. He was still trying to hide it from her. Since the call had already come, Wang Yan couldn't say anything. He readily agreed, telling him to wait a moment, he'd be right there. It was a free opportunity to build goodwill, a freebie, so he had to seize it. Wang Yan tidied himself up, went downstairs, and drove to the police station where Su Huanshan was. Seeing a row of people squatting inside, Wang Yan found Su Huanshan, his face bruised and swollen. When Su Huanshan saw Wang Yan, he was overjoyed, standing up immediately. Old Wang, you've finally arrived. These kids these days have no sense of justice, they only hit people in the face. Look what they've done to me. The other guys who had been playing soccer with him also stood up when they saw their savior. Shenji, standing next to him, chimed in, that was fucking brutal, he even ripped off my shoes. This amused Wang Yan. Haha, you're Shenji, right? Old Su mentioned you last time we drank together. Brother, you're hilarious. Don't make me laugh in this serious situation. Shaking his head, Wang Yan said, alright, you guys stay here. I'll go handle this. Wang Yan walked over to the police officer. Hello, officer, I'm Su Huanshan's friend. I'm here to help resolve this. The officer shook his hand, then greeted Su Huanshan, recognizing him, and said, these kids are all students. We've already talked to them, but they don't want to settle this privately. Wang Yan thought for a moment. How about this, I'll go talk to them again and try to negotiate. If we can settle it privately, let's do it. After all, legal resources are limited, and we can't waste them, right? The officer thought the same and immediately agreed. Walking over to the student squatting on the other side, Wang Yan said, who's the ringleader? Let's settle this. One of the youths said, you don't need to say anything, we don't want money. This isn't going to be delayed. It was clear they'd been squatting there discussing it for a while, each wanting an explanation. Even Chen Su could handle these students, let alone Wang Yan. He walked up to them and said, let me say something. You're all students. If this escalates, what will be the consequences of this organized, disciplined brawl? Think about how your parents will react. Wang Yan looked around. I'm not trying to scare you, am I? Think about it carefully. Hearing Wang Yan's words, their expressions changed. Seeing their reaction, Wang Yan continued, I don't think this is a big deal. There's an old saying, it's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester. They beat you up like that, you didn't lose out. They're the bosses, they can't be lazy. Here's what we're doing, you guys like playing soccer, right? I'll have them get you each a card at the stadium, so you can play a few rounds whenever you want. I'll also get you each a pair of soccer shoes, just as a token. What do you think? They looked at each other, exchanging knowing glances. The young man from before said, okay, let's do it this way. We don't want to make a big fuss, so we'll do it your way. Seeing their agreement, he said, that's good. You've been playing soccer and fighting all day, you must be hungry. After we finish, I'll arrange a place for you to eat and drink as you please. Seeing Wang Yan's enthusiasm, they didn't say anything. They were hungry anyway. Who wouldn't eat for free? After agreeing on the terms, Wang Yan asked Su Huanshan to find someone to take the students to buy shoes, get cards, and eat. After seeing the police, signing a letter of understanding, and completing various formalities, the matter was considered closed. Once the procedures were finished, as they exited the police station, the person Su Huanshan had summoned arrived, Chen Su, of course. Wang Yan called Chen Su over and took 50,000 yuan in cash from the car, handing it to him. Chen Su was the relatively normal one among them. He had a few quirks, but his thinking was generally sound. He didn't know the exact cost of those things, but with over 10 people involved, he estimated it to be around 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. He told Chen Su to accompany them, gave him his contact information, and told him to let him know if he needed more money, any extra would be his. Su Huanshan gave Chen Su a few more instructions, mainly telling him not to tell Gu Jia. After that, Chen Su happily left, since food, drinks, and shoes wouldn't cost much. If things went well, he could probably save 10,000 to 20,000 yuan. After instructing Chen Su, Su Huanshan walked over to Wang Yan and said, "Hey, Lao Wang, I'm really sorry to have made you come all this way. Consider the money alone, I'll get it back for you." Shaking his head, Wang Yan said, "Forget it, it's not much money. What kind of relationship do we have? Let's not go through all that formality. Just leave it at that. I'll arrange a table for you next time." Turning to Shen Ji, he said, "We're all friends, so I'll call you Lao Shen. Don't be shy, just call me Lao Wang. I heard from Lao Su that you also work in the fireworks business. I've told Lao Su before, you really need to be careful about safety. An accident with these things is no small matter." Wang Yan reminded Shen Ji briefly, he'd only been there a couple of episodes before being arrested. He was just casually mentioning it, take it or leave it. Shen Ji nodded. Although this was the first time he'd met Wang Yan, Su Huanshan had mentioned him quite a bit before, always saying he'd introduce him sometime. A friend of a friend is still a friend, and Wang Yan didn't mean any harm. Wang Yan's reminder upon their first meeting showed he wasn't being distant, which pleased Shen Ji. "I've definitely been lax lately, should I go back and check on things?" Shen Ji thought. The three of them smoked cigarettes and chatted for a while outside the police station. Mainly, they were two clueless guys who, despite getting beaten up, still had the nerve to brag to Wang Yan about how fierce they were in the fight. Wang Yan understood, men's happiness was fleeting. Although they hadn't actually beaten him, they had at least released the pressures of life and work, and they were genuinely happy. He understood, but he didn't want to pay them any attention. What was the point of kids fighting? If Wang Yan really went berserk, one look from him could carry the weight of dozens of lives. That was no joke. Those few guys, even if they didn't wet themselves, would definitely have their legs go weak. After listening to them brag for a while, Wang Yan said, "Alright, let's go, get in the car. I'll take you both home. That's enough for today, we'll have a proper get-together another day." The two had no other thoughts, got into the car without saying a word, wondering how to explain it to their wives. Going back with bruises and swelling wouldn't be convincing without a reasonable explanation. Shen Yan's home was a little further away, but still in the city center. After all, he was a multi-millionaire boss, so his place wasn't exactly remote. After dropping off Shen Ji, Wang Yan drove Su Huanshan back to Junai Mansion. In the elevator, seeing that they were almost at the 12th floor, Wang Yan didn't say much, just gave him a good luck look. He didn't have high hopes for Su Huanshan, he was sure Gu Jia would call him or come upstairs to find him soon. Sure enough, when Gu Jia saw Su Huanshan return home with a bruised and swollen face, she hurriedly asked what happened. Facing Gu Jia, Su Huanshan was like a mouse seeing a cat, stammering out the excuse he had been making up. Having been together for so many years, Gu Jia knew him too well, she could tell he was a liar just by looking at him. With a few direct and forceful sentences, Su Huanshan finally revealed the whole story. Gu Jia heard that he had gotten into a fight with students while playing soccer, something they'd never actually done. Then she remembered he had to go to Beijing the next day to work on a proposal and discuss cooperation at an amusement park. She was instantly furious and launched into a tirade. Annoyed by the nagging, Su Huanshan snapped back. He opened up about his feelings, talking about their eldest son, how he was so obsessed with navigating the social circles of wealthy wives. Why was she so calculating and obsequious? Who was she doing it for? Wasn't it all for their happy life? Faced with her husband's lack of acceptance, Gu Jia was heartbroken. But considering that Su Huanshan disliked this kind of behavior, and that she loved him for the same reason, she suppressed her anger and gently comforted him. Su Huanshan was like a donkey that's easily appeased. After all these years, Gu Jia had him completely under her thumb. His anger dissipated in no time, and they resumed their loving and harmonious relationship. After applying the medicine to Su Huanshan, she let him play with the child. Gu Jia busied herself for a while, making some small pastries. She brought them upstairs for Wang Yan to try, As a small token of her gratitude, Wang Yan invited Gu Jie in, but she politely declined. She always felt uncomfortable being alone with Wang Yan. Wang Yan didn't seem to care about Gu Jie's refusal. Didn't that just mean he had feelings for her? They exchanged a few words at the door, and Wang Yan, remembering to invite Gu Jie to bring his godson over to play, saw her downstairs. After seeing Gu Jie off, he returned to the house and sat down on a cushion in the living room. Wang Yan brewed a pot of tea and ate the pastries Gu Jie had brought. The food was indeed quite good. It was good enough to earn praise from a group of wealthy women accustomed to a life of luxury and fine dining. Su Huanshan got beaten up today and will be flying to Beijing tomorrow. Lin Yaoyao should also make her appearance. While eating, she called her two subordinates, asking them to send someone to keep an eye on Su Huanshan's whereabouts. Once they were connected, Wang Yan would also begin his operation. Su Huanshan had gone to Beijing and wouldn't be back for 10 days to 2 weeks. Gu Jie would be left at home, taking care of the children, running the dessert shop, and socializing among the wealthy wives. Of course, Wang Yan wouldn't be absent. Her godson couldn't be adopted for nothing, as Su Ziyan constantly clamored to play with his godfather. Sometimes, when Gu Jie was too busy to care for the children, besides a nanny, she had another option, Wang Yan. Moreover, in Gu Jie's heart, she preferred Wang Yan to a nanny when it came to childcare. Trust grows gradually. Over time, Gu Jie simply stopped using the nanny and called Wang Yan directly to take care of the child. To be honest, Gu Jie and Su Huanshan envied Wang Yan. He seemed to have nothing to do all day. Every time they called him, it was about studying or having fun somewhere. They weren't ignorant of finance, but they'd never seen anyone in that field as carefree as Wang Yan, always wandering around. Su Huanshan was aware of Wang Yan's childcare issues but didn't say much. He was even grateful to Wang Yan for seeing Su Ziyan laughing every day. Sometimes he'd pick Su Ziyan up from school, sometimes he'd spend his days off playing around Shanghai. And sometimes, to maintain his physical condition, Wang Yan would go to a martial arts gym he'd acquired to stretch his muscles. Children all dream of being heroes, and Su Ziyan, seeing Wang Yan practicing with such power and skill, idolized him immensely, even begging and pleading with him to teach him. Wang Yan thought for a moment and then asked Gu Jie and Su Huanshan, mainly Gu Jie's opinion. Gu Jie was somewhat surprised when Wang Yan asked, thinking to herself, no wonder it felt so good when I touched it, it turns out he's trained. Gu Jie had always given Su Ziyan an elite education and supported the idea of having him practice martial arts to improve his physique. Especially since it was a suggestion from Wang Yan, who held increasing importance in her heart. Gu Jie's parenting was passable. At least she had instilled perseverance in him. Martial arts training is quite tough, and even though Su Ziyan was only 4 and didn't train too hard, it was still a considerable challenge for him. Su Ziyan's own perseverance, and the fact that Wang Yan would give him a workout whenever he was about to give up, motivated him to continue, led to decent progress. Overall, it was good, at least he didn't give up halfway. Gu Jie was always very happy to see Su Ziyan brought home by Wang Yan, happy, lively, and increasingly like a boy. She could tell that Su Ziyan was genuinely happy, much happier and more cheerful than when she was taking care of him. After spending more time together, Wang Yan felt awkward seeing the child constantly calling him godfather, so he talked to Gu Jie and the others, and they decided to just call him dad. For easier distinction, they called Su Huanshan dad. It was just a form of address, and neither of them said anything. Su Ziyan would say dad all the time. It just came out naturally. Sometimes Su Huanshan couldn't help but wonder if Su Ziyan considered dad closer than dad. But every time he saw Su Ziyan laughing and joking with him, he just let it go. Besides, he was completely infatuated with Lin Yaoyao, so he had no time to care about his wife and child. This just benefited his mentor, his guiding light, and his good friend, Lao Wang. He couldn't find any confidence as a man in Gu Jie. With Lin Yaoyao, it was completely different. She acted like a fangirl captivated by Su Huanshan's masculine charm, warm, charming, and lively. In Lin Yaoyao, Su Huanshan found the confidence that belongs to men, which made him unknowingly become addicted to her. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28 is almost done. Time flies. Wang Yan returned with a happy face, full of anticipation for the future, after chatting with Liang Xiangxin. Perhaps her only regret was that not all rich people lived as well as Wang Yan. She didn't care too much about that. She felt she had finally grasped what she had been pursuing for so many years, something unattainable. Rich, handsome, single, and only loving him, Liang Xiangxin perfectly embodied her dream of a Prince Charming. Zhang Xiaoqin, having had enough of a peaceful, ordinary life, wanted some excitement. She successfully divorced Chen Yu and shared the good news with her best friends. Even her mother didn't know the news and was still insisting on adding her name to the property deed. Gu Jia habitually handed the child over to Wang Yan, saying she was going to hot spring with her girlfriends. The three sisters reunited and comfortably soaked in the hot spring. Wang Yan was surprised when she heard the news but didn't say anything comforting. Gu Jia and Zhang Xiaoqin, who had been sisters for many years, were somewhat silent upon hearing the news, perhaps feeling sorry for their sister's unfortunate failed marriage at the age of 30. Anyway, Gu Jia and Wang Yan simply said, "I'm happy for you," and that was it. Perhaps it was a special way of comforting her? Or was it a form of indulgence therapy? We won't comment on anything else, but they seemed to be having a great time. This time, Shen Ji finally listened to Wang Yan's advice, and the factory didn't explode. After listening to Wang Yan's reminder last time, Shen Ji went to his own fireworks factory the next day and conducted a thorough safety inspection and rectification. Su Huanshan was constantly running between two places, continuing his ambiguous relationship with Lin Yaoyao while handling company affairs. That day, at Gu Jia's dessert shop, during a gathering of the ladies, Mrs. Li mentioned that there was a tea factory for sale in Xiangxi. Gu Jia remembered this. Back home, she was so restless she couldn't sleep, getting up all night to study the feasibility of acquiring the tea factory. The more she researched, the more excited she became, feeling like money was raining down from the sky, just waiting for her to pounce. She called Su Huanshan that very night, excitedly telling him about it and also wanting to get his opinion. "Honey, did you know that Mrs. Li said today she's selling a tea plantation? I just checked, and it has all the necessary qualifications and is doing well. If we could take it over, we could make at least $1 million a year." Su Huanshan had always disliked Gu Jia's association with the wives' circle and didn't like them either. "Wife, is it really true? Don't let them fool you." Gu Jia had a very clear understanding of the power of these wives' circle and assumed they didn't care, saying, "Why would they lie to us? Do you know what kind of power their family has? Let me tell you." Gu Jia went on, explaining to Su Huanshan just how powerful Mrs. Li's family was, so he would have a better idea. Su Huanshan wasn't really in charge of the household, and he knew he couldn't change Gu Jia's decision, so he just gave her a token explanation. He immediately said, "Wife, since you want to do it, then let's do it. That tea factory is doing well, it must require a lot of money, right? Do we have enough money right now?" Gu Jia said, "I'll see tomorrow. There's always a way, don't worry, husband." The two exchanged sweet words for a while before hanging up. The next day, Gu Jia began to calculate their finances. She had already contacted Mrs. Wang, who was asking for 3 million. After calculating, she was still short a considerable amount of money. At this moment, Gu Jia didn't think about installment payments like in the original drama. She subconsciously thought of Wang Yan, and she knew that Wang Yan would definitely help her. For some reason, she just had this feeling. As they spent more time together, Gu Jia became more and more at ease with Wang Yan, and unconsciously developed a sense of reliance on him. She also stopped deliberately keeping her distance from Wang Yan. Apart from Su Ziyan, she would chat with Wang Yan almost every day. If she didn't chat with him one day, she always felt something was missing, and the day wasn't perfect. The more she interacted, the more she naturally learned. She already knew that what she had inquired about back then was just the tip of the iceberg regarding Wang Yan's abilities. From what she occasionally overheard Wang Yan talking on the phone when she was with him, none of it involved anything less than 100 million, and even 100 million seemed a bit insufficient. With such large-scale business dealings, the people he knew were unimaginable. Gu Jia sometimes couldn't help but think that when they first met, it was somewhat laughable that she thought they were only slightly better off than her family. As for why she let Wang Yan take care of the child without feeling embarrassed, it was firstly because of Wang Yan's apparent affection for Su Ziyan. Secondly, Gu Jia genuinely felt that there was absolutely no problem with it. This was also because Wang Yan was skilled, he hadn't flattered her for nothing, and he had truly fooled Gu Jia. To be honest, old Wang was a bit of an old man, but he wasn't a lunatic, nor did he have any special fetishes. Imagine spending the whole day fawning over someone, only to have that person enjoy a wonderful night with someone else. He's not the kind of person who'd be happy to see the woman he likes being intimate with someone else, the more intimate the better. If it weren't for the mission, he would have had to cause some trouble to get Su Huanshan in prison or something when he first arrived. Even if he didn't mind, a man's possessiveness is still there. Not to mention Wang Yan, who was once a domineering gang leader, ruthless and cold-blooded. Thirdly, as mentioned before, Wang Yan is too idle. He basically doesn't socialize, so he rarely goes out for business. He lives like an old man, drinking tea, reading, studying, and taking walks. Plus, Gu Jia's unconscious dependence on him makes her think that letting Wang Yan take care of the child or having Su Ziyan play with him would add some color and excitement to his life, which she thinks is helping him. This was exactly the effect Wang Yan wanted. He had basically won over Gu Jia and her son. That day, when Gu Jia went upstairs to pick up Su Ziyan, she took the opportunity to bring up the matter with Wang Yan. Wang Yan, I'd like to borrow some money from you. Is it convenient for you? Gu Jia was very direct and to the point. Even close brothers should keep clear accounts, and relationships should be transparent. Gu Jia added, "Oh, don't worry, I'll give it to you soon. I need 2 million, with an interest rate of 1%. Wang Yan thought for a moment, knowing why, but still asked, "Can I ask what you need 2 million for?" Gu Jia then rattled off what she had learned in the past 2 days. After listening, Wang Yan said, "Money is no problem. And don't even mention 2 million, I'll give you 3 million directly. Forget about the interest, and don't rush to pay it back. Give it to me whenever you have it." Hearing Wang Yan's straightforward answer, Gu Jia felt a little sweet. Despite having anticipated this, he couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "Thank you so much, Wang Yan. You've been a huge help. Don't worry, I'll pay you back as soon as possible." Hey, why are we being so polite? Even though it would be more advantageous for him if Gu Jia fell for it, he still had to say what needed to be said. "I have to remind you, doing business isn't child's play. You should think it over carefully and do your research." Gu Jia was completely obsessed and wouldn't listen to anything he said. "Oh, Wang Yan, I've investigated everything thoroughly. Nothing will happen, so don't worry about it." Seeing her like this, Wang Yan didn't say anything more. Good advice is useless, let her do what she wants. "Bye-bye, Dad, see you tomorrow." Gu Jia left with Su Ziyan, completely satisfied. Back home, Gu Jia contacted Mrs. Li, wanting to discuss the tea factory with him. Mrs. Li didn't say anything. If you have the money, go ahead and buy it. She could scam anyone, especially someone like Gu Jia who had no power to resist and could only accept defeat. After a brief exchange, Mrs. Li suggested using Gu Jia's dessert shop for a charity auction, which Gu Jia readily agreed to. They immediately signed a contract, though the remaining paperwork would take a few more days. With this major matter settled, Gu Jia was filled with ambition and eager to complete the handover so she could showcase her abilities. She was determined to build a successful business, elevate her family's status, and achieve rapid upward mobility. That evening, Gu Jia told Su Huanshan the news. Su Huanshan didn't say anything when he heard about borrowing 3 million from Wang Yan, even though they had drunk together more than once. Besides, although Gu Jia didn't talk much about Wang Yan at home, she would inevitably chime in when he mentioned him, revealing some information. He had a certain understanding of Wang Yan's capabilities. In his view, with such a good relationship between the two families, helping each other was perfectly acceptable. However, Su Huanshan still had some concerns about the child. "Honey, you're already quite busy with your dessert shop. Now you've started a tea factory too. What will happen to Ziyan? Although Lao Wang is taking good care of him, we can't keep bothering him. If we're both so busy, how will we have time to care for Ziyan? I already lack fatherly love. If you get even busier, how can we face Ziyan?" Gu Jia dismissed Su Huanshan's worries. "It's alright. Wang Yan doesn't have much to do. He's always wandering around. It's good for Ziyan to keep him company." Gu Jia, without realizing it, genuinely didn't dislike or feel any resentment towards Wang Yan. These past few days, Wang Yan has been taking care of Ziyan, helping him practice boxing, calligraphy, and painting. He even drives him around the neighborhood when he has free time. Before, he'd get sick all the time, but look at him now, he's always full of energy. The other day when I gave him a bath, Ziyan was almost stiff. He's so healthy now. Not only that, Ziyan doesn't throw tantrums anymore, he's incredibly well behaved. Your son is so talented, don't you feel he's made great progress? Gujia said matter-of-factly, I was originally thinking of hiring a nanny, but seeing how well Ziyan is being cared for, I might as well continue to have him help out. Hearing her say this, Su Huanshan thought about his son's changes recently, and it was indeed true. Plus, Gujia mentioned wanting to hire a nanny? Compared to that, he preferred Wang Yan. He felt a little strange about Gujia's trust in Wang Yan, but he didn't think too much about it. Alright, that's settled then. I'll have a good drink with Lao Wang when I get back. He's helped us so much, lending money and taking care of the kids. I really need to thank him properly. After a few more words, they ended the call. 2 days later, Gujia sent Wang Yan a message early in the morning. Yesterday, Su Ziyan came back saying there was a cultural performance he wanted his parents to attend. However, Gujia was busy organizing Mrs. Li's charity banquet and didn't have time to attend, so she could only tell Su Ziyan that his father would go instead. Su Ziyan and Wang Yan were very close, and he was more than happy for Wang Yan to go. In his eyes, his father was much better than his own parents. Moreover, under Wang Yan's influence, Su Ziyan had become much more sensible. He knew his parents wanted him to have a better life, so he agreed without making a fuss. Gujia messaged Wang Yan, asking him to take her to the cultural performance, and also mentioned that Su Huanshan was coming back that day and invited him to dinner that evening. Wang Yan, of course, readily agreed. Now that Su Huanshan and Lin Yaoyao were already together, and Gujia was busy with the tea factory, he'd had his fill of flattery, and it was time for him to get started. He was itching to see her but not be able to have her, it was getting to him. Most of the attendees were mothers, men have families to support, so they didn't have much time. Wang Yan had spent half the day chatting idly with a bunch of women at the kindergarten, which annoyed him greatly. Over time, Wang Yan had sometimes picked up Su Ziyan from school, and had met many of the other parents. It was impossible for others not to gossip about Wang Yan, their godfather, picking up the child so often. Gujia and the others didn't care about such things, they all knew what was going on, and everyone loves a little gossip. Su Ziyan, being a child, didn't have any worries, he didn't understand much anyway. The other parents' grumbling was overheard by the children, who then turned to Su Ziyan and gossiped about it. This was normal. Su Ziyan, raised by Wang Yan, was quite resilient and not easily offended. He simply told the other children how Wang Yan had taken care of him, and that was it. The other children might come from well-off families and have their share of experiences, but none had experienced as much as Su Ziyan had recently. After all, elite families and elite educations don't make things easy for children. They were incredibly envious of what Su Ziyan talked about and all wished they had such a good godfather. This made Su Ziyan quite popular among the children, he was practically the kindergarten's leader. Wang Yan, needless to say, didn't care about the women's gossip, as he had no good intentions to begin with. Gujia's charity banquet also went smoothly, the wives, having finished their show-off act, happily parted ways. That evening, Wang Yan had dinner with Gujia's family. Su Huanshan, having been completely charmed by Lin Yaoyao, was radiating youthful energy. Perhaps he thought this was the most relaxed and happiest period of his life in many years. Upon seeing Wang Yan, he burst into laughter and gave him a hug. Haha, Lao Wang, you've really been a burden these past few days, thank you so much. Wang Yan waved his hand, feigning displeasure. Sigh, don't say that again. What kind of relationship do we have? Why are you being so polite with me? You have to punish yourself with a drink, I'll pick on you even if you miss a drop. Gujia, watching from the side, also smiled broadly, urging him to sit down and eat quickly. During the meal, she told Wang Yan that they would both be busy in the future, and that she trusted Wang Yan to take care of Su Ziyan and his wife, asking him to keep in touch. Wang Yan agreed, mentioning that he had met some new friends recently and that his family had businesses like shopping malls and amusement parks, and he would introduce them to them. Having received another wave of thanks, Su Huanshan naturally stayed with Lao Wang to the bitter end. Looking at Su Huanshan's spirited appearance, Wang Yan wondered if he would be furious if he said, Go ahead and do as you please, I'll take care of your wife and children. He shook his head, deciding not to think further, and continued to pour him drinks. Thank you to Zhang Wei, What's Going On, and Jin's Haiming, for the monthly tickets. Thank you also to all the other brothers who voted for recommendations. And thank you to all the brothers who occasionally chimed in. And thank you to the countless good brothers who have been quietly watching without saying a word, for your tremendous support. In this moment, here, I offer my heartfelt thanks and sincere blessings to all my good brothers. Bows several times. That's all. Chapter 29. Lin Yaoyao succeeded. The next day, Wang Yan called several company owners who needed to organize such celebratory events. He wanted to act as a go-between, introducing business to Su Huanshan, keeping him busy but not overly so. He wanted to create opportunities where none existed. Su Huanshan couldn't be too idle, nor too busy to chat with Lin Yaoyao. He was quite effective. After a few calls, he secured 4 deals, located all over the country. Once everything was settled, he gave Su Huanshan their contact information, clearly telling him that these deals were his, no need for anything else, just go and sign contracts and do the design. The Beijing deal was mostly done, he just needed to maintain it occasionally. The deals Wang Yan introduced were substantial, far exceeding the Beijing deal, and the profit margins were good enough for him to earn a considerable amount. Su Huanshan began his blissfully busy life, and in this busyness, he also experienced the feeling of success that comes with being a man. After all, every action and communication he took brought him one step closer to the fireworks display, and every second counted as money. However, he hadn't considered that the business Wang Yan introduced him to was essentially the same as the business Gu Jia introduced him to. Now, he stopped talking about relying on connections, stopped getting angry with Gu Jia and the other woman, and stopped making meaningless complaints. As Su Huanshan got busier, his trips to Beijing gradually decreased. What about Lin Yaoyao? She had finally met someone she liked, and the progress was within her expectations and control. Su Huanshan was busy making money, and if he didn't spend more time, he might forget about her altogether. Lin Yaoyao started flirting wildly, taking selfies, sharing pictures of delicious food, and engaging in light-hearted banter. But things were different now. Su Huanshan was so busy he had no end in sight and didn't have much time for her. This was also a miscalculation on Wang Yan's part. He hadn't expected setting off fireworks to be so time-consuming, and missing one deal was just fine. Fortunately, Lin Yaoyao was resourceful and resolved this minor flaw. After a while, Lin Yaoyao realized her efforts were pointless. A plan formed in her mind. After finding out Su Huanshan's address, she quit her job without hesitation and flew straight to him. She feared that if she delayed any longer, she would be gone. That evening, Su Huanshan, who was resting, had just finished a video call with Gu Jia when he received a call from Lin Yaoyao, saying she had arrived in his city. Su Huanshan was surprised by Lin Yaoyao's sudden arrival. He knew why, but he hadn't expected her to be so decisive. He immediately set off to pick her up. The two ate dinner together, both preoccupied with their own thoughts. Lin Yaoyao, feigning innocence, chatted with Su Huanshan about her recent experiences, while he listened quietly. After dinner, Su Huanshan settled Lin Yaoyao into his hotel. In the newly booked room for Lin Yaoyao, Su Huanshan gave her some instructions and then prepared to return to his own room to rest. He had things to do the next day, and besides, he sensed something was amiss in the room. He was starting to lose control. Seeing Su Huanshan about to leave after only a few words, Lin Yaoyao couldn't stand it. What was she even doing there? It was all or nothing. She had to win him over today. She hugged Su Huanshan from behind. Her voice slightly choked. Su Huanshan, don't go. Don't you know what I'm thinking? Don't you know why I quit my job and traveled so far to come here? Don't hide anymore. I know you care about me. Don't go, okay? Su Huanshan pulled away from her, looking at her and saying, what are you doing? Don't you know? I'm a married man. If I did anything that caused you to misunderstand, I apologize. Seeing Su Huanshan's forced composure, Lin Yaoyao knew what was going on. She cried, what did you do wrong? It's all my fault. I was shameless enough to try and get close to you, a married man. I tried to ruin your marriage. Don't say that about yourself. It's all my fault. I did something inappropriate during our interactions that caused you to misunderstand. Caught off guard by Lin Yaoyao's outburst, Su Huanshan hurriedly, as if to reaffirm his conviction, said, In this world, I am only responsible for my wife, Gu Jia. She has sacrificed so much for me, for our children, for our family. Without her, I wouldn't be who I am today. I can't let my wife and children down. Mentioning Gu Jia ignited Lin Yaoyao's anger. Everything they did together revolved around Gu Jia, and she was sick of hearing it. She forcefully interrupted Su Huanshan, "Stop talking." Then, bursting into tears, she poured out her heart. "The first time I saw you, you had injuries on your face. It was obvious you'd been in a fight. A man your age who can still fight and get bruised must be an interesting man." Hearing this, Su Huanshan smiled sheepishly, the image of their first meeting flashing through his mind. Lin Yaoyao continued, "But as I got to know you better, I realized you're like someone trapped in a shell. You can't be in the rain, you can't get sick, you listen to your wife in everything, all of this is imposed on you by her. You've locked up the little boy inside you, and then you pretend you're not like that. Have you ever thought that you're just her tool, a tool she can manipulate?" Stung by Lin Yaoyao's words, Su Huanshan shouted, "Enough. Stop talking. Isn't that what marriage is about, mutual understanding and mutual change?" Lin Yaoyao also shouted, "Su Huanshan, wake up. It's always her who's changing you. What have you changed about her? Have you changed her even a little bit? Even the most beautiful fireworks need a spark to ignite them. But Su Huanshan, have you ignited one?" Hearing Lin Yaoyao's words, Su Huanshan fell silent. Memories flooded his mind, one after another. He thought about it carefully, and indeed, as Lin Yaoyao said, Gu Jia hadn't changed much over the years. She forbade him to do this, forbade him to do that, even controlling what he ate, drank, and wore. Since they got together, he had always lived within Gu Jia's arrangements, never truly being himself, never. Sometimes, people only see, hear, and think what they believe to be true, and Su Huanshan was no exception. Think about it, after so many years of ups and downs together, how could it be just him adapting and changing unilaterally? He was emotionally overwhelmed, momentarily falling into obsession and becoming one-sided. Of course, Wang Yan's influence was also undeniable. The business deals Wang Yan introduced went incredibly smoothly, everyone knew he had strong connections, and the partners respected his opinions. This smooth sailing inevitably made him a little arrogant. Seeing Su Huanshan lost in thought, Lin Yaoyao seized the opportunity. She pushed Su Huanshan onto the bed. Su Huanshan, also lost in thought, didn't notice being pushed down. She leaned down, looking directly into Su Huanshan's eyes, and loudly questioned, "Su Huanshan, can't you be yourself again? Be the little boy in your heart again? Su Huanshan, what are you hesitating about? Tell me, what are you afraid of? Huh? You're Su Huanshan." She then grabbed Su Huanshan's face and started kissing him. Su Huanshan had been busy lately, rarely home to enjoy his sex life with Gu Jia. And sometimes when he brought it up, Gu Jia would refuse every now and then, seemingly unwell, leaving him bewildered and only able to assume it was early menopause. During this time, he was increasingly busy, earning more and more money. Money gives a man courage, after all. Moreover, these days, going out socializing and seeing others living a life of luxury while he was alone at home, his pent-up anger was growing. Su Huanshan was also getting a little carried away by Lin Yaoyao's advances, especially that last line, "You're Su Huanshan," which really hit his sweet spot. To hell with Gu Jia, to hell with being a tool. I'm going to be myself, I'm going to be Su Huanshan, I am Su Huanshan. Lin Yaoyao stroked Su Huanshan, murmuring softly, "Su Huanshan." Afterwards, Su Huanshan held Lin Yaoyao against the headboard, thinking about what had just happened. He felt guilty, but more than that, he was thrilled by the betrayal. Everyone else is playing cards and mahjong with their mistresses, and I'm just a nobody. Perhaps most people comfort themselves by comparing themselves to others and finding excuses for self-consolation in it, at least that's what Su Huanshan did. To be honest, Su Huanshan had truly experienced a second spring in his life. The two were inseparable. Su Huanshan flew all over the place, taking Lin Yaoyao with him wherever he went. He was truly so happy he forgot about Gu Jia. Sometimes, even if he didn't have anything to do and could go back to Shanghai, he wouldn't go back, taking Lin Yaoyao everywhere to play. With Lin Yaoyao by his side every day, Su Huanshan's spirit and energy were clearly different. Of course, this applies to other people. When facing Gu Jia, Su Huanshan couldn't shake off his guilty conscience. After all, Gu Jia's prestige built up over the years was no joke. Gu Jia probably knew Su Huanshan better than he knew himself. Therefore, when Gu Jia video chatted with Su Huanshan, she sensed something was off, but he always brushed it off, so she didn't think much of it. Gu Jia would never have imagined that Su Huanshan, whom she had always let things slide, would actually cheat on her. She didn't need to worry about the child. Wang Yan was taking good care of him. She simply ran her dessert shop, and if she made enough money, she wouldn't need to sell it. She occasionally chatted with the wives in her social circle, discussing things like leveling up. Sometimes she would get together with Wang Mani and Zhang Xiaoqin, listening to Wang Mani share exciting moments from their interactions, and Zhang Xiaoqin recount her complicated feelings between Zhang Xiaoyang and Chen Yu. Wang Mani recently learned that Liang Xiangxin was a staunch bachelor, and she had some reservations and was somewhat unhappy about it. Wang Mani was a master, but Liang was no pushover either. He was an even bigger master. He easily fooled Wang Mani with just a few words. Wang Mani no longer wanted to get married, and even had the nerve to say things like, "If she doesn't want to get married, she doesn't want to. If she ever wants to get married, at least I'll be by her side." Such nonsense. Zhang Xiaoqin was somewhat infatuated. Zhang Xiaoyang had started making efforts after learning of her divorce, and her youth, passion, and energy were what she admired. But after several years with Chen Yu, and now that they were divorced, every time she saw Chen Yu, she felt that a simple, ordinary life was the best. This left her wavering and unable to make a decision. Gu Jia was different. Compared to those two, she openly displayed her ambition, talking about the material things, class, and desires she was striving for, and speaking of the naked realities she understood. This made the two feel that Gu Jia had changed, becoming someone they didn't recognize. She was no longer the stay-at-home mom she once was, nor the understanding sister she once was, but an ambitious and powerful woman. Zhang Xiaoqin, after all, was Su Ziyan's godmother, and she hadn't seen Su Ziyan in a long time. Sometimes she would ask about Su Ziyan, but Gu Jia would always smile and say she'd been taken by a friend, never mentioning Wang Yan. Recently, she'd been busy preparing for her 30th birthday, which was less than a week away. She wanted to throw a party and also take the opportunity to reconnect with her good friends. After all, everyone was usually very busy and didn't have much time to communicate. Even the best relationships fade over time. They needed constant maintenance. Plus, they could share resources and help each other out. It was a win-win situation. As her child's godfather, she naturally informed Wang Yan of her secret. Attending someone's birthday party meant bringing a gift, especially for someone like Wang Yan who was always thinking about her. Wang Yan had already prepared his gift. He couldn't give Su Huanshan a gift that was too expensive, otherwise it would put Su Huanshan in an awkward position, and that wouldn't be appropriate. He also couldn't give him something too cheap, as that wouldn't suit his status and could easily lead to misunderstandings. In the end, he prepared a green jade bracelet, costing less than 500,000 yuan. He didn't know much about jade. He was introduced to a professional jade dealer through an acquaintance who said it was quite good, so he bought it. The price was just right. It might be more expensive than what Su Huanshan gave, but not by much, especially since Su Huanshan's gift was more of a flirtatious gesture. It wasn't too cheap either, and it was presentable enough. It was just an ordinary bracelet, without much meaning, just a small accessory, so it wouldn't raise any eyebrows. Besides, Su Huanshan knew Wang Yan's financial situation and would be understanding. As for Gu Jia, let her think what she wants, it wouldn't be long anyway. To be honest, Wang Yan hadn't given many gifts to women in all his years, and he wasn't an expert in this area. The most expensive gift he'd ever given was 300 yuan, which he spent and then spent another 200 yuan on a 1-hour-plus session, a memory he vividly still had. That old woman called him Brother Wang so sweetly. It's clear that money must be spent wisely to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Wang Yan hadn't been idle during this time either. He had every move of Su Huanshan and Lin Yaoyao under control. Since Su Huanshan and Lin Yaoyao had already gotten together, he didn't need to do anything pointless. A cat that's stolen fish can't control its desires. The most basic requirement for a good hunter is patience, and Wang Yan happened to have excellent patience. Fireworks always ignite eventually, as long as things developed naturally, and Wang Yan gave it a push at the right time. He could hold his beauty and wait for the dazzling fireworks to light up the sky. For a player like Su Huanshan, all he needed were his two henchmen to report back. It didn't waste much of Wang Yan's energy, and he remained leisurely. Life was pretty much the same as before, just taking care of the kids, studying, exploring hobbies, and casually flirting with Gu Jia. Since that time with Wang Manny, he hadn't touched a woman in a long time. But with Gu Jia constantly flirting with him, he wasn't a saint, and he was starting to feel the strain. Patience is a matter of the heart, not the body. At most, one could only endure it. But Wang Yan had no need to endure it. He had money and free time, he could just pick up a woman whenever he wanted. There was no need to suppress his desires. Having many beautiful women was a kind of spiritual practice. Like the woman lying in his arms right now, her face still flushed and alluring, Dai Qing. She was the new assistant manager of Messia downstairs, Daisy, who had been parachuted in to steal Wang Manny's heart. Thanks to the fat man who lives a life of debauchery, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you to Love, and for the monthly tickets. Finally, thank you to my dear brother Jin, for your continued support. Thank you again to all the brothers who voted for the recommendation tickets, and to all the other kind brothers who commented or silently supported me. Chapter 30, Am I ill-mannered? As luck would have it, a couple of days ago, Wang Yan was strolling back and passed by Messia's house. He glanced at her unconsciously and saw this woman, those long legs, that tiny waist. She was definitely something else. He simply walked in. Wang Yan had no time to pay her any attention, whatever, he went straight for Daisy. The subsequent flirting is another story. It was all about showing off his wealth and testing her skills. If she was interested, she wouldn't refuse a dinner invitation. It was that natural. It was so easy for him to get her way, making Wang Yan lament the decline of morality and the loss of traditional values. How could people be so casual? Daisy, being a French-educated, bilingual student, lived up to her reputation. Regardless of whether she attended a prestigious university, her perspective was undeniable, far surpassing Wang Manny's. Perhaps it was her broader experience? She was much more mature and younger than Wang Manny. He doesn't do anything useless, and he's incredibly skilled at it, with a whole host of tricks up his sleeve. Daisy has seen many contestants, but in her memory, Wang Yan's strength is that of a champion. Anyway, both of them are quite satisfied. In the blink of an eye, it's Gu Jia's birthday. On Gu Jia's birthday, her husband should naturally be by her side. Su Huanshan returned a couple of days ago, but he wasn't alone. That bastard brought Lin Yaoyao to Shanghai as well, selling her in at a hotel not far from the Junai mansion. No one knows how Lin Yaoyao has managed to bewitch him for so long, or how she's managed to fool him. Anyway, Su Huanshan isn't just a little arrogant, he's really arrogant. Wang Yan never expected Su Huanshan to be this ruthless. He didn't seem this tough on TV. Wang Yan felt that if he didn't get things done this time, he would be letting Su Huanshan down. Gu Jia got up early that day. The banquet was in the afternoon, so she and Su Huanshan got ready and went early to make some preparations. Su Ziyan was handed over to Wang Yan, who would take him along. In the afternoon, seeing that it was almost time, Wang Yan drove Su Ziyan to the banquet venue. Wang Yan arrived at a moderate time, and quite a few people were already there. Su Ziyan saw Gu Jia as soon as she arrived, said something to Wang Yan, and ran towards Gu Jia. Gu Jia was chatting with friends, and seeing Su Ziyan coming, she knew Wang Yan had arrived as well. Following the direction Su Ziyan had run from, she saw Wang Yan smiling and waving. Seeing her about to come over, Wang Yan gestured that it wasn't necessary. Everyone was so familiar with each other, why bother with all that unnecessary stuff? He could just wander around by himself. Seeing Wang Yan's attitude, Gu Jia didn't come over. She gave Wang Yan an apologetic look, then turned to introduce the children to everyone. Just then, they heard someone call out that a gift had been delivered to Chen Su. Wang Yan looked around, found Chen Su, and walked towards him. Seeing Wang Yan approach, Chen Su quickly stood up and took the gift box from Wang Yan's hand. Brother Wang, you're here. Just give me the gift. As a driver, aside from the time at the police station, he had heard Gu Jia and her husband talk about Wang Yan, and he knew to some extent that Wang Yan was not simple. He wanted to show some respect, whether it was useful or not, just to show his attitude. In case Wang Yan thought he was good enough and gave him a hand, then he would stand up for himself. Wang Yan patted Chen Su's shoulder. Why are you being so polite? Sit down comfortably. The gift is yours, you go ahead and do your work, I'll just take a look around. After waving goodbye to Chen Su, Wang Yan found a corner, made himself a glass of wine, and drank it by himself. He didn't know any of these people, nor did he intend to get to know them. He was simply there to celebrate Gu Jia's birthday. At this moment, Wang Yan heard a voice call out, "Old Wang?" He subconsciously looked around and saw Shen Ji waving at him. Seeing that it was Shen Ji, Wang Yan raised his glass in acknowledgement. After exchanging a few words with the people next to him, Shen Ji walked over to him. "Old Wang, long time no see. I really want to thank you properly. You know, after you told me about it last time, I went back and checked, and I really did find a few potential problems. I've been thinking of having old Su set up a table to properly thank you, but he's been too busy and hasn't been able to." As he spoke, Shen Ji raised his glass. "It just so happens to be Gu Jia's birthday this time. Come on, let me toast you." Wang Yan smiled, raised his glass and clinked it with theirs, then drank his glass. "Old Shen, we're all friends. I just said a few words offhand. You don't need to be so polite with me. How about this, let's have dinner together in a couple of days, and we'll have a proper feast. You're practically a host, you know a lot of people, it's quite a hassle to meet them normally." Pointing to Su Huanshan, who was being forced to drink, Wang Yan said, "Go and help old Su, we'll have plenty of opportunities." After the two drank another glass, Shen Ji apologized and went to help Su Huanshan. He didn't offer any introductions to Wang Yan. Given his relationship with Su Huanshan, he was well aware of Wang Yan's capabilities. Wang Yan was the real connection. After Shen Ji left, Wang Yan continued to drink alone, utterly bored, watching people's insincere interactions and flattery. Their noise was irrelevant to him, he was just a passerby. After a while, Su Ziyan came running over. Gu Jia and Su Huanshan were too busy to look after him. There were no other children to play with, and he only spent a short time with Gu Jia's father. The old man was too bored. "Dad, when is Mom's birthday over? It's so boring." Seeing Wang Yan drinking alone, he came over. It was much more fun with his father. Wang Yan squatted down and gently pinched his little nose. "Were you happy on your own birthday?" Su Ziyan nodded. Wang Yan said, "Similarly, Mom is happy on her birthday today. Look how much more energetic she is than usual. Don't throw a tantrum, okay? I won't make Mom sad. I'll stay with Dad." Wang Yan nodded with a look of approval, squatting down to whisper sweet nothings to Su Ziyan and play some games with him. He was quite adept at coaxing children these days, and he had Su Ziyan completely under his thumb. Just then, Wang Manny arrived arm in arm with Liang Zhengxin, beaming. Gu Jia and Su Huanshan went to welcome them, and everyone introduced themselves. Gu Jia and Wang Manny were like sisters, chatting and laughing about Liang Zhengxin. As the host, Su Huanshan spent some time talking with Liang Zhengxin and had a couple of drinks. Gu Jia and Su Huanshan had many other people to take care of, so they couldn't stay with Wang Manny and Liang Zhengxin all the time. After chatting and laughing for a while, the two found a place to talk sweetly. A little while later, Zhang Xiaoqin arrived with Zhang Xiaoyang. Gu Jia, of course, came over to welcome them and introduced Zhang Xiaoyang. Wang Manny, as a friend, also brought Liang Zhengxin over to introduce him to everyone. Of course, she mainly wanted to show off. Gu Jia saw through everything but didn't say anything. Su Huanshan was completely indifferent. Zhang Xiaoyang was just a colleague, and only Zhang Xiaoqin was probably a fool. After chatting for a while, Zhang Xiaoqin started clamoring to see her godson. Since Wang Yan appeared, she hadn't seen Su Ziyan many times, and Wang Manny hadn't seen him at all. Hearing Zhang Xiaoqin's clamor, she was also quite interested. Zhang Xiaoyang saw an opportunity and had to seize it, showing that he liked children and was kind-hearted. Zhang Xiaoqin was easily swayed by the sunny boy act, directly stating that she loved children the most and wanted to see him too. Liang Zhengxin thought it was just a child. What difference did it make whether he saw him or not? But he didn't know anyone else there, and besides, Zhang Xiaoyang had already gone, so it wouldn't be right for him not to go with Wang Manny. He could only nod and indicate that he would go see her too. Gu Jia was busy entertaining others, and seeing that they all wanted to see Su Ziyan, she asked Zhang Xiaoqin to lead them to Su Ziyan. The place wasn't very big, otherwise Su Ziyan wouldn't have been able to find Wang Manny. A short while later, they saw Su Ziyan squatting on the ground counting ants, along with a man with his back to them. "Ziyan, I'm here. Let your godmother give you a kiss." Zhang Xiaoqin walked over, picked up Su Ziyan, and gave him a kiss. Su Ziyan also liked his godmother, who always brought him delicious food. Seeing who it was, he hugged Zhang Xiaoqin's neck. "Godmother, I missed you so much. You haven't brought me anything good to eat in so long." Hearing Su Ziyan's words made Zhang Xiaoqin incredibly happy. "You little rascal, you've gotten so fat lately. I can barely carry you anymore." After the initial excitement subsided, Zhang Xiaoqin felt the weight in her arms. This was all from training with Wang Yan recently. Although children shouldn't exercise excessively, Wang Yan was doing it according to Su Ziyan's capacity. He wasn't like other children, he ate and drank a lot, and being in his growth spurt, his height had increased, so his weight naturally went up. Wang Yan stood up and turned to look at the four of them. Wang Mani, who had been looking at Su Ziyan and imagining her own child, instinctively shuddered when she saw Wang Yan turn around. "What are you doing here? Your question is very quick. Why can't I be here?" Wang Yan responded to Wang Mani's thoughtless question. Everyone else noticed Wang Mani's unusual behavior, and Liang Xiangxin was particularly perceptive. "Do you know this gentleman?" Wang Mani instinctively shook her head and decisively said, "No." Realizing her mistake, she quickly added, "We've only met once, twice." Hearing Wang Mani's words and her reaction, it would be strange if there wasn't something going on. As for the reason, with Liang Xiangxin's experience, he could figure it out pretty much. It was nothing more than that kind of thing between men and women. Although he didn't care much about these things, as a man, a male, he still felt offended and a hint of hostility towards Wang Yan arose. However, he hid it well. After all, he had been in the world for many years and had experienced his share of hardships. When not provoked, he could still keep his emotions hidden. Looking at the ordinary-looking man in front of him, dressed in ordinary luxury brands, yet possessing an indescribable aura, and considering what Wang Mani had told him about Gujia, he knew her level. Combining this with the fact that Gujia could associate with him and was willing to give him face, his level couldn't be too high. Therefore, Liang Xiangxin judged this to be an ordinary person with some money, whom he claimed he could control. He took this opportunity to show Wang Mani his power. "Hello, I am Liang Xiangxin, I work in finance. May I ask how this gentleman is addressed?" "Where do you work?" Liang Xiangxin extended his hand, introduced himself in his distinctive Hong Kong accented Mandarin, and asked the question. The other three, seeing Liang Xiangxin's actions, even if Zhang Xiaoqin was stupid, could understand why Liang Xiangxin was doing this, combined with Wang Mani's strange behavior. Wang Mani was deeply moved by Liang Xiangxin's act of standing up for her, believing it showed he cared about her. Zhang Xiaoqin and Zhang Xiaoyang were simply waiting to see what would happen. Liang Xiangxin's abilities were no match for Wang Yan's. Wang Yan had seen it all. Even if Liang Xiangxin hid it well, Wang Yan had met countless people and all sorts of characters, and he could clearly sense Liang Xiangxin's hostility. Wang Yan found Liang Xiangxin's behavior utterly pointless. This was their first meeting, and Wang Yan was certain he hadn't offended him at all, not even having a chance to make eye contact. Just because of the strange behavior of a plaything he didn't really care about, Liang Xiangxin wanted to use Wang Yan to assert his dominance. Wang Yan was truly speechless at this brainless act. It was like something out of an animal documentary, two animals fighting to demonstrate their strength, the winner eating everything, the loser getting kicked out. "You don't even know who I am, let alone what I do? You dare to try and get attention just based on what you see on the surface? It's Gujia's birthday, and Wang Yan doesn't want to cause trouble. He doesn't think much of any of the four people in front of him. Besides, he has the confidence to ignore others, so why bother talking nonsense with them?" Ignoring Liang Xiangxin's outstretched hand, he said, "My name is Wang Yan, and I also work in finance. I won't bother you any longer. You talk to Ziyan, and I'll go check over there." After saying that, Wang Yan walked past the four people in front of him, intending to find some peace and quiet on the other side. Provoked by Wang Yan's disregard, Liang Xiangxin reached out to stop him, his face showing displeasure. "Mr. Wang, don't you think this is very impolite?" Seeing the hand blocking his way, Wang Yan stopped and turned to face Liang Xiangxin. "I know what you're thinking. I don't want to waste my energy on you." He then looked at the other three and said, "I don't want to know you either. Is that clear?" Ignoring their unpleasant expressions, he said, "Can I leave now?" With that, Wang Yan turned and walked away. Liang Xiangxin, his thoughts exposed, stopped him again, his face darkening. "Don't you think this is very ill-mannered? Despite his anger at Wang Yan's attitude, his so-called gentlemanly manners prevented him from saying anything more offensive. Everyone present, except for the little kid Su Ziyan, understood Liang Zhangxin's intentions, and the unspoken rule was a generally accepted principle. What about you? Do you think so too? Do you think I'm very ill-mannered? Having been stopped twice and accused of being ill-mannered, Wang Yan was displeased. He looked at the other three and asked. A while ago, Wang Yan went to the store to flirt with Daisy and ignored her. Since then, Daisy had been constantly flaunting her, making Wang Manny quite angry. This time, she was ignored again, with that obvious lack of interest in her, which really bothered Wang Manny. Therefore, she was happy to see Liang Zhangxin take the initiative to provoke her. Hearing this, she immediately looked up at Wang Yan. Wang Yan was completely unaware of Wang Manny's pettiness. It was just a transaction, why make such a fuss? Wang Yan couldn't understand this. Zhang Xiaoqin wasn't ugly, and she always smiled at everyone. Even though her colleagues were always ordering her around, she had never been ignored like this by Wang Yan, so of course she was very unhappy. Plus, wanting to stand up for her best friend, she readily agreed. As for Zhang Xiaoyang, he was a rich second-generation heir, with money and power in his family, and was always the center of attention. He had always had a smooth life and had never encountered anyone daring to ignore him like Wang Yan. He also looked at Wang Yan with a displeased expression at Wang Yan's behavior. To be honest, Wang Yan had lived for over 40 years, experiencing both the real world and the two worlds, and this was the first time he had been called ill-mannered. He had never even considered dealing with these four people. Frankly, Lin Yaoyao's mission was almost complete, and he was already thinking about how to spend the remaining year. But these people insisted on coming up to him, and then they dared to call him ill-mannered? Continuing, thanks to brother Jin Siming for his support. Thanks to brother Udaojiu for the monthly ticket support. And thanks to all the brothers who recommended it. And thanks to all the good brothers who commented and those who just read the book. Thank you so much, good brothers. Chapter 31 discovered. Wang Yan didn't speak, only glanced at them, smiled slightly, shook his head, and left. This time, no one stopped him, because they didn't understand what Wang Yan's smile was about, and besides, his gaze had been a bit frightening. Wang Yan didn't want to waste time arguing with him pointlessly, it was meaningless. Again, it was Gu Jia's birthday, and he didn't want to cause trouble. Of course, that didn't mean Wang Yan was being magnanimous and pretending nothing had happened. He wasn't petty, but he definitely had a temper. His level of understanding was only slightly higher. He wasn't at the point of a bald monk offering himself to hawk. He was already being lenient by not harming them, yet they still came to cause trouble. These few bastards, every single one of them, if he didn't deal with them, he'd be letting down his elderly parents. But things had to be done one step at a time. The most urgent matter was Lin Yaoyao's situation. There was plenty of time, he wasn't in a hurry. He could deal with these four later. Zhang Xiaoqin, Zhang Xiaoyang, and Wang Manny were too inexperienced and lacked experience. Even though Zhang Xiaoyang was slightly stronger than the two, he wasn't by much. They only felt that Wang Yan's gaze was terrifying, sending chills down their spines. Liang Zhangxin was different. His family was considered wealthy in Hong Kong, and given the island's unique environment, he was familiar with Wang Yan's gaze. He could sense the disdain and indifference to life in Wang Yan's eyes, something not found in ordinary players. He immediately knew he was in trouble and made a mental note of Wang Yan, planning to investigate him thoroughly when he got back. If Wang Yan was just playing dumb with him, he'd make sure he sent him begging for food. Su Ziyan had been listening for a while and knew what ill-mannered meant. Given Wang Yan's influence on Su Ziyan, even his own parents wouldn't be able to influence him, let alone a godmother. Dad, wait a minute, I'm not playing with him. Children always have strong likes and dislikes. Seeing them talk about his father like that, Su Ziyan pouted, looked at them unhappily, shook his head like Wang Yan, and turned to follow him. Wang Yan was stopped by him and turned around to see him shaking his head. He was quick to learn and apply what he learned, much to Wang Yan's amusement. He was shaking his head so seriously. The remaining four were completely bewildered by Su Ziyan's antics. Wang Yan didn't care about their reactions. She and Su Ziyan held hands and moved to another spot to continue counting ants. Zhang Xiaoqin and Wang Manny were Gu Jia's best friends, and considering it was Gu Jia's birthday party, they decided to let it go. Zhang Xiaoyang, on the other hand, had no connection to the situation. He was somewhat relieved that the obviously superior Liang Hengxin had been defeated, and he simply treated Wang Yan like a lunatic. Liang Hengxin was waiting to investigate thoroughly and make Wang Yan beg for food. After all, Zhang Xiaoqin had watched Su Ziyan grow up and had feelings for him. Su Ziyan had treated her like that, and he even called a lunatic like Wang Yan dad. How could she possibly be happy? She angrily dragged Wang Mani and the two men to find Gujia, who was chatting with someone. Pointing at Wang Yan, who was squatting and counting ants with Su Ziyan, she said in a less than friendly tone, "Gujia, who's that? Why is Ziyan calling him dad?" Gujia looked in the direction Zhang Xiaoqin was pointing and saw Wang Yan and Su Ziyan playing such a childish game with great enjoyment, so she couldn't help but chuckle. Then, remembering Zhang Xiaoqin's obviously unpleasant tone, she stopped laughing embarrassedly. "His name is Wang Yan, he lives upstairs. Ziyan really likes him and has him as her godfather." Then, recalling her previous vague explanation, she added, "He's the friend I told you about. Huanshan and I have been very busy lately, and he's been taking care of Ziyan most of the time." "What's wrong? Why are you asking him? Why would Wang Yan bring an unrelated woman home? Would that just cause him trouble?" Neither Wang Mani nor Daisy knew where he lived. Wang Mani, listening nearby, was also surprised to learn for the first time that Wang Yan lived in the Junai mansion. She had been to Gujia's house before, and it was beyond her imagination. She knew how much Gujia's house cost. According to Gujia, the more expensive it was, the higher the price. So how much did Wang Yan's house cost? Compared to Liang Hengxin's extravagant lifestyle, which clearly indicated he was against marriage, it was nothing compared to the impact of a 50 million yuan house. She somewhat regretted her earlier actions. Zhang Xiaoqin was also surprised after hearing Gujia's story, but that didn't stop her from complaining and criticizing Wang Yan. Then, her mouth, like a tattered cotton trouser, chattered on and on, recounting the whole incident to Gujia, and then adding her own comment, "Gujia, how could she be so rude? So ill-mannered?" She was genuinely certain that Wang Yan was ill-mannered. After listening to Zhang Xiaoqin's rambling, Gujia immediately understood what had happened. Having known Wang Yan for so long, she had come to understand him. Wasn't it normal for a wealthy single man to have something happen with a beautiful woman? Although Gujia was a little unhappy about this, she was fully aware of it. Missia lived downstairs, and Wang Yan probably went there often. Wang Mani was quite attractive, and Gujia knew her character well. It was obvious she was having an affair with Wang Yan. It was blatantly Liang Hengxin standing up for Wang Mani and provoking Wang Yan, and they were just watching the show. Wang Yan clearly didn't want to stop them, and although not shaking hands was a bit rude, he had still responded. The clueless Liang Hengxin, presuming on his status, insisted on stopping him to save face, and then Gout retaliated against. Who could he blame then? Gujia was also somewhat unhappy about the four of them collectively attacking Wang Yan. But she couldn't do anything about it. On one side were her best friends, and on the other, her little flirtation. She was in a difficult position. He could only try to smooth things over. "Xiaoqin, Mani, and the two gentlemen, I want to apologize to you all, and also on behalf of Wang Yan. It's my birthday today, everyone should have a good time, don't make things too awkward. Give me some face, okay?" Gujia had already said this. If they still caused trouble, they wouldn't even be friends anymore. Although the two men didn't care, they still had to consider the reactions of the women around them. Therefore, apart from Zhang Xiaoqin being a little indignant, they didn't say anything more. Soon it was evening. Gujia gave a speech, thanking the guests and reminiscing about the past. Then Su Huanshan went on stage to confess his love, uttering guilty sweet nothings. Wang Yan sat at the back, watching them show off their affection. One wonders if Gujia, with her eyes full of happiness at this moment, had written anything like thoughts on Su Huanshan's infidelity after learning of Su Huanshan's affair. After a while, the meal officially began, and Wang Yan ate a few things hastily. Seeing that it was almost time, he wiped his mouth, got up, and walked to the front, finding Gujia chatting idly with her best friends. The four of them glared at Wang Yan as he approached, but he paid them no heed. Wang Yan said to Gujia, "Gujia, I'm leaving now. You guys have fun." Gujia knew it was already a favor that Wang Yan had come at all. None of the people who came were worth his time, especially given the previous unpleasantness, so she didn't try to stop him. Drinking and driving are forbidden, so Wang Yan had a little to drink, called a driver, and went straight back to the Junai mansion. Gu Jia's birthday was over, and life returned to normal. That same day, Liang Xiangxin went back and inquired about Wang Yan. In modern society, gathering information is incredibly easy. Wang Yan's affairs were all public knowledge, and Liang Xiangxin easily gathered detailed information without much effort. After reading this, especially after understanding the level of Wang Yan's partners, he realized he had misjudged him. He had hit a brick wall. However, he wasn't intimidated. His family wasn't easy to deal with either. After waiting a few days without any retaliation from Wang Yan, he stopped taking Wang Yan seriously. He continued flirting with Wang Manny, never getting enough of her alluring body. He guessed that Wang Yan was just being polite. After all, in this realistic society, everyone wants to make money peacefully, and there's no need to escalate a minor conflict into a full-blown confrontation. He figured that after realizing his strength, Wang Yan had calmly abandoned his thoughts of revenge. Of course, kicking him while he was down and secretly sabotaging him would definitely happen. He'd just keep an eye on them in the future. Zhang Xiaoyang and Zhang Xiaoqin had no interaction with Wang Yan either. They were all lovey-dovey and quickly forgot about him. Only Wang Manny occasionally fantasized about what it would be like to live the life of Mrs. Wang in a 50 million mansion when no one was around. Wang Yan didn't care what those women thought, it wasn't their place yet. Su Huanshan had finished negotiating his previous deals and had nothing else to do recently, so he stayed in Shanghai. Gu Jia, busy with the tea factory paperwork, was no longer concerned with Su Huanshan's business, spending her time entertaining clients. She was unaware of his recent free time and didn't suspect anything. Wang Yan, having figured out Su Huanshan's schedule over the past few days, began his operation. That afternoon, after picking up Su Ziyan from school, Wang Yan drove him out for a nice meal. He often spent his free time searching for good restaurants and taking Su Ziyan out for lavish meals. This time, the place was quite far, and they returned rather late. Gu Jia knew where Wang Yan and Su Ziyan had gone, so she didn't need to go back early and stayed at the dessert shop. If Su Huanshan was also busy, Wang Yan would pick her up on his way home. Today was no different. Based on his observations of Su Huanshan's movements, Wang Yan drove a little late to pick up Gu Jia. Gu Jia sat in the passenger seat, chatting and laughing with Wang Yan, while Su Ziyan dozed off in the back. While distracting Gu Jia, Wang Yan unconsciously slowed down and drove towards the hotel where Su Huanshan and Lin Yaoyao were. Su Huanshan was truly despicable, even Wang Yan was impressed. Perhaps it was because it was his first time cheating and he lacked experience. There were 2 roads from Gu Jia's dessert shop to the Grand Hyatt Hotel, about the same distance. Wang Yan usually chose whichever road he wanted, depending on the situation. The hotel was right there on one of those roads, clearly visible. Wang Yan drove slowly along that road, relying on luck this time. If he bumped into Su Huanshan, great. If not, he'd try a different method tomorrow. He had his whereabouts clearly tracked. Su Huanshan couldn't escape. After all, Wang Yan was the protagonist, blessed with a system, destined for greatness. His fate was strong enough, and his luck was certainly good enough. Just as he drove by, Su Huanshan was coming out of the hotel. Wang Yan had sharp eyes and was naturally observant. He spotted Su Huanshan immediately. Turning to Gu Jia beside her, she said, "Hey, Gu Jia, look, isn't that Lao Su?" Hearing this, Gu Jia looked in the direction Wang Yan indicated and indeed saw Su Huanshan standing at the hotel entrance, looking at his phone. Thinking of Su Huanshan's unusual behavior lately, Gu Jia keenly suspected infidelity. She immediately picked up her phone, suppressing her unease, and called Su Huanshan, "Honey, where are you? When are you coming home?" Su Huanshan answered, "Wife, I'm at a restaurant. I just finished drinking with clients, I'll be right back." Drinking all the way to a hotel? Although hotels do have catering services, it was clear that Su Huanshan didn't mean it that way. Gu Jia said okay and hung up. Sitting in the passenger seat, Gu Jia didn't say a word, and tears immediately streamed down her face. They say women are made of water, right? This came too quickly. Perhaps the emotions had been building up since the phone call. Wang Yan couldn't stand women crying their eyes out, so he simply grabbed the tissue from the car and handed it to her, saying, "Gu Jia, don't overthink it. This hotel also has a catering business, maybe she ate here." His words only made Gu Jia cry harder. Fortunately, She didn't want to disturb Su Ziyan, who was already asleep, so she kept quiet, just sobbing with her shoulders heaving. Wang Yan had no choice but to pull over and pat Gu Jia, trying to calm her down. Seeing Wang Yan approach, Gu Jia immediately grabbed his arm and leaned on his shoulder, starting to cry. This made Wang Yan quite uncomfortable. The car was only so big, and Gu Jia's pulling him like that was incredibly awkward. He stood there awkwardly for a while until Gu Jia finally stopped crying. He restarted the car and sped towards Junai Mansion. Wang Yan said to Gu Jia, "Get ready, we'll be home soon." A short while later, the car pulled into the underground parking garage, and Gu Jia took a deep breath to calm herself. Wang Yan, carrying the child, and the three of them took the elevator. In the elevator, Gu Jia hesitated for a moment before saying to Wang Yan, "Wang Yan, will you come with me tomorrow to take a look?" At this moment, the only person Gu Jia could think of was Wang Yan. All her sisters and friends from the social circle were useless. Not only was Wang Yan a first-hand witness who had seen and heard everything with her, but after so much time flirting, sparks had already been flying between them. Gu Jia subconsciously relied on Wang Yan, otherwise, why would she and Su Huanshan have lost their passion? It's clear that women are ultimately afraid of being pursued. Women ultimately need to be cared for, even the strongest woman is helpless in this situation. Seeing the pleading in Gu Jia's eyes, Wang Yan nodded without saying anything more. Su Huanshan hadn't returned yet, and no one knew where he was. Wang Yan put the child on the bed and left without saying anything more to Gu Jia. What was there to say? They just catch them in the act tomorrow. After Wang Yan left, Gu Jia tucked a blanket around the child. Su Ziyan was always a restless sleeper. She stepped outside, carefully observing the home she had built from scratch. Is it falling apart? Gu Jia was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Meeting Su Huanshan, getting to know him, falling in love, getting married, having children, life getting better and better, all these scenes flashed through Gu Jia's mind. She shook her head and took a bath. She wanted to clear her head and wash away the traces of her past. The thought of Su Huanshan being intimate with other women and then coming back to be affectionate with her made her feel incredibly dirty. Regardless of the reason, Su Huanshan's actions were irresponsible towards their marriage, a betrayal of his wife and children, unforgivable. While Gu Jia was taking a bath, Su Huanshan returned. Seeing him come in, Gu Jia asked knowingly, "You're back? What did you eat?" Su Huanshan didn't think much of it. Gu Jia sometimes asked this, and without hesitation, he made up a lie, at that place. Hearing where he mentioned, Gu Jia was completely certain he was cheating. Without saying much, he said, "Oh, I know. You should go wash up too, you smell like alcohol." Noticing Gu Jia's obvious unease and slightly red eyes, Su Huanshan said, "Wife, something's wrong with you. Why are your eyes red?" "Oh, nothing, some water got in my eyes, and it bothered me, so I rubbed them." Gu Jia urged, "Go clean up quickly, it smells awful." After cleaning up, the two lay on the bed, each lost in their own thoughts, exchanging a few casual words. Su Huanshan had vented his energy on Lin Yaoyao and was a little tired, so he fell asleep soon after. Gu Jia listened to Su Huanshan's breathing but couldn't sleep. She thought about Su Huanshan's good qualities, the happy days of their family of three, how to face this situation, and how to resolve it. Her thoughts were a jumbled mess of random thoughts. She drifted in and out of sleep until dawn. Thanks to the user for the monthly ticket support. As always, thank you to all the other great brothers who support me. Also, Brother Jin, you're probably out of monthly votes? Could you leave a recommendation vote so I know you're here for me? Chapter 32 was 1. After finishing the breakfast prepared by the nanny, Gu Jia asked Su Huanshan about his plans for the day before taking Su Ziyan to school. After dropping the child off, Gu Jia immediately called Wang Yan, asking him to pick her up. Wang Yan drove over and picked Gu Jia up, and the two went to stake out the hotel from the previous day. He had received prior information that Lin Yaoyao hadn't come out yet, so he was very confident. Even if Su Huanshan was free, he still had to manage the company's daily affairs. Around noon, the two were getting impatient when Su Huanshan finally arrived. He casually walked into the hotel and soon emerged arm in arm with Lin Yaoyao. Seeing this, Gu Jia completely gave up. Perhaps she had thought about it a lot last night. She was still quite clear-headed and took some intimate photos of Su Huanshan and Lin Yaoyao with her phone. "Wang Yan, have a drink with me," Gu Jia said to Wang Yan after taking the photos. Wang Yan nodded and led Gu Jia to a quiet bar. They ordered some drinks, and Gu Jia sat down to pour them for the two of them. She clinked glasses and downed the whole glass in one gulp. The alcohol was quite strong, and she choked a bit, coughing violently. Wang Yan also downed his drink in one go, then went over and patted Gu Jia on the back. Whether in marriage or romance, that's how relationships are. Often, the one who loves most deeply gets hurt most. Gu Jia was heartbroken. As for why Su Huanshan cheated, Gu Jia had already figured it out yesterday, since the signs had been there for a while. It was simply that after so many years, the novelty had worn off, and he was getting impatient with her constant nagging. Plus, things had been going smoothly for him lately, and now, with a young, beautiful, and energetic woman flirting with him, he easily broke down. Gu Jia didn't say anything, just silently drank. She had always been proud, always striving for perfection. Many relatives and friends had always praised their happy family and thriving career, filled with envy and jealousy. Although there have been minor frictions in their lives and some setbacks in their careers, they have supported each other over the years, step by step, to where they are today, and she has always been very proud of it. She still looks down on those old women in the wives' circle, even though she tries to flatter them. Their men are out there having a good time, and those old women gossip and think everyone else lives off men, while she, Gu Jia, has worked her way up step by step on her own. All these years, she has persevered and strived for her pride. Su Huanshan slapped her hard, shattering it all. What does a woman, just devastated by her husband's infidelity and the failure of her marriage, need? Everyone has their own perspective. For Wang Yan, it was undoubtedly about winning her heart and body. Of course, Wang Yan couldn't sit idly by in this situation. He wasn't stupid. He had to seize the opportunity. All that fuss he did, flirting, introducing business, even taking care of the kids, was for this moment, wasn't it? In the past, when others lived happy and had fulfilling families, Wang Yan couldn't go too far. But this time was different. Old Wang's little Wang was already itching for something. He reached out and snatched the wine glass from Gu Jia's hand. Gu Jia, look at me, look into my eyes. Gu Jia was awakened from her reverie by Wang Yan's actions and looked at him. Wang Yan stroked Gu Jia's cheeks. His captivating eyes fixed on her. Do you know what I've been thinking all this time? Seeing her nod, he continued, so what are you thinking? This had to be voluntary, you couldn't force someone. Taking advantage of someone in distress was too tasteless. Looking into Wang Yan's wise, world-weary, and infinitely charming eyes, Gu Jia couldn't help but struggle. To be honest, if Gu Jia hadn't been constantly thinking about her husband and children, old Wang's charm wouldn't work on most people. She would have already hooked up with Wang Yan. Otherwise, was she crazy? A married woman and a diamond bachelor flirting and chatting idly for no reason? Her intentions were self-evident. Her struggles involved multiple aspects, including her marriage, her children, and her attitude towards Wang Yan. Su Huanshan betrayed her first, so her relationship with Wang Yan raises the question of whether it was partly revenge against him. What would Wang Yan think? As a mother, wouldn't she feel guilty towards her child? Even though the child is still young, he will grow up eventually. Would she provide positive guidance and a good role model? It's like drinking hot water as a child. You have to scald it before drinking it, mentally preparing yourself, cautiously testing the waters before finally tasting it. Similarly, after experiencing failure, Gu Jia subconsciously avoids men. However, after struggling for a while, Gu Jia realized, why think so much? Through her interactions with Wang Yan, she knew he wouldn't overthink things, especially since her son called her dad much more readily than father. Besides, what she needed now was release, to be loved and cared for. Why think so much? It was a way to put her mind at ease and get what she wanted. She immediately stopped struggling and resisting, nodding to Wang Yan. Seeing Gu Jia nod, Wang Yan released her and called a waiter to settle the bill. After paying, Gu Jia didn't resist. Instead, she cooperated and was led away by Wang Yan. Once outside, they hailed a taxi and returned to the Junaiu mansion, Wang Yan's home. From catching Su Huanshan and Lin Yaoyao until they went drinking and settled the bill, not much time had passed, and it was a beautiful sunny day. Gu Jia needed to vent, and Wang Yan was there. Such a perfect time, it would be truly inappropriate not to have sex in broad daylight. They opened the door, slammed it shut, and immediately embraced. What you can't have is always desirable. Wang Yan had been eyeing her for a long time. Finally getting what she wanted, Gu Jia was exhausted, her mouth dry, and her throat hoarse. She and Su Huanshan had never experienced such pleasure in all these years. Finally, he'd succeeded in winning over the beauty. Satisfied, Wang Yan smoked a cigarette, holding Gu Jia against the headboard. Gu Jia nestled in Wang Yan's arms, stroking his muscular physique. You know, it's not convenient for me to handle this kind of thing. Should I introduce you to a lawyer? Wang Yan asked. Gu Jia replied, no need. I'll talk to him first, and if that doesn't work, we'll talk about it later. Okay. What about us? Seeing Gu Jia's silence, Wang Yan said, I won't waste your breath. You know I like Ziyan too. The three of us can live together. After you finish the formalities, I'll transfer some of my assets to you. Gu Jia opened her mouth to speak, but Wang Yan interrupted her directly. I know you're not after the money. This is for your and Ziyan's sake. And to put your mind at ease. Hearing his words, Gu Jia fell silent, simply holding Wang Yan tighter. They lingered for a while longer before Gu Jia took a shower. Without any hesitation, Gu Jia dressed in front of Wang Yan, saying, go pick up Ziyan later. He can sleep here tonight, don't go back. Wang Yan understood and nodded. Dressed neatly, Gu Jia left and returned home. It was impossible for Gu Jia not to be heartbroken. The vows they made were still ringing in her ears, from their youthful days to her current state as a still attractive middle-aged woman. How could she possibly understand everything in just one afternoon? Otherwise, why would Gu Jia be in such a state in the drama? On one hand, their relationship had truly broken Gu Jia's heart. On the other hand, her family and career, built up over half a lifetime, were destroyed. And on the other hand, she didn't know how to face the future, feeling lost for a moment. Wang Yan's appearance perfectly addressed these consequences. There are love stories that last until death, but that was clearly not theirs. They had been together for more than 7 years, past a 7-year itch. Their past love was truly only for reminiscing. What they relied on more was the kinship of weathering storms together, mutual support, and a sense of responsibility towards their family. In Wang Yan, Gu Jia also felt a certain youthful stirring. The more Wang Yan's image appeared in her heart, the further Su Huanshan seemed to drift away. He treated Su Ziyan very well, so she didn't need to worry about anything. Originally, thinking about her failed marriage, Gu Jia was still quite desperate. But after venting this afternoon, coupled with everything that had happened before, and Wang Yan's statement, he was truly good in every way, far superior to Su Huanshan. Apart from a little heartache from unrequited love and a lingering nostalgia for lost love, she had no other thoughts. As for her heartbreak and nostalgia, how long it could last under Wang Yan's strong influence was a question. Back home, Gu Jia ate a simple meal and sat on the balcony, quietly watching the night view, her mind starting to play out a movie. Su Huanshan, who had spent most of the day out partying with Lin Yaoyao, finally walked through the door. Seeing Su Huanshan approach, Gu Jia instinctively asked, "You're back? Why are you so late again?" "I've been busy these past few days, everything piled up at once," Su Huanshan offered an excuse. Gu Jia stared into Su Huanshan's eyes for a moment, then picked up her phone, found the intimate photos taken earlier that day, and handed them to him. She'd already planned her escape route. Gu Jia didn't want to ask any more useless questions. What good would knowing do anyway? Some betrayals might be forgiven by some people, but she, Gu Jia, would not. Su Huanshan took the phone, glanced at it, and then, startled, dropped it on the ground. He opened his mouth to speak. Gu Jia's eyes were red. "Let's get a divorce." Despite thinking about it all night yesterday, having spent half the afternoon tutoring Wang Yan, and then spending several hours trying to reconcile herself, a woman is ultimately emotional. Saying these words made her think of the past and tears welled up in her eyes. "Wife, let me explain, Hearing this, Su Huanshan hurriedly tried to explain. "What did you say? Tell me how you met? Tell me how you two slept together?" "Su Huanshan, you're really something. You can't even keep your distance from your mistress? Are you in such a hurry?" Gu Jia's angry words completely shut Su Huanshan down. Su Huanshan lowered his head. Yes, what could he say? It had already happened. What was the point of saying anything more? Even if it was meaningless, he still had to say it, otherwise he couldn't just pass judgment. Su Huanshan began to use his flirting skills, speaking emotionally. "Wife, the first time I met you, we He talked about the hardships they had gone through from their first meeting to now, about the many loving and beautiful moments they had shared, about their vows of eternal love, about their future children, marriage, and children, about the beautiful future they envisioned together, and about his own thoughts on cheating. Finally, he said, "Wife, I promise I'll change. I promise it won't happen again. Wife, please give me another chance." Watching Su Huanshan ramble on and on, Gu Jia looked at him and said, "I don't believe a single word you said." Suddenly, an idea struck Su Huanshan. He remembered Su Ziyan from earlier. "Wife, for Ziyan's sake, forgive me one more time, give me another chance." In a flash, Su Huanshan knelt down, grabbing Gu Jia's arm. "Just once, please, wife, I beg you. Why didn't you think of Ziyan when you were cheating? Now you remember? Don't dream, Su Huanshan." Seeing that Gu Jia was determined, Su Huanshan stopped struggling and simply exploded. She stood up abruptly and said loudly, "Why are you always so aggressive? From dating to marriage to starting a business, every single thing, every decision, every step between us, wasn't it all you're doing? Have you ever even looked at me properly? Including this company, me, the CEO. You want to climb the ladder, but I just want to be the most beautiful firework. Don't I know what's going on in the company? You decide the finances, you decide the company's development, you sign off on everything, big or small, before I even sign off. From the company's development to Su Ziyan's education, what I eat, drink, wear, everything, you micromanage everything. Isn't it all you're doing? Su Ziyan is your youngest son, I'm your eldest son. Have you ever considered my feelings?" Gu Jia burst into tears. "You've finally told the truth, so this is how you've always seen me. We've developed an irreconcilable conflict. It seems if it's not this girl, then it'll be that girl. Life has become unbearable for a long time, and you've had enough too. That's perfect, let's get a divorce. We'll both be free." Su Huanshan fell silent, and Gu Jia remained silent as well. For a moment, you could hear a pin drop. After a long while, having calmed herself and wiped away her tears, Gu Jia said, "The fireworks factory is yours, the tea factory and dessert shop are mine, and Ziyan will stay with me. Let's sell this house and split it evenly. What do you think?" Su Huanshan had no objection. "I'll do whatever you say." He was the one who wronged Gu Jia and the child first. What objection could he possibly have? It has to be said, Lin Yaoyao was indeed quite something. Wang Yan was putting him on a pedestal, while Lin Yaoyao was subtly influencing him. Children have rebellious tendencies, and adults who can't control themselves will only make things worse. Su Huanshan only made a token attempt to salvage the situation. As Gu Jia said, he truly didn't want to continue like this. He had experienced all the good things about Lin Yaoyao during this time. Felt that carefree attitude, that sense of freedom, and he had had enough of Gu Jia. A person must not be arrogant, they must remain grounded. Leaving aside how he attracted Lin Yaoyao, he didn't even want to think about how he could afford to support their extravagant travels, and how all of this came about, all while shamelessly spouting nonsense like "I just want to be the most beautiful fireworks." Wang Yan was merely a trigger. He gave Su Huanshan a sense of success, a bit of confidence. He slightly altered some of his personality, giving him choices and a path to take. The rest mainly depended on that little wench, Lin Yaoyao. Seeing that Su Huanshan didn't object, Gu Jia didn't want to stay with him for even a second longer. "I'll find a lawyer tomorrow, let's get the paperwork done." She then opened the door and left, slamming it shut. After leaving, Gu Jia sent Wang Yan a message, and only went upstairs after Su Ziyan had fallen asleep. Wang Yan looked at Gu Jia standing at the door, her eyes red, and sighed. "I'll get some wine, let's have a drink." He said it casually, with a way out and a future ahead. How could he so easily sever ties with the past without feeling sadness? He grabbed a few bottles of wine, put his arm around Gu Jia, and sat on the balcony, drinking glass after glass. He listened to Gu Jia recount the past, vehemently criticizing Su Huanshan. At this moment, Gu Jia needed to get drunk. Su Huanshan heard the door slam shut, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He couldn't help but ask himself, was this really the right thing to do? He had always wanted to break free from Gu Jia's control, and this feeling grew stronger as his business prospered. Now he had actually succeeded, but there was still a lot of reluctance in his heart. People always learn to cherish things only after they've lost them. At this point, Saying anything more would be pointless. He had to move on. A real man never looks back. Calming himself, he looked around. Everywhere in the house bore traces of Gujia. He was afraid that seeing things would remind him of her and soften his heart, and he didn't want to stay any longer. Su Huanshan went straight downstairs, drove to find Lin Yaoyao. Thank you to brother Cheng Jian for the 100 coins. Thank you to brother Jix for the monthly pass. A daily thank you to all the other kind brothers who recommended the book, and to those who commented or just read silently. Thank you all. Chapter 33 Divorced. Lin Yaoyao, in her hotel room, was playing on her phone in bed. She was quite surprised to receive the message that Su Huanshan had come, considering he had only just returned home. Subconsciously, Lin Yaoyao had some guesses. She told the staff downstairs to bring Su Huanshan up. A short while later, there was a knock at the door. Lin Yaoyao opened it and saw Su Huanshan standing there, noticeably different from usual. She hesitated for a moment, then stepped aside to let him in. What's wrong? Su Huanshan didn't speak, but kicked the door shut, picked up Lin Yaoyao, and rolled onto the bed. After a passionate encounter, the two lay on the bed. After a moment of silence, Su Huanshan said, Gujia found out. Lin Yaoyao was shocked by this news. She had initially thought they had argued, but she hadn't expected Gujia to find out. Combined with Su Huanshan coming to see her, the outcome was obvious. Secretly pleased, she still asked, and the result? Divorce tomorrow. What about us? Su Huanshan hesitated for a moment, then said, we'll talk about it later. Despite her disappointment, the news of Su Huanshan's divorce tomorrow still thrilled her. The next day, Gujia, who had drunk quite a bit the night before, was still asleep in the living room. Wang Yan, having finished his run, brought back some breakfast and woke Su Ziyan to eat. Su Ziyan also exercised daily and was full of energy. Children inevitably sleep in, but he had already had enough and was just tossing and turning in bed, unwilling to get up. Wang Yan called him once, and he got up immediately, without any morning grumpiness. Su Ziyan was quite surprised to see Gujia sleeping in the living room. He sometimes slept at Wang Yan's house, but his mother had never stayed overnight. Dad, why is Mom here too? She's drunk. Your dad had something to do and wasn't home, so she's just making do here. Okay, come and eat. Su Ziyan was sensible. He knew Gujia was drunk and spoke softly, afraid of waking him. After the father and son finished eating, Wang Yan tidied up Su Ziyan and drove him to school. When he returned, Gujia was already awake and taking a shower. The early bird catches the worm, and Wang Yan was a little restless. However, he restrained himself well. After today, he could do whatever he wanted. Why rush things? After Gujia finished showering, Wang Yan pointed to the porridge on the table. Eat some, it'll help you feel better. Okay. Gujia nodded, sat down at the table, and began to drink the porridge. After Gujia finished eating and tidied up, Wang Yan asked, do you need me to go with you? No, I can manage by myself. Besides, it's not good for you two to meet. Gujia smiled gently, kissed Wang Yan, and left. Feeling the lingering warmth on his face, watching Gujia's departing figure, Wang Yan's lips curled into a smile, his eyes filled with amusement. Old Wang, taking the top spot. Gujia went back to her apartment on the 12th floor to retrieve her documents, then called Su Huanshan and arranged to meet him at a law firm they had previously worked with. Upon arriving, she found a familiar lawyer, explained the specific terms, and asked him to draft an agreement. After waiting quite a while, Su Huanshan arrived late, straddling Lin Yaoyao. Wang Yan wasn't there, otherwise, even he would have given him a thumbs up for his toughness, calling him a real man. This action was understandable. It was simply a way of showing off. Look how young and beautiful my woman is, isn't she a million times better than you, this middle-aged, faded woman? Do you think I can't live without you, Gujia? Let me show you my capabilities, I'll only be better off without you. But doing this truly showed a lack of respect for their years of marriage. After so many years of marriage, this was somewhat cruel. This was the biggest irony for Gujia. The relationship she had maintained for so many years was a joke. Just 2 days ago, he and Gujia were a model couple, all lovey-dovey. Before that, he was loudly professing his love and expressing his feelings at her 30th birthday party. And now, only a few days later, yesterday he was begging for forgiveness with sweet words, And today he's bringing someone to Gujia's doorstep? And in the context of their divorce proceedings? Maybe he's been oppressed by Gujia for too long? Now that he's finally free, is Su Huanshan trying to anger Gujia? It's impossible for him to be so brainless. He and Gujia haven't reached a point of life or death. Lin Yaoyao must have played a role. Su Huanshan looked refreshed, Lin Yaoyao swaggered, and the two walked up to Gujia, arm in arm. Standing before Gujia, Su Huanshan said, "Gujia, let me introduce you, this is..." To be honest, Gujia was a little heartbroken and reluctant before. But seeing the two approaching, her heart sank, and she felt nothing at all. Of course, she was angry, but it was only for a short while, it would pass. They didn't even take her seriously, so why was she wallowing in self-pity and overthinking? She was completely at peace with herself. No need, I have no interest in knowing who she is. Gujia showed no respect whatsoever, not even giving the two of them a second glance. She had no intention of lecturing them now. Given the situation, it was already a favor not to scold them. Lin Yaoyao's face was somewhat unpleasant, but thinking that she had brought down the official wife, she smiled victoriously again. Just a loser, she was magnanimous enough not to bother with him. Su Huanshan saw Gujia's expression, he had achieved his goal and felt somewhat pleased. Just then, the lawyer came out. "Sister Gu, this is the agreement I drafted according to your requirements. Please take a look and see if there are any problems." Gujia took it and handed a copy to Su Huanshan. "Take a look. If there are no problems, sign it. Hurry up, we need to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau later." Su Huanshan carefully read it over. This concerned their future sexual happiness, so he dared not be careless. "Regarding the division of property, I discussed it with Lin Yaoyao yesterday. She definitely wanted more. But she's not stupid, it's all jointly owned, the result of their hard work, so it should be 50-50. Gujia only asked for the tea factory and some other things, which is already enough. If she makes a scene and goes through legal proceedings, Su Huanshan might not even get his 50%. Su Huanshan would also hold a grudge against her. It's a fait accompli, not something she can change by making a fuss. We made it clear yesterday that the agreement would be drafted as discussed last night, along with some other minor, unimportant details. After reviewing it and finding no problems, Su Huanshan signed it. Gujia had already finished her business. Seeing him sign, she put away the contract, said "See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau," picked up her bag, and left. She couldn't wait to get it over with and leave. Seeing these two bastards hanging around her was too much of a nuisance. The Civil Affairs Bureau is always crowded, whether it's for divorce or marriage. After waiting a long time, it was finally their turn. The clerk, as usual, offered some advice. After all, it's better to advise reconciliation than separation. Being together is fate. If he could persuade the couple to stay together, he could eat 2 extra bowls of rice at dinner. Both said there was no need for persuasion, the divorce was final. The clerk shook his head and began processing the paperwork without a word. All the documents were complete, the divorce agreement was signed, the division of marital property was clear, and there was no fighting over assets. The process went very smoothly. With a click, the divorce certificate was stamped with the official seal, and their marriage finally came to an end. Su Huanshan looked at the divorce certificate in front of him, feeling empty. He didn't feel the relief he had expected. Instead, he felt particularly lost. If it weren't for Su Huanshan's previous behavior, Gujia might have even cried a bit, but now, with no lingering feelings, she was truly relieved. Leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Su Huanshan forced himself to be cheerful. How could he let Gujia see his weakness? Gujia said to the still comfortable Su Huanshan, "Go back and pack your things. Once you've sold the house, transfer the money to me." As for their earlier boasting, to be honest, she had considered telling Su Huanshan that she was with Wang Yan as a form of retaliation. However, she decided against it. Firstly, it would create unnecessary trouble. Secondly, it wasn't something to be proud of, so what was there to compare? Besides, all that fuss over a momentary argument was pointless. Living her own life was the right thing to do. She called Wang Yan, asked where he was, and then drove over. Wang Yan had set off after Gujia left that morning. He was currently in a building not far from Junayu Mansion, called Xianayu Mansion. Their previous house, while not small and more than enough for 3 people, was completely flat, with only 1 bedroom and 1 study. It was definitely inconvenient for him and Gujia with their child. Wang Yan had planned this all along, and the new house was already prepared. The house is worth a little over 100 million yuan. It's a second-hand house, and the renovation alone would take a year and a half, which is too long. When he first moved here, he didn't have that much cash on hand. He had to mortgage his apartment in Junai Mansion for over 20 million yuan and buy it on the market. Of course, he wouldn't pay in full. He took out a loan of about 50 million yuan. Wouldn't he earn more by refinancing that money than the interest on the loan? This house is the penthouse duplex that Gu Jia envies. It has a prime river view and an excellent perspective. It's 2 floors above the 23rd floor, with a rooftop garden. Overall, it's quite nice. He's always preferred high-rise buildings because he especially likes the feeling of looking down and looking down. Perhaps in the future, when his perspective broadens, he'll see mountains as mountains again and prefer to stand on solid ground? Who knows? The previous decorating style was very refreshing, which he thought was quite good and suited his aesthetic. After buying it, he changed the layout a bit, dividing it into functional areas for children, a nanny, a gym, storage, activities, and entertainment, and also did some partial renovations. Now that everything was settled, it was perfect for moving in. Gu Jia drove to Xianyu Mansion. As Wang Yan had instructed, Gu Jia showed her identification downstairs, and the property staff gave her an access card. She swiped the card in the elevator to the 23rd floor, where Wang Yan was already waiting at the door. Entering the apartment, Gu Jia was somewhat surprised by the scene inside. Gu Jia knew the level of Xianyu Mansion. It was even better than Junai Mansion. She could roughly estimate what kind of home this penthouse was, and although she knew Wang Yan's wealth, it didn't compare to the shock of someone with over 100 million in assets. From now on, the 3 of us will live here. How about it? Do you like it? Gu Jia nodded, hugged Wang Yan, and gave him a kiss. She was excited too. She had been incredibly envious of Mrs. Wang's duplex apartment. Now that she was going to live here, it would be a dream come true. She pulled Wang Yan up and down the stairs, finding no fault with the layout, decorations, or even the renovations. She was extremely satisfied. The post-divorce desolation vanished without a trace. Su Huanshan? You can get lost. She had been queuing at the Civil Affairs Bureau for ages, and now it was almost evening. Su Ziyan was about to get out of school. Wang Yan, let's go pick up Ziyan together. On the way back, we'll buy some groceries nearby, and I'll cook a feast. Having known each other for so long, Wang Yan had never tasted her cooking. Today, he'd show his old man what a virtuous wife and loving mother she was. It's also a celebration of my new life and our new home. Wang Yan readily agreed. Okay, whatever you say. Let's go. He immediately drove off with Gu Jia. After picking up the child and buying groceries, they finally arrived home. Su Ziyan was stunned as he entered the house. In his short few years, he had never seen such a big house. Wow, it's so big. Mom, Dad, will we live here from now on? Gu Jia nodded. Yes, look. Do you like it? The child, innocent and truthful, replied, yes. Then where will Dad live? Gu Jia fell silent. She felt a little guilty towards her child and didn't know how to tell him. Seeing her silence, Wang Yan stepped in. Ziyan, do you know what divorce means? He wasn't worried about Su Ziyan being hurt. Children these days mature early. He might not understand the deeper meanings, but at the very least, he knew that his parents and he couldn't live together. Besides, Wang Yan had raised him for so long and knew him well. Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, Su Ziyan asked, Dad and Mom are divorced? Wang Yan nodded. Your mom and dad weren't happy together, so they separated. From now on, the 3 of us will live together. But if you miss your dad, you can still go see him anytime. It was time to test his efforts. He couldn't let all this time go to waste. Some of the kindergarten kids had divorced parents, but he saw they were quite happy and didn't think much of it. His dad had also said he could see his dad anytime. It wasn't like he was never going to see him again. Besides, compared to Su Huanshan, he liked Wang Yan more, so he didn't take it seriously. Su Ziyan thought for a moment and said, Oh, I see. I think it's great that we live together. I've wanted to be with Dad for a long time. Kids' attention spans are short, and their memories aren't that strong. If Wang Yan put in a little more effort, Su Huanshan might make Su Ziyan forget everything in less than a month. Hearing that Su Ziyan didn't object, Gu Jia glanced at Wang Yan and breathed a sigh of relief. All right, Ziyan, You and your dad go see your room. Mom will go cook." She then busied herself in the kitchen. Wang Yan took Su Ziyan to see his room, which included a dedicated play area for toys. Su Ziyan was overjoyed. He had never seen a room full of toys belonging to him before. The two then wandered up and down the stairs, Su Ziyan looking at this and poking at that. Everything was new and exciting. After a while, Gujia finally finished cooking. "Dinner's ready. You two stop wandering around, wash your hands and come eat." Su Ziyan was exhausted from going up and down those 3 floors, so he was quite eager to eat when Gujia called him. After Wang Yan helped him wash his hands, the 3 of them sat down at the table and began their first meal in their new life. Gujia placed a piece of food on Su Ziyan's plate and said to Wang Yan, "Try it and see how it is." Wang Yan picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of braised carp, and smacked his lips. Not bad. It's comparable to the chefs at big restaurants. Anyone would be happy to have their cooking skills recognized and praised, let alone Wang Yan praising Gujia. Gujia smiled gently and placed another piece of food on Wang Yan's plate. "If you like it, eat more. Here, try this. From now on, I'll cook for you too often." The meal was filled with laughter and conversation, and everyone enjoyed it immensely. After the meal, Wang Yan and Gujia spent half the day playing with Su Ziyan. Su Ziyan was completely absorbed in the joy of moving into the big house, which was spacious enough, and he played hide-and-seek with the 2 of them. Gujia and Su Ziyan hadn't experienced this harmonious atmosphere in a long time, and everyone was quite happy. After a long day of fussing, Su Ziyan was exhausted. Gujia gave him a bath and coaxed him to sleep. They went to the large bedroom on the top floor and found Wang Yan enjoying the view from the terrace. They looked at each other, and with a cry of "Ayaya" from Gujia, he simply picked her up. Wang Yan, as usual, lit a cigarette afterward. 2 words, "Great." After some sweet talk, Wang Yan contentedly held Gujia and fell into deep sleep. Thank you to the virus-killing Big Brother for the monthly ticket support. A daily thank you to all the good brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to the good brothers who commented and those who just read without commenting. Thank you all for your love and support. Chapter 34 Chenyu. The next day, Wang Yan returned from his run to find Gujia had already prepared breakfast. He woke Su Ziyan, and the 3 of them ate together. After dropping the children off at school, Wang Yan told Gujia to bring all her documents, then drove to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Gujia was quite surprised by Wang Yan's decisiveness. She hadn't expected him to take her to register their marriage the day after their divorce. As a widow and orphan, remarrying was easy for her, even with her looks and charm, though finding an ordinary man would be a struggle. But finding a well-off elite was practically a pipe dream. Frankly, she had even considered staying with Wang Yan. She believed he would treat her and their child well. As for affairs, after experiencing betrayal once, she should have learned her lesson and understood things better. Even someone like Su Huanshan cheated, let alone someone like Wang Yan who was far superior. She couldn't control Wang Yan. Although she knew a marriage certificate was basically useless to Wang Yan, the legal confirmation of their relationship still made her incredibly happy. Wang Yan registered their marriage with her partly because he regretted not marrying Liu Sihu, and partly because he wanted to experience it. Even though not registering meant living the same life as Gujia, and it wouldn't interfere with his work, a sense of ceremony was still important, at least to make it seem like a proper ceremony. The Civil Affairs Bureau was still packed, but luckily they arrived early and finished the formalities before lunch break. Looking at the red marriage certificate in his hand, Wang Yan didn't feel anything special. He figured it was probably because he was in a movie world and didn't subjectively agree with the marriage, hence the lack of responsibility? Or maybe it was because he wasn't bound by moral constraints here and could do whatever he wanted? Or perhaps he had no worries about food and drink and no pressure? Anyway, he was completely unmoved. It was just another story. Let's go find a place to eat, then go to my company. Okay. Gujia was overjoyed with their marriage certificate. As for wedding? She didn't even mention it. What more could she ask for? The two ate a casual bite, and in the afternoon, Wang Yan took Gujia to his company. He clapped his hands at his employees, signaling them to quiet down. Afterwards, Wang Yan introduced Gujia to them, letting them get to know her. Ignoring the whispers of his subordinates, the two went to his office and had her sit on the sofa. Wang Yan took several contracts from his desk and handed them to Gujia. Take a look. If there are no problems, sign them. Gu Jia flipped through the contracts in her hand. These were the contracts Wang Yan had promised her, including the property rights to the 2 apartments in Junaiu Mansion and Xianaiu Mansion, as well as some other cash and stock assets. The 2 apartments alone were worth over 150 million, roughly 200 million. She was stunned by Wang Yan's generosity. "This is too much, I can't accept it." "Take it. I promised you. Besides, would you leave me?" Seeing her shake her head, Wang Yan continued, "Then that's it. Isn't this more effective than a marriage certificate? Besides, both apartments are mortgaged, it's not actually as much as you think. But don't worry, it will be paid off as soon as possible. This is my guarantee to you. Take it and sign it." Gu Jia had a lot of faults. But Wang Yan didn't seem to care much. It all comes down to money, and he has plenty of it. Money is just a number to Wang Yan, he doesn't care how much he has. He managed to win Gu Jia over with his money, and that was a good use of his resources. She's skilled in the essential skills of a stay-at-home woman, her character is decent, she's capable, and she's competent enough, unlike those 2 women, Wang Mani and Zhang Xiaoqin, who are always causing trouble. Wang Yan is quite satisfied with her. As long as there's some sincerity, other minor flaws don't really matter. After all, he'll encounter countless women, and getting to know women with different experiences and personalities is a kind of training in itself. Seeing his resolute and firm attitude, Gu Jia didn't hesitate and picked up the pen to sign. Wang Yan is different from Su Huanshan, he's too domineering. It's only with Wang Yan that Gu Jia truly feels cared for. After seeing her sign the contract and put it away, Wang Yan said, "Alright, that's settled then. I still have some things to take care of here, so I won't bother you anymore. Here are the car keys, you can drive back. We still need quite a few daily necessities at home, you can go shopping and pick some out if you have time. If you're not interested, then wait until Ziyin has a day off tomorrow, and the 3 of us can go together." Gu Jia nodded, said okay, kissed Wang Yan, and left. After going out, she drove Wang Yan's A8, called Wang Mani and Zhang Xiaoqin, and arranged to have coffee and chat for a while. After years of hard work, she couldn't compare to what Wang Yan had casually given her, plus she had always had an ambiguous and unspoken relationship with him. She needed someone to share her excitement. She wasn't trying to show off, just simply to share. Otherwise, keeping it bottled up would be uncomfortable and could even make her sick. After being a housewife for so many years, she hadn't lost any of her old friends and colleagues, which was why she contacted them. Despite the unpleasant incident between Wang Yan, Wang Mani, and Zhang Xiaoqin during her birthday celebration, Gu Jia considered them 2 separate matters. People hold a certain weight in one's heart, and Zhang Xiaoqin was undoubtedly more important to Gu Jia. She and Zhang Xiaoqin had known each other for many years and gone through a lot together, there was genuine affection between them. Knowing Zhang Xiaoqin as she did, if she heard that she and Wang Yan were together, she would only say a few words and move on. Wang Yan and Zhang Xiaoqin had no connection, so she would simply avoid mentioning it. While it might have some impact, it wouldn't be significant. As for Wang Mani, she was indifferent. Gu Jia knew from the last conflict that Wang Mani had definitely had some kind of affair with Wang Yan. Besides, there wasn't a deep connection between them, they were just superficial friends, best to be friends for a while, and if not, they'd be done with each other. But based on Gu Jia's understanding of Wang Mani, there was a high chance she would pretend nothing had happened. Wang Mani and Zhang Xiaoqin found it easy to skip work and slack off, one could accompany a client, the other could make a visit, they had plenty of excuses. The 3 met up at their usual coffee shop not far from the Junaiu Mansion. After ordering drinks, and after the waiter left, Gu Jia announced, "I'm divorced." X2 The 2 were stunned by Gu Jia's sudden words. Just a few days ago, she was all lovey-dovey on her 30th birthday, and now she's divorced? What happened? Zhang Xiaoqin blurted out. Wang Mani chimed in, "Yeah, Gu Jia, there wasn't a single sign before. This is so sudden." Gu Jia then explained the whole story to them. How could Su Huanshan be like this? He's a real scumbag. After hearing Gu Jia's account, Zhang Xiaoqin indignantly protested. She had known Su Huanshan since Gu Jia started dating, and she never imagined he was this kind of person. Wang Mani wasn't familiar with Su Huanshan, but seeing how affectionate they were just a few days ago, his sudden infidelity made her think it was shameful. Without hesitation, she joined Zhang Xiaoqin in criticizing him. So, The three of them launched into a full-blown attack on Su Huanshan, with Gu Jia recounting her entire emotional journey while the other two delivered the scathing critique. Women can be truly ruthless when they start hurling insults. Spittle flew everywhere. Wang Manny and Zhang Xiaoqin practically sent Su Huanshan back to his mother's womb before finally taking a large gulp of water to signal the end of the attack. Then they started discussing the division of assets, with Gu Jia explaining the breakdown to them. Gu Jia, what about Ziyan? What will happen to Ziyan? Zhang Xiaoqin asked. The child is with me. Thinking about Gu Jia raising the child alone, Zhang Xiaoqin almost burst into tears. What will you do now, Gu Jia? Wang Manny also looked at Gu Jia with pity. They both knew how difficult life was for a divorced mother with a child. Seeing their concerned looks, Gu Jia smiled. Don't worry, things will only get better from now on. The two were a little bewildered by Gu Jia's words. A widow and her child living better? Was the divorce too much of a shock? Had she gone mad? Gu Jia felt uncomfortable under their looks, as if they were looking at her like she was an idiot, and said helplessly, Don't look at me like that, I'm perfectly normal. Do you remember Wang Yan? Wang Manny, needless to say, definitely remembered him vividly, and looked at Gu Jia with some surprise. Zhang Xiaoqin, hearing Wang Yan, recalled the unpleasantness of the past few days. She frowned and asked, The one from your birthday party? What happened to him? Without answering, Gu Jia took out a marriage certificate she had just obtained that morning from her bag and placed it in front of the two. Seeing the smiling red background photo of Gu Jia and Wang Yan on the marriage certificate, the two reacted differently. How could they have imagined that Gu Jia would get divorced yesterday and get married today, especially with Wang Yan as her husband? Wang Manny's body stiffened noticeably upon seeing it. She truly regretted it. He was so rich, and Gu Jia, with her child, didn't mind. What did she lack? She only thought Wang Yan was plain-looking and rich, but not her type. She genuinely regretted judging him by his appearance and casually sleeping with him. Gu Jia saw Wang Manny's reaction, but said nothing. At the birthday party, Wang Yan clearly looked down on Wang Manny, so why bother with all that pointless fuss? Besides, even if she caused trouble, if Wang Yan really wanted to, she couldn't stop him. Zhang Xiaoqin, on the other hand, was much simpler. Why did you register your marriage with him? She spoke without thinking, only realizing afterward that she'd gone too far. Gu Jia could marry whoever she wanted, it was Gu Jia who would be living with him, not Zhang Xiaoqin. She quickly waved her hand, her face full of apology, and said, I'm sorry, Gu Jia, I didn't mean it that way, Gu Jia knew she didn't mean it and didn't let her say more. No need, I know what you mean. But he's very good to me and Ziyan especially likes him. She then took out the gift agreement she had just signed from her bag and put it on the table. There's no need to worry about anything else, take a look at this. The two of them flipped through the contract again. After flipping through it once, they fell silent. Wang Manny looked at Gu Jia with envy, jealousy, and hatred, and regretted it so much that she wanted to slap herself twice, then go out, turn right, walk straight, and plunge into the Huangpu River. Zhang Xiaoqin also stopped nagging. What could be more moving than 200 million? Why say so much useless stuff? Seeing their reactions, Gu Jia was satisfied. She had been holding it in for so long, and now she was truly relieved. She didn't interrupt them and leisurely drank her coffee. Today's coffee is especially sweet, delicious. After Gu Jia left, Wang Yan dealt with some company matters and finalized a few transactions. Afterward, he sat down to think about the next steps. Su Huanshan and Gu Jia were divorced, but he and Lin Yaoyao weren't officially married yet. This was actually easy to handle. Once Su Huanshan found out that Gu Jia and Wang Yan had registered their marriage, he'd probably marry Lin Yaoyao without hesitation. Or, with Lin Yaoyao's persuasive skills, she could convince Su Huanshan to agree to marry her. It should be done in a while. What he needed to consider was how to deal with those four bastards who called him ill-mannered. Old Wang, was so wronged. He didn't even want to mess with them, and they still came to trample on him. It wasn't that he was pretending, wasn't it right for him to give them a cold shoulder? Who did he know them? They weren't his father, why should he indulge their behavior? They were exposed and then got angry, calling him ill-mannered, and the four of them collectively confirmed it. Then you can't blame Wang for it. If he doesn't make them suffer, he'll write his name backwards. Chen Yu is a frontline reporter who also loves taking photos. After thinking for a while, He had an idea. He called his two subordinates and asked them to find Chen Yu's contact information, and also gave them some instructions. Then he called his subordinates and asked them to acquire a well-established and properly structured new media company. Building a team for that would take a long time, so it would be more cost-effective to acquire one. Not long after, Wang Yan received a message on his phone with Chen Yu's contact information. He immediately called. Chen Yu had been having a run of bad luck lately. His work was going badly, his marriage was troubled, and he was good at nothing. The vibration of his phone attracted his attention as he was focused on his work. Seeing that it was an unknown number, he ignored it and hung up. But no sooner had he hung up than another call came in, from the same number. Lately, Wang Yan was restless and somewhat impatient. "Hello, who is it?" He didn't care, he'd been cursed at even when he called to sell houses. This was nothing. "Hello, is this Chen Yu?" "Yes, it's me." "Who is this? What's up?" "If not, I'm hanging up." The rapid-fire questions showed his extremely bad mood. Wang Yan said, "I work in finance. I'm thinking of starting a self-media business, and I saw your news about a mother and her two children. I'm very interested in you and would like to talk to you. Do you have time?" Chen Yu thought for a moment. There was no harm in talking, and it might even be an opportunity. "We can talk. Tonight at 7 p.m., Eternal Cafe." "Okay, let's meet then." Wang Yan hung up. Wang Yan's plan was simple: cut off Zhang Xiaoqing's escape route first. If Zhang Xiaoqing and his family were clean, law-abiding citizens, then so be it. If not, he would take down him and the background he relied on. As for Zhang Xiaoqing, let her fend for herself and see how tough she was. Wang Yan hadn't met Chen Yu in person, but had some understanding of him from watching TV dramas. It wasn't that Chen Yu didn't want to change, but he carried too much on his shoulders. His elderly mother, his immature younger brother, his inexperienced wife, the mortgage and car loan, all these things weighed heavily on him. His father abandoned his wife and children when he was young, leaving him, his mother, and his two children to depend on each other. One can imagine how difficult it was. Of course, it wasn't about pitying him. There are countless people who need pity, and there's no limit to how miserable life can get. He just wanted stability, to study hard, work hard, and live a good life. He just wanted stability. He didn't dare to slam his fist on the table and yell at his boss, didn't dare to easily lose his job, didn't dare to easily try new things, and didn't dare to pursue his dreams. This was understandable. Logically speaking, Chen Yu was in his 30s, divorced, unmotivated, unambitious, insecure, with no future and no money to his name. Finding a partner would be incredibly difficult for him. What Wang Yan needed to do was give him the courage to change all of this, lend him a hand, ignite his latent desires, and let him experience the world. She believed that by then, he would be dazzled by all the temptations. Zhang Xiaoqing? Get lost, you idiot. He spent the afternoon at the company, handling some matters. Seeing that it was almost time, he sent Gu Jia a message, telling her he'd be home later. After all, it was their first day getting their marriage certificate. It wasn't a good time to be late. Wang Yan went out, hailed a taxi, and went to the agreed-upon place. When he arrived, Chen Yu, who lived nearby, was already waiting. Sitting down opposite Chen Yu, Wang Yan extended his hand. "Hello, Wang Yan. I'm the one who called you." "Hello, what would you like to drink?" Chen Yu shook his hand. "No need, let's skip the formalities and get to the point." Chen Yu indicated he was all ears. "I've looked into your situation, you seem like a good person. A sense of responsibility and conscience are very important, which is why I contacted you. However, your interpersonal skills are lacking. You must have faced a lot of exclusion, right?" Chen Yu didn't speak, it was a fact. "I don't have any of that nonsense here. Just focus on your work and don't waste time on useless things." Chen Yu remained non-committal to this statement that essentially confirmed his opinion of him. "Another thing is this news. Personally, I think we should be realistic and not overly pursue hype. Pay more attention to the unsung heroes of humanity. There are always many unsung heroes making selfless contributions. We should discover, promote, and praise them. At the same time, many misfortunes happen around us, like the mother and her two children mentioned on the phone. We should also do our part and gather more compassionate people to help them. Spreading truth, goodness, and beauty is what I want to do. What do you think, Chen Yu?" This was all said according to Chen Yu's ideas. He had to be convinced. Chen Yu was too excited. These words resonated with him. He had his own thoughts, but his position was too lowly to speak freely. His words were basically meaningless. I think so too. Suddenly, he opened up, and Tao unconsciously recounted examples from his daily work, criticizing their practices. Thank you, silent admonition, for the 500 coin reward. Thank you to the following 7 brothers for their monthly ticket support: Bijli, Curie, 0906301819202210, JGJTGJG, and thank you again to Brother U for your continued support. A daily thank you to all the brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to all the brothers who discovered a book and only read without commenting. Thank you again to all the brothers. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35 Zhao Jinggayu. Chen Yu found someone to confide in and poured out his grievances, denouncing various chaotic phenomena. He started with frontline news gathering, then moved on to the leadership, society at large, and the entire media industry, a torrent of complaints. It's best not to interrupt someone while they're passionately expressing themselves, because a free and unrestrained expression is a very pleasant thing. After bottling up feelings for so long, being able to release them is truly liberating. Wang Yan not only didn't interrupt, but he listened attentively with a smile, occasionally chiming in with a few words of agreement. He'd chime in at crucial moments to offer support. After Chen Yu had finished expressing his grievances, he remembered why he was there and what the person sitting opposite him did, realizing his behavior was somewhat inappropriate. He immediately smiled apologetically at Wang Yan. Sorry, I got a little carried away and talked a bit too much. He then picked up his coffee and took a sip to cover his embarrassment. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. You're absolutely right. Many of your ideas coincide with mine, which makes me admire you even more. Wang Yan waved his hand, suppressing Chen Yu's polite and modest words, and laughed. After all this talk, let's get to the point. Please go ahead. I told you on the phone before that I want to start a self-media business, and my talk about spreading truth, goodness, and beauty isn't just empty words. And through your words just now, I know you are a person with ideals, responsibility, and commitment. I have high hopes for you. So, I want to entrust this matter to an upright person like you. I'd like you to oversee everything and build a conscientious company from scratch. What do you think? Would you be willing to come and help me? Hearing that he was being asked to be the boss, Chen Yu was stunned for a moment. Being the boss was certainly good. After all, if you were to be the boss, it would be a huge leap from his current position at the TV station. Faced with such a windfall, such a great opportunity, it would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. However, Chen Yu was an honest man. He knew his own level as a frontline reporter and had a clear understanding of his own abilities. He couldn't let people down. He immediately shook his head and refused, saying, I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, the position you're offering is too high. I'm just a small reporter, and my abilities are really limited. Thank you for your appreciation, but I can't let you down. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Wang, I'm not qualified for the position you're offering. Don't be so quick to refuse. How do you know you can't do it if you haven't even done it? You've been a reporter for so many years, and you know a lot of people in the industry. You should know all those things, you just haven't had the experience or made any decisions before, Wang Yan said with a smile. And most importantly, if you don't have the ability, you can learn and improve. What I value most is character, other things don't matter. As long as you work hard, you can definitely do it. I'm not in a hurry for results, you have plenty of time. Take your time. Seeing Chen Yu open his mouth to explain, Wang Yan interrupted and asked, what's your treatment like at the TV station? Chen Yu thought for a moment and politely replied, including project bonuses and other miscellaneous things, it's about 200,000. Wang Yan waved his hand and said directly, then I'll double it for you, round it up, 500,000 after tax, with maximum benefits. Don't say anything more, I know your concerns, but Chen Yu, I don't care. So what do you have to worry about? It's settled. He stood up and patted Chen Yu's shoulder. Go back and hurry up and complete your resignation procedures. The company is currently undergoing acquisitions. Call me after you've completed your resignation procedures, and you can participate in the process. Goodbye. After saying that, regardless of Chen Yu's reaction, Wang Yan left directly. After all, with such good conditions and such a good position, what's there to refuse? What's there to hesitate about? To put it bluntly, even if Chen Yu is really incompetent and makes the company lose everything, Wang Yan will still support him. This amount of money is nothing. After leaving the coffee shop, Wang Yan took a taxi back to SYNOPSIS mansion. When he arrived home, Gu Jia had already prepared dinner, waiting for him to come back and eat together. Hearing the door open, Su Ziyan, who had been waiting impatiently, ran over and hugged Wang Yan's leg. "Dad, you're finally back. I'm starving." Wang Yan changed his shoes, bent down and picked Su Ziyan up. "If you're hungry, why didn't you eat? Mom insisted that we eat together when you came back." "Really? Then I'll tell Mom. How can you not let the little one eat? Don't be sad, let's go wash our hands and then eat." Wang Yan took Su Ziyan to the bathroom to wash his hands, and while they were washing, Gu Jia also put the dishes on the table. The three sat down around the table to eat. Wang Yan put a piece of food on Su Ziyan's plate and, watching Su Ziyan shoveling rice into her mouth, said, "Next time, you don't need to wait for me in these situations, just eat. Look how hungry Ziyan is." Gu Jia smiled and nodded in agreement. She just wanted Wang Yan to feel more at home. The meal was filled with laughter and conversation. Su Ziyan joked around, while Gu Jia took care of the child and chatted about the day's little events, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After dinner, as usual, there was a warm family activity. Wang Yan and Gu Jia played with Su Ziyan. After putting the child to sleep, Gu Jia and Wang Yan engaged in their usual loving activities as a couple. Hiss. Huff. Holding Gu Jia, Wang Yan took a drag of his cigarette and said, "I forgot to mention at dinner that I'm going to Hong Kong Island tomorrow and will be back on Monday. Are you taking the child? If you are, I might not have time to play with you, so it'll just be the two of you." Gu Jia hesitated for a moment. "No, I'm not going. You don't have time, and Ziyan has to go to school on Monday. 2 days won't be enough, and Ziyan will probably throw a tantrum." "Okay, then you stay home with Ziyan. We'll make a special trip there when we have time later." Wang Yan responded, and after whispering for a while, the two fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, after packing up, Wang Yan boarded a flight to Hong Kong Island, arriving in the afternoon. He walked out of the airport, hailed a taxi, gave the driver the hotel address, and asked him to drive there. Taxi drivers are all like that, they like to chat when there's nothing else to do, since driving alone is really boring. Wang Yan chatted idly with the driver, his eyes constantly looking out the window. The last time he was here was in the 1990s, during the filming of Infernal Affairs. 20 years have passed. And Hong Kong has changed quite a bit, though, after all, it's no longer one of the 4 Asian tigers. However, he didn't feel much nostalgia. Infernal Affairs didn't hold any appeal for him. Upon arriving, he booked a suite at the hotel. After settling in, Wang Yan went to the balcony and made a phone call. "Hello, Zhao Jinggayu. I think we can talk about Liang Xiangxin." "Okay, see you in a bit." Hanging up, he lay back in his chair for a while, admiring the scenery. Estimating the time was about right, Wang Yan headed to the agreed-upon meeting place with Zhao Jinggayu. It wasn't far, as the hotel was near Zhao Jinggayu's home. The agreed-upon place was also nearby, a tea house. Wang Yan arrived first, ordering a pot of tea and sipping it slowly. After a while, Zhao Jinggayu arrived gracefully on time and sat down opposite him. Wang Yan sized the woman up and down. To be honest, her looks didn't quite fit his aesthetic, but she wore high heels, was dressed smartly, and had a certain femininity and allure. Wang Yan extended his hand to her and said, "Hello, Wang Yan." Zhao Jinggayu. They shook hands briefly, and Wang Yan took the opportunity to give her a quick feel for her hands. "Not bad, quite young. What do you want to talk to me about, Liang Xiangxin?" Zhao Jinggayu didn't ask pointless questions like, "Who are you?" or "How did you find me?" After all, for someone to directly contact her and mention Liang Xiangxin meant they must have investigated thoroughly. As for who Wang Yan was, did she even need to think about it? It was definitely Liang Xiangxin's messy behavior that caused this trouble. She asked bluntly, and Wang Yan naturally went straight to the point. "I know you've been with him for several years, and he's been philandering everywhere without caring about you. Don't you want to break up with Liang Xiangxin?" Zhao Jinggai laughed. "Why would I break up with him? What good would that do me? Am I not living a good life now? If that's all you're going to say, then let's not waste each other's time. I know you've secretly transferred a lot of assets behind his back, Zhao Jingyu. If that's really what you're thinking, why transfer assets? Wang Yan directly exposed her pretense. Besides, you've been with him for 7 years and nothing's come of it. Can you be sure that one day someone better will come along, and he'll kick you to the curb, leaving you with nothing? But if you leave him, you'll have more money than you can spend in a lifetime, no one to restrain you, you can do whatever you want, date whoever you want, even changing 8 boyfriends a day wouldn't be a problem. Isn't that a good life? He was talking about real benefits. Zhao Jingyu had been devoted to Liang Xiangxin for so many years, dealing with his messy debts every day. Where was there any love or affection left? After listening to Wang Yan's words, Zhao Jingyu fell silent. After all, what he said was true. To say she had no ideas would be a lie, she simply had no other choice. Hong Kong's environment was unique. Families like Liang Xiangxin's operated in both the legal and illegal worlds. She, a woman who relied on men for survival, couldn't escape Liang Xiangxin's control. Now, it seemed like an opportunity, since he clearly came prepared. Regardless of whether it would work out, it wouldn't hurt to try. Zhao Jingyu thought for a moment and cautiously asked, "What do you plan to do?" Wang Yan nodded, his tone forceful. "I'll give you half a month to speed up the transfer of assets. I guarantee Liang Xiangxin won't have a chance to cause you any trouble. The rest is none of your concern, you don't need to worry about it." Having controlled a behemoth conglomerate and been a tycoon, Wang's ruthlessness and power were not to be underestimated. Although the Liang family wasn't a top-tier family, Zhao Jingyu hadn't been idle in Hong Kong for years, she had seen the world. She was familiar with Wang Yan's unwavering, life-or-death aura, which gave her confidence. At least the man sitting opposite her wasn't an unknown figure. To believe a stranger's words based on just a few words would be insane, but Wang Yan's imposing presence had won her over, so she might as well believe him for now. The main reason, of course, was that she had nothing to lose. After all, Wang Yan only asked her to transfer assets, nothing else. She was quite experienced in transferring assets, having done it in large and small amounts over the years. Now it was just a matter of speeding things up, so it didn't matter. But she still had to be careful. If Wang Yan was exaggerating and she made too many moves and was discovered, the consequences would be dire. However, overall, the risk was small. Zhao Jingyu thought for a while, then looked up at Wang Yan and affirmed, "Okay." Seeing her agree, Wang Yan took a sip of tea. "That's the main thing I wanted to talk to you about. As for the secondary matters," he looked her up and down, "would you be interested in coming over for a drink? Let's celebrate your impending freedom in advance." Zhao Jingyu wasn't a naive girl. Seeing Wang Yan's aggressive and audacious gaze, she understood perfectly well. Although she had only met Wang Yan for less than 10 minutes, it didn't bother her. After all, Liang Xiangxin was out there deceiving young girls all over the world, leaving her alone in Hong Kong. How could she not be lonely? She had suffered under Liang Xiangxin's gaze for years, and now that he had made enemies, she was happy to see it happen. So, getting to know him was no problem. They were both adults. Besides, after this brief encounter, she could tell that Wang Yan was no ordinary person. Feeling a little uncomfortable under Wang Yan's gaze, she immediately nodded and said, "Of course." "Very good." Wang Yan finished his tea, stood up, straightened his clothes, and turned to look at her. "Then shall we go?" As he spoke, he freed his arm. Zhao Jingyu smiled demurely, picked up her bag, and instinctively took his arm. The two of them, like a real couple, chatted and laughed as they walked out of the tea house and strolled to Wang Yan's hotel. The next day, Wang Yan woke up naturally, full of energy, and sat up, stretching lazily. Still fast asleep, Zhao Jingyu sensed Wang Yan's movement and woke up with a soft hum. After showering and getting ready, the two went out to a restaurant for lunch. While eating, Wang Yan asked, "Are you busy later?" "No, why?" "I'm going back tomorrow. Will you come with me to buy some gifts? I'm not very good at buying things for women." After all, she couldn't go back empty-handed. Women, no matter how old, always love gifts and surprises. "No problem," Zhao Jingyu replied. She didn't waste any words, whoever wanted to buy them was free. After lunch, Zhao Jingyu took Wang Yan to her favorite luxury store. Wang Yan readily agreed, showing her a picture of Gujia to match. Zhao Jingyu, being a wealthy woman who made her living by pleasing men, knew all too well about these things. She also knew Wang Yan wasn't short of money, so she went on a shopping spree. In short, he spent the whole day shopping and bought a lot of things: clothes, shoes, bags, watches, and all sorts of odds and ends. Anyway, his house was big enough to hold them all, so he just left his address and they could mail them to him. He wouldn't have to bother carrying them back. That evening, Zhao Jingyu, as expected, didn't leave. They lingered. Throughout the entire night, she never asked Wang Yan why he wanted to deal with Liang Xiangxin. That wasn't important, was it? After another wonderful night, after giving Zhao Jingyu some instructions, Wang Yan boarded a plane back to Shanghai. Actually, his trip to Hong Kong was specifically for Zhao Jingyu. First, when Wang Yan attacked Liang Xiangxin, it was easy to harm innocent people. A woman manipulated by Liang Xiangxin, who hadn't offended him, wouldn't it be bad to take down Zhao Jingyu along the way? Second, he wanted to get to know her. How could he do justice to his surname and to old Xiao? That was about it. Zhao Jingyu didn't have much influence and couldn't affect the overall situation. She wasn't of much use to him. Zhao Jingyu still held some weight in Liang Xiangxin's heart. Given how Liang Xiangxin treated her, Wang Yan figured she'd humiliate him thoroughly. Good bastard, always looking for trouble, trying to slap Wang Xiangxin in the face, showing off her power. She'd definitely leave a lasting impression. Firstly, there was the woman's betrayal, and secondly, the wealth she relied on. Combined, Liang Xiangxin was probably contemplating suicide. As for Liang Xiangxin's other family members, Wang Yan had investigated them when he first arrived in this world. Not a single one was good. Hong Kong used to be a polygamous society, and their family was quite large. The children schemed and plotted against each other for the inheritance, engaging in unfair competition and many other illegal activities, a whole host of filthy things. Wang Yan wasn't going to endanger their lives, it wasn't worth it, and he wasn't that heartless. Let them live on the streets, it would save them from doing nothing but showing off all the time. The plane landed at noon, and he took a taxi back to Xianai Mansion. Before returning home, Wang Yan had told Gujia. She insisted on coming to pick him up, but he refused, telling her to go about her business and not bother. When he got home, Gujia wasn't there. She was at a dessert shop playing games with her friends. After putting his things down, he quickly ate a bite downstairs and went to the company. Earlier, because his phone was off, Chen Yu had messaged him saying he'd already completed his resignation. After meeting Wang Yan that day, he was filled with anticipation for the upcoming challenges and the wonderful life ahead. He happily prepared a feast to celebrate. Zhang Xiaoqin, who was divorced but still lived with him, was curious when she saw Chen Yu dressed so well and asked what had happened. Chen Yu didn't mention Wang Yan, only saying that someone had offered him a job as a big brother, with a salary of 50 and top-notch benefits. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaoqin was happy for a moment, but that was it. What did that have to do with her? On the surface, everyone offered congratulations. But the true feelings were something only the person experiencing knew. Chen Yu happily spent his 2-day holiday, and this morning he went to his new job to resign. Although Chen Yu had worked there for many years and was experienced, for such a large television station, he wasn't indispensable. Moreover, his supervisor had many complaints about him, and the station agreed to his resignation as soon as he brought it up. They didn't even ask why. The process was incredibly fast. His colleagues didn't react much to his sudden departure. Seeing someone like that being ignored even before leaving made him feel like a failure, and he was even a little sad. Fortunately, his friend Manja showed him some concern, asking why he wanted to resign, which made him feel a sense of warmth. Chen Yu told him the truth, explaining the position and benefits Wang Yan had offered him. When he heard the salary, Manja exclaimed in surprise, "How much? 500,000. After tax?" This exclamation caused quite a stir. The previously indifferent colleagues gathered around, bombarding him with questions. After figuring it out, they inwardly cursed the boss for being brainless, wondering why this windfall didn't fall into their laps. But outwardly, they still offered congratulations, since Chen Yu had essentially landed a high position, and they might need his help in the future. They all said things like "let's keep in touch." Chen Yu had never seen such a scene of being fawned over before, except through television and novels, let alone experienced it firsthand. Faced with all the flattery, he felt a little flattered. However, he didn't say much. He genuinely wasn't used to this kind of thing. After a perfunctory thank you round of people, he left before noon. Thanks to Udeojiu, my good brother, for your continued support. Thank you again to Love, for your continued support. Thank you to And, for your monthly ticket support. Thank you to all the brothers who voted for recommendations. Thank you to all the brothers who commented and those who just read. I saw Brother Lao Jin's recommendation, thank you. And to those who advised me to persevere, I can only say try my best, I can't really say for sure. In short, thank you all very much for your kindness and support. Chapter 36 Going to Jiangsu and Zhejiang. As soon as Wang Yan entered the company, he saw Chen Yu drinking water. Sorry to keep you waiting, I just got back from Hong Kong. Chen Yu quickly stood up and greeted him, Mr. Wang, then added, it wasn't long, it's alright. Wang Yan was speechless. He'd be a fool to understand just those two sentences. Was he apologizing? Whose business was it? Without further ado, Wang Yan said, come with me. He led Chen Yu to his office and sat him down on the sofa. I only glanced at your resume briefly before, I didn't pay much attention to your family, Wang Yan said. Are you married? Chen Yu was a little embarrassed. Just divorced. What's there to be embarrassed about? I don't know your situation, but based on what I know of you, it must have been your ex-wife who initiated the divorce. And you were probably in a bad mood at the time, so you agreed immediately. Wang Yan emphasized the word ex-wife. Chen Yu was incredibly surprised by Wang Yan's clear explanation. President Wang, how did you figure that out? With a confident smile, he didn't answer but continued, are you having some regrets? Chen Yu remained silent. No need for this dramatic scene. Your ex-wife can't see it, and I don't want to. Wang Yan continued, marriage, in the early stages, might be based on love. But as love fades and passion disappears, you're no longer each other's only partner, then comes the mundane realities of daily life. Where are all those dramatic romances? Most couples lead ordinary lives. I'm not mocking you, you're one of those majority. Most girls might not want a dramatic romance, but they don't want it to be too mundane either. You want a stable life, and you're not a witty person, not very talkative. Life must be very boring. Then obviously, over time, conflicts will arise between you. Too many small conflicts will wear down your relationship, and that's it. Just like you and your ex-wife. Chen Yu looked enlightened, saying with hopeful eyes, Mr. Wang, you're absolutely right. So, is there any way to salvage this relationship? Hearing this, Wang Yan wanted to kick the bastard to death. Don't doubt it, old Wang had the ability. What did I pay you 500,000 for? And you actually dare to ask me how to win her back? Didn't you even understand the emphasis on my ex-wife? Suppressing the urge to kick him, Wang Yan said with a slightly seductive tone, why do you want to win her back? A failed marriage, even if you successfully reconcile, that experience is like a thorn, constantly pricking you. A broken mirror is hard to mend. Think about it, can things ever be the same as before? Chen Yu thought about it and realized it was true, but something felt off. He hesitantly nodded to Wang Yan. The past can't be retrieved, Chen Yu. What you want to win back is the past days and nights, not the future of cautiously testing each other, of treating each other with polite respect. Do you agree with what I'm saying? Chen Yu was still not entirely sure, but ultimately had to give his future boss face, so he hesitantly nodded again. This won't work, it's ineffective, Wang Yan continued. Besides, if you work for me, you'll definitely have to work overtime in the early stages, and later you might even have to travel all over the world. Being apart so much will be even worse, won't it? Chen Yu nodded in agreement, it was the truth. So, since you've already let go, you might as well let go cleanly and completely. Indecisiveness isn't the behavior of a real man. Why not look elsewhere? The compensation I'm offering you isn't bad either. Enjoy life, maybe you'll find a more compatible partner then. Chen Yu pondered, confused, and began to doubt himself. He felt that what Wang Yan said made some sense, but wasn't entirely correct. His thoughts were a jumbled mess, he couldn't figure out what to do. Alright, stop thinking about it, let's get down to business, Wang Yan interrupted after letting Chen Yu think for a while. People's thoughts aren't easily changed, and even if they could, he wouldn't have the ability. Wang Yan talked about the wonderful world outside, but Chen Yu hadn't experienced it, how could he believe it? So let's just give him some medicine first. After he's experienced it, Wang Yan can just give him a little more persuasion and he'll be fine. Chen Yu was interrupted by Wang Yan and looked at him with renewed focus. Wang Yan said, "The company is expected to be back in about a week. You'll be working with them for now." Chen Yu nodded. "The company will be in your hands then. Go for it boldly, don't hesitate. I only have one request. You came from a TV station, you should know how to handle this kind of situation, right? You can't be careless with this. If Chen Yu is stupid enough to bring up something sensitive and accidentally exposes someone's secret, things will get complicated. Chen Yu is the company manager, and more importantly, Chen Yu works for him. If something goes wrong, they'll come after him. He's not afraid of those people, but he hates trouble. Those bastards are too annoying. President Wang, don't worry about that. I guarantee there won't be any problems." This kind of declaration of determination is basically no different from farting. He himself has made plenty of those declarations before. "Alright, enough with the formalities. I want to see it for myself, not just hear it." Wang Yan said to the embarrassed Chen Yu, "That's all, nothing else. Did you bring your ID, bank card, and everything?" "Yes, I brought them all. Go and complete the onboarding procedures in a bit, I'll transfer the money to you first. Let's calculate it as a full year's salary, it's also a little bonus in advance." Chen Yu was flattered and momentarily incoherent. "Mr. Wang, really? Stop, you can't even speak properly. I understand what you mean, don't just thank me verbally, I'll wait for your results." Seeing that he still wanted to say a few more heartfelt words. "Stop talking nonsense," Wang Yan quickly interrupted. "Oh, right, I forgot to mention last time, you really like photography, right?" "Yes, Mr. Wang, I used to dabble in it for a while. Why? Here's what we'll do, you can start a photography column later. You're familiar with these things, so consider it an added responsibility." Wang Yan continued, "I can't let you work for nothing. Once you've got the company sorted out, I'll provide you with a full set of equipment. You can go and have some fun with other people when you have free time." Chen Yu's face flushed with excitement. Publishing news according to his own wishes, taking photos in his spare time, and not having to worry about food and drink, the wonderful life he had always dreamed of seemed within reach. Afterwards, Wang Yan called in his subordinates in charge of the acquisition, introduced them to him, and then, amidst Chen Yu's profuse thanks, had his subordinates take him to complete the formalities. Wang Yan also arranged some other things. After all, they were about to take on the Liang family, and they needed to prepare in advance. After completing the formalities, Chen Yu came out of the company, looking at the balance in his card, his hands trembled with excitement. He immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to his elderly mother at home and called to tell her. He didn't say much in response to the concern, only mentioning that the project bonus had covered it. Hanging up the phone, he looked up at the sky beyond the towering skyscrapers. "I guess I've finally made it," Chen Yu asked himself uncertainly. Forgetting all that, he strode towards the parking lot. A wonderful life begins today. Back home, another sumptuous dinner to celebrate his complete rebirth. But when Chen Yu looked at Zhang Xiaoqin, he couldn't help but think of what Wang Yan had said to him. This was due to Wang Yan's status, the same words spoken by a successful person were considered golden advice. But if someone who is nobody said them, you'd know they were just talking nonsense the moment they opened their mouth. Maybe I really should think about this carefully. Without his previous joy, Chen Yu finished a meal absent-mindedly. When engrossed in something, time often slips away unnoticed. He was completely absorbed in his work. Wang Yan was awakened by the noise outside the office. He checked the time, it was almost time to leave work. As he stepped out of his office, before he even saw her, he heard a series of "Thank you, boss lady." He knew it was Gujia, she was the only one he'd brought to introduce herself. Wang Yan had told Gujia beforehand that he needed to come to the company as soon as he returned. She had arrived just in time, about to leave work, so they could pick up Su Ziyan together later. Looking closer, he saw Gujia and two deliverymen distributing fruit. Wang Yan didn't have many employees, besides a few interns, most were in their 30s or 40s, and their incomes were quite high. Although Gujia's fruit was rather high-end, they weren't short of money. It was the sentiment that mattered, something much more precious than fruit. Gujia was indeed adept at winning people over. Seeing Wang Yan approach, Gujia gave him a gentle smile, then turned back to distributing fruit. While she was there, Wang Yan went back to tidy up his office, and Gujia finished by the time he came out. After saying goodbye to his employees, he put his arm around Gujia and left. Gujia arrived in her A8, with Wang Yan naturally taking the lead. They started the car and drove towards the kindergarten. In the car, Gujia talked about what had happened the past 2 days, not even bothering to ask what Wang Yan had been doing in Hong Kong. Unlike when she was with Su Huanshan, she wasn't so controlling. With Wang Yan, she genuinely had no such intentions. Why bother? Knowing too much would only cause distress. The two chatted and laughed as they picked up Su Ziyan from the kindergarten. Having not seen him for the past 2 days, Su Ziyan was missing him terribly, bombarding him with questions in the car. Wang Yan patiently answered, promising to take him out to play next time. Back home, Wang Yan took out the gifts he had brought with him. This made them happy, knowing that their husband, his father, was thinking of them. As for the many things Zhao Jingyu had bet, they wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. Gujia received a watch, costing over 100 yuan. The child's gift was simple. A toy bought on a whim at the airport. It would be fine, that toy would keep Su Ziyan happy for a couple of days. Sure enough, both were very pleased with the gifts, one kissed the other, and the other hugged his leg. Gujia had prepared the meal, and the family ate together in a lively atmosphere. By the way, Wang Yan, the tea factory we were working on is finally up and running. I was thinking of going to take a look in the next couple of days, Gujia said to Wang Yan, who was sitting beside her. If Gujia hadn't mentioned it, Wang Yan would have completely forgotten about it. Before he could even speak, Su Ziyan took his face out of his bowl, casually wiped the rice grains from his mouth, and quickly declared, I want to go too. I want to go too. Then his eyes darted around. This wouldn't do, it wasn't enough. If I didn't do something, you two wouldn't respect me. He threw down his spoon and stopped eating. Knowing that Gujia wouldn't work, he went straight over and hugged Wang Yan's waist, snuggling and acting coquettishly. Dad, let's go too. You didn't take me to Hong Kong Island, even though you said you'd take me out to play in the car. Sure enough, interest is the best teacher. When it came to playing, his speech became clear and organized. Gujia watched Su Ziyan's antics with a mixture of anger and amusement. She was about to grab him, unable to bring herself to hide him, but she wanted to scare him and teach him a lesson. Seeing Gujia's movement, Su Ziyan buried his head in Wang Yan's arms, crying, Dad, Mom's going to beat me. Help. Wang Yan smiled, stopped Gujia, and pulled Su Ziyan out, saying, Alright, I've thought about it, let's all go. Let's drive, we can see this scenery and stuff. Seeing Wang Yan agree, Su Ziyan ran around the room yelling. Gujia watched her child running around, worried about the impact on Su Ziyan's studies. A round trip by car would take at least half a month. With concern, Gujia said to Wang Yan, if we take Ziyan with us and drive, what will happen to his studies? Wang Yan waved his hand dismissively, it's alright, he's still so young. Knowledge isn't just what's in books, children should broaden their horizons and gain more experience. For him right now, that's far more beneficial than studying. He then changed the subject, oh, by the way, where's that tea factory again? In Pannan, Jiangsu-Zhejiang, not far. Jiangsu-Zhejiang? That's perfect. We can go to Linen and see Westlake while we're there. Yeah, that's decided. Wang Yan made the decision immediately, let's go tomorrow, we'll go in a campervan. Seeing that he had made up his mind, Gujia didn't say anything more. After calming the unruly Su Ziyan down, they continued eating and chatting happily. After dinner, the usual cozy activity, putting Su Ziyan to sleep. Having tasted the sweetness of success, and experiencing the benefits, Gujia felt a little uneasy after 2 days of emptiness. She put in extra effort this time, her performance no less impressive than their first time together. The next day, a tired Gujia woke up. She instinctively reached for her side, but found nothing. She knew Wang Yan must have gone to exercise early that morning, and couldn't help but curse him inwardly. She'd exhausted him, and he still managed to get up early to exercise the next day. Gujia was too embarrassed to say more about his physique. Dragging herself out of bed, she quickly tidied herself up and made breakfast. Wang Yan did hire a housekeeper. But cleaning such a large house would take the three of them half a day. It was too much work. So they only hired one, mainly for cleaning. Gujia didn't need her to cook. Gujia was determined to win Wang Yan's heart through his stomach. No matter how tired she was, she always cooked for the two of them herself. Nothing else to do, Wang Yan went for his daily morning run. The house was near the Huangpo River, so mornings felt quite good. He'd run 10 kilometers to warm up, then do a couple of random boxing routines to get some exercise and maintain his fitness. Back home, they woke Su Ziyan, and the two of them washed up. Gu Jia had already prepared breakfast. Her cooking skills were impeccable. The simpler the meal, the more difficult it was to prepare, and she made a simple breakfast into something fancy, which was definitely to Wang Yan's liking. Wang Yan's eating manners were passable, though he devoured the food with gusto. Su Ziyan, imitating his father, tried to eat as well, and having practiced martial arts, he also had a fierce, albeit slightly adorable, expression. The two of them ate like they were having a fight. Gu Jia watched the two of them devour the food with a beaming smile, feeling very satisfied. After breakfast, the two of them took Su Ziyan to school, and then went to a place that sold RVs. Wang Yan didn't know much about these things, but there was one thing he did know, and he was happy to be there. Wang Yan was straightforward. When they arrived, he told the salesperson, "You don't need to tell me this or that, I don't understand. Just tell me how much the most expensive one costs." The salesperson, seeing their attitude, understood immediately and, without saying a word, took them directly to see the vehicles they had displayed for showing off. These kinds of vehicles cost tens of millions, and generally no one buys them. After casually glancing around, Wang Yan realized the owner was quite wealthy. He had several types of vehicles, large buses, SUVs, extended trailers, and cargo vans. Wang Yan looked at them one by one and finally chose a bus-style vehicle. It was 12 meters long, with a lateral extension to expand its space. It also had a small garage, and to match the garage, the salesperson arranged for a smaller car. The interior was divided into 2 rooms, one large and one small. It was furnished with various solid wood furniture, leather sofas and chairs, and all sorts of other things. It was quite well equipped. Wang Yan mainly wanted the 2 rooms, otherwise, a single large bed with a child would be too inconvenient and affect his performance. Driving wasn't a problem, the system had provided him with a bus driver's license. The key issue was that he didn't know how to drive, the vehicle was too long to handle easily. However, it wasn't a big problem, he was a quick learner and fast, and he could practice more today to get used to it. The main thing was to ensure he didn't hit anyone, that would be too tragic. The rest, just drive slowly, bump into cars casually, after all, practice makes perfect. It cost over 10 million, money makes things easier, and the car was registered and picked up that same day. Let Gu Jia go about her own business, she couldn't see him driving so inexperiencedly, mainly because she was afraid she wouldn't dare ride with him. The rest of the day was spent practicing driving. He was nimble and quick-witted, picking it up quickly. It was all about getting the feel for it. After all, the car was so long, the blind spots were so big, once you got the feel, it was enough. But after practicing for a while, Wang Yan realized he'd had enough of this movie world. What was he going to do back in reality? He thought for a long time but couldn't come up with anything. He could only take it one step at a time, and figure it out later. After all, he still hadn't finished paying off his debts. Because they were leaving tomorrow, Su Ziyan didn't cause any trouble today and went to bed early. Wang Yan and Gu Jia also avoided excessive exercise to conserve their energy. Thanks again to brother, Chang Jiyan, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you again to brother, What's Going On Zhang Wei, for your continued support. Thank you to the following 6 brothers for their monthly ticket support. Book Friend 150,522,163,641, The Man Who Loves to Sleep Naked, The Blissful Child Immortal, Nangguang Yi, Book Friend 2019092522581389, and Book Friend 201808011804597991. Daily thanks to all the brothers who voted for recommendations. Thank you to all the kind brothers who commented and those who just read. Thank you all for your support. Also, revising the language is really difficult. Chapter 37 Yukamachi Village. The next day, Wang Yan returned home after some exercise. Sometimes, when he had something important on his mind for the next day, he would naturally wake up on time. As soon as he opened the door, Wang Yan saw Su Ziyan, unusually well-behaved, running around the house full of energy. Yesterday, he had been showing off to the other children at kindergarten. Seeing Wang Yan come in, Su Ziyan ran over excitedly. "Dad, I'm all ready. When are we leaving?" "We'll leave after breakfast." With that, amidst Su Ziyan's laughter, he picked him up and tossed him in the air. Let's go wash up first. After a playful wash-up, they ate the loving breakfast Gu Jia had prepared together. They then packed their things, mainly to see if they had forgotten anything. After a flurry of activity, accompanied by Su Ziyan's bouncing and constant laughter, and Gu Jia's loud scolding, Wang Yan nervously set off in his car. He had practiced quite well yesterday, but he hadn't actually driven on the road before. With so many cars on the road, even though he said he didn't care, he was still a little apprehensive. But in reality, things went quite smoothly. Most people might not know much about RVs, but seeing that they're not quite like public transport or buses, they can tell they're not cheap, which gave Wang Yan some leeway. There were no random honking incidents or staged accidents. After getting over the initial discomfort and a couple of traffic jams, he got used to it and became more and more adept. It was rush hour, so there was some congestion, but most of the traffic was heading into the city. He was heading out of the city, and once he passed the CBD, it was fine. He didn't take the highway because you couldn't see anything there. Wang Yan mainly traveled on national and provincial highways, but there were quite a few cars and scooters, electric bike riders, and pedestrians who didn't follow traffic rules. Plus, they wanted to see the scenery, so the frequent stops and starts made it slow. Aside from the occasional honking of large trucks and semi-trailers whizzing past him, the journey was generally quite pleasant. They drove through Hechen, Linan, and Yuzhou, sightseeing along the way, until they reached Hanglu village in Jianshan town, Pannan County, Wuzhou. The entire route was filled with mountains and rivers. The south is known for its abundance of water, with countless lakes and rivers. They passed through many historical, cultural, and geographical sites, including Wuzhen, Zidan, West Lake, Kayandao Lake, Liangzhu Ruins, Lanting, and Lusun's former residence. In each place, they hired a guide, as their knowledge of these things, gained from books and videos, was far less than that of a professional. Wang Yan paid well, and the guide provided excellent service, meticulously explaining various historical anecdotes and stories of famous figures, patiently answering the many questions from the three of them, especially Su Ziyan. A professional's knowledge was indeed different. While Wang Yan couldn't claim complete understanding, he certainly had a clear understanding. Through these experiences, Wang Yan also felt the flourishing culture and beautiful scenery of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, truly a land of outstanding people and abundant resources. During the day, they traveled and explored at leisurely pace, with Su Ziyan running around freely. Since children sleep soundly, there was no disturbance at night. Wang Yan and Gu Jia, on the other hand, were fully engaged in physical activity, which was a completely different experience from being outside. Finally, after a leisurely week, the family of three arrived at their destination, Hanglu village, Jianshan town, Pannan County, Wuzhou city. The village chief had already received word and organized a grand welcoming ceremony for the three. Gu Jia was a little overwhelmed. She hadn't expected the villagers to go to such lengths. Wang Yan, however, remained calm, understanding the villagers' intentions. They simply wanted to leave a good impression and secure this source of income. After 40 years of reform, our living standards are now incredibly high, but only a minority truly enjoy this abundance. Many still live in dire straits. The South is economically developed, and frankly, people there are much better off than those in the western mountainous regions. It's just that with better conditions, people want even better. If this source of income is retained and even expanded, life will get better and better, and everyone will have something to look forward to and be motivated. Wang Yan, pulling a curious Su Ziyan along, thanked the old village chief and the simple and warm-hearted villagers with Gu Jia. After everyone met and got to know each other, the old village chief set up a table to entertain the three of them, inviting several respected elders and a few younger villagers who could drink to keep them company. He warmly greeted the three of them, but mainly Wang Yan. How could they possibly serve a woman and a child alone? They could only serve him. Alcohol is a universal drink, and who drinks tea over food? Faced with various offers of drinks, Wang Yan accepted them all, drinking whenever someone suggested it, and occasionally returning a drink. The dishes served with the drinks were definitely the highest standard in the village, all hearty dishes. Some he had never even heard of, and after inquiring, he learned that those things were not cheap. Who knows, maybe someone was planning to sell these for money, but he got to enjoy them. It wasn't quite to the point where everyone had to chip in for the food, but it was still enough. Perhaps the old village chief had only brought out the rare delicacies that weren't readily available in the city. He couldn't afford to be pretentious and offend people. Even a strong tiger can't withstand a pack of wolves, and Wang Yan really got his comeuppance this time. He didn't even know how it ended. The next day, all his years of carefully cultivated biological clock were ruined. Wang Yan didn't get up until the sun was high in the sky. There was no one in the house. Rubbing his slightly aching head, he got dressed and got up. On the table beside him were toiletries and breakfast that Gujia had thoughtfully prepared. The breakfast didn't seem to be made by Gujia, because it was very simple and unpretentious. After eating the simple breakfast for lunch, he washed up and went outside. The sun was high in the sky, but Henglu village was located at a high altitude and surrounded by mountains, so it didn't feel hot, just very sunny. Wang Yan strolled through the alleys. The whole village had come out yesterday, and everyone had seen them. Passers-by greeted him from time to time. After inquiring about the tea factory's location, Wang Yan strolled over leisurely. He hadn't had a chance to properly observe the area yesterday before being quickly overwhelmed by the crowd. This time, however, the scenery was indeed quite beautiful. The bamboo houses and stone buildings lining the alleyways, the moss-covered, uneven stone steps weathered by time, all exuded a poetic charm. If, in the morning, the distant mountains shrouded in mist, the sounds of children playing, the reading aloud from the school, and the greetings of old neighbors were present, it would be absolutely stunning. Enjoying the scenery along the way, he arrived at the tea factory without realizing it. Inside, he saw Gujia looking distressed, listening to her subordinates who had been sent earlier talking. Seeing Wang Yan arrive, the subordinates stopped talking and greeted him. Wang Yan nodded to his subordinates. "Are you feeling all right?" Gujia asked with concern. She had watched them drink, and it had pained her greatly. Seeing how much Wang Yan had drunk, she didn't think about his previous relationship with Su Huanshan. After all, he was completely drunk, but Wang Yan was just trying to save face and was in good spirits, so he drank a few more rounds. Wang Yan shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Seeing him shake his head, Gujia didn't say anything more. They were both adults, they knew how uncomfortable they were, so a little concern was enough. She continued to ponder something with a worried expression. If it was something serious, she would either bring it up herself or pretend nothing was wrong and bury it herself. Gujia's act was clearly waiting for his attention. Wang Yan couldn't be oblivious. Even though he knew what was going on, he still stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you looking so worried?" "Tell him," Gujia said to her subordinate. "It's like this, Mr. Wang, the tea factory." Then the subordinate rattled off the story. Just like in the drama, issues with qualifications and losses, it was all about money, nothing serious. Wang Yan listened attentively, then told his subordinates to go play around and said to Gujia, "Is that all? I'll transfer 5 million to you in a bit, and everything will be settled, right?" "Oh, it's not about that," Gujia said unhappily. This time, Gujia didn't appear as distraught as in the drama. She had over 10 million in cash at her disposal. Wang Yan understood that she was thinking about how some of her past actions and thoughts made her feel like a clown, while others watched the spectacle without saying a word. Being made a fool of didn't feel good, and she was simply feeling ashamed and annoyed. "Is it that Mrs. Li?" Wang Yan asked knowingly. Gujia nodded firmly, her face bearing the same expression as that old woman. Smiling nonchalantly, Wang Yan took out his phone, opened a file, and handed it to Gujia. Taking the phone without understanding what was going on, Gujia glanced at it, and then shuddered in shock, the phone slipping from her hand. Wang Yan reacted quickly, catching it in his hand. He prevented the screen from shattering. His subordinates often needed to consult him about things, and a broken screen could cause a lot of delays. "It's up to you. Don't they have a small estate? Everything else is fine, it's just too big. It wouldn't be very interesting for the three of us to live there." Wang Yan shook his head, a hint of regret in his voice. Gujia was still shocked. Such a big thing was beyond her comprehension. "Where did you get all this stuff? You just put it on your phone like that?" It's understandable that she reacted so strongly. For someone with a little money like her, these things were things she had only imagined. Now, she held a trump card, not much better than a child waving a knife. This was the root of the trouble, something she couldn't control. When Wang Yan first arrived, he spent a lot of time and paid a considerable price. He investigated everyone Gujia had connections with, gathering all sorts of dirt on them. He showed Gu Jia the glorious deeds of Mrs. Li's family, including bribery, collusion, asset transfer, unfair competition, tax evasion, a murder case, and even some things involving her son, chasing women, forcing pregnancy, bullying, drug use, promiscuity, and a whole bunch of other shady dealings. The parties involved certainly thought they were foolproof, but everything leaves a trace. Even if they handled it well, generally no one studies them. Those who can study them are all opponents of the same level, and none of them are good people. You have something on me, but I don't? Those of higher rank know their place and are always extremely respectful, never causing trouble. Those of lower rank don't even have the guts to try and swallow an elephant whole. Unless they're chosen by fate, one kick from the elephant is basically the end of them. How many lives do they have to live like that? Only Wang Yan is truly fearless. If it's about playing by the rules, everyone plays along, seeing who has the toughest methods. If it's about playing by the rules, Wang Yan guarantees to make his entire family disappear. As for the insecurity of storing it on a phone, he's taken simple measures to prevent rogue software from easily obtaining information. Not to mention that generally no one intentionally steals data from anyone's phone. Even if someone does, the thief would be forced to kneel down after seeing it. As for blackmailing for profit, that's up to the individual's choice. Human nature is too complex, and no one can predict it. If someone is really reckless enough to give them a taste of their own medicine, then they deserve it. Don't worry about any of that. Just tell me what you want to do, Wang Yan said. Gu Jia hesitated for a long time, but finally gave up. First, she didn't want to cause trouble for Wang Yan. The information in those documents was too terrifying. Second, she knew she was just being greedy and had no one to blame but herself. With a sigh, Gu Jia shook her head. That's it. I was blinded by greed. Let it go. Wang Yan thought she was afraid and hugged her. It's okay, don't overthink it. There's absolutely no problem. The best outcome for that family is jail time. He didn't say anything bad. It was too bloody and not suitable for Gu Jia, who had grown up in peace. It's true, I really don't want revenge. There's no need for such a big fuss. Let it go, Gu Jia said, nestled in Wang Yan's arms. This confirmed with Wang Yan that Gu Jia genuinely didn't want revenge, so he didn't say anything more. This was the so-called better safe than sorry, the so-called suffering a loss is a blessing. He really didn't care, it was up to Gu Jia to choose. If you say do it, I'll definitely do it. If you say forget it, then forget it. There's no need to create trouble for yourself, it's too tedious and pointless. With her worries gone, Gu Jia perked up. Kids make friends easily. Su Ziyan only arrived yesterday, and today he's already playing in the mud with them. Gu Jia found Su Ziyan, his face and body covered in mud, pinched his ear, and pulled him away. The carefree boy even waved to his friends, saying he'd continue tomorrow. Gu Jia didn't dare scold him in front of the other children, mainly because their upbringing and family environments were different. If she said anything to Su Ziyan's face, the other children's fragile and sensitive hearts would be hurt. Of course, she couldn't scold him back home either. Su Ziyan ran behind Wang Yan for protection as soon as he returned. Wang Yan didn't care, he'd been a silly kid who played in the mud, peeing all the time. Su Ziyan was much better at it. She gave Su Ziyan a bath and changed his clothes. The family of three, led by the old village chief, went to see how tea is made, so Su Ziyan could broaden his horizons and brag about it to his kindergarten friends. They spent the afternoon observing the entire process, from picking and roasting the tea leaves to drying the finished product, all done by hand. Afterwards, the old village chief tried to get Wang Yan to drink. Wang Yan refused, not because he was afraid, but because he couldn't do that every day. He came to have fun, not to become a drunkard. The old village chief was somewhat disappointed but didn't insist. They had a few dishes and a small drink, and that was it. After putting Su Ziyan to sleep, Gu Jia lifted the covers and lay in Wang Yan's arms. Feeling Wang Yan's hands getting a little restless, Gu Jia smiled slightly. I got my period. She also felt a little relieved. Liking something was one thing, but she couldn't always like it, she couldn't stand it. Wang Yan helplessly withdrew his hand, there was nothing he could do about it. However, seeing Gu Jia's cherry-like lips so close to his, Wang Yan leaned in and kissed her. Then he whispered something in her ear. After hearing Wang Yan's words, Gu Jia's face immediately turned red. She had never experienced anything like this before. Unable to resist the beast's persistent advances, she slowly slipped into the covers. They stayed in Hanglu village for a week. With Gujia busy every day, thinking about the future production and sales of the tea factory, the father and son were truly comfortable. Su Ziyan spent his days happily climbing trees, catching fish, and playing in the mud with his friends. Wang Yan, on the other hand, wandered around every day, looking here and there, also quite content. It wasn't that Wang Yan didn't want to take care of Gujia. If he intervened, what would Gujia do? Besides, it was just a few things, letting her do them was enough. During this time, Su Huanshan even called, asking Gujia where she had taken Su Ziyan. He had finished his honeymoon with Lin Yaoyao and was almost done with it before remembering he had a son. As luck would have it, the whole family was there when he made the call. Su Ziyan happened to call Wang Yan dad, and that dad was truly jarring. Memories of how he met Wang Yan flooded his mind, and Su Huanshan was practically going crazy on the other end of the phone. He launched into tirade against Gujia and Wang Yan, accusing Gujia of wronging him first, and so on, using every nasty insult imaginable. Wang Yan, sharp-eared and perceptive, heard everything clearly. But he didn't care at all. I might even be able to go toe-to-toe with Lao Xiao someday, he thought. Who do you think you are? Gujia, being upright and fearless, didn't care what Su Huanshan thought and remained silent. After a while of ranting, Su Huanshan stopped when there was no response and angrily hung up the phone. Once he calmed down, it was too late. There was no point in saying anything more. Just as Wang Yan had predicted, the system notified him the next day that the task was complete. Thanks to brother, lazy old Wang, for the 500 coin reward. Thank you to reader, 201907231103104005, for the monthly ticket support. A daily thank you to all the kind readers who voted and recommended the book. Thank you to everyone who commented or just read. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 38. The operation begins. Good times must come to an end, and a week passed. Amidst the villagers' anticipation, the family of three embarked on their journey home. Gujia was eager to return to Shanghai. She had spent this time organizing a considerable amount of data and developing various ideas, ready to roll up her sleeves and get to work. Wang Yan, however, wasn't in a hurry, and Su Ziyan was even more excited. Knowing they had another week to play, he was overjoyed. With a family vote 2-1, Gujia had no room for objection. In the end, they made another stop-and-go trip to Ningbo and Zhoushan, went out to sea, and visited Dongji Island and Putuo Mountain. After a long detour, they finally returned to Shanghai. Back home, the three of them rested for a day. They were all exhausted from the trip and just wanted to lie down and do nothing. Even Su Ziyan, who had been bouncing around the whole way, was listless. This was understandable. More than half of the 20-odd days had been spent on the road. Having seen so much in a rush, returning home felt a little disorienting. Through this experience, Wang Yan gained some experience. Going out for a stroll like this is just for novelty. To be honest, it gets a bit tiring towards the end. It's better to live in the local area for a while, experience it, and understand it deeply to gain a deeper understanding and more than just a superficial experience. He slept soundly in his big bed at home. Su Ziyan happily went to kindergarten and bragged to everyone. Gujia went to a dessert shop to meet up with the older women in the wives' circle. This time she learned her lesson and wouldn't be so naive as to think she, Gujia, was someone important. She didn't bother with Mrs. Li and still warmly greeted them. The news that Gujia was with Wang Yan had also spread among the wives' circle recently. This was normal, because several of them had husbands who collaborated with Wang Yan and knew about it from chatting with his subordinates. There are no secrets in this circle. If you're willing to inquire, you'll know Wang Yan's level. In the original drama, Gujia was so much lower in rank than them, yet she still managed to rise to her core position. Now that she's with Wang Yan, need I say more? Even Mrs. Li came over to apologize, saying it was all her subordinate's fault and she knew nothing about it. This wasn't Mrs. Li backing down. In truth, the Li family completely overshadowed Wang Yan. It was just a show of respect for Gujia's promotion and a way to maintain appearances. Gujia clearly sensed the change in their attitude towards her, but didn't know why. She had to ask Mrs. Yu, whom she knew well, to find out the reason. After understanding, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "So I'm Mrs. Wang now." This feeling was strange. Before, without a strong background, she looked down on them, thinking these old women were nothing special. But now she was Mrs. Wang, she had truly become one of them, And only after all this time did she understand, this feeling was truly wonderful. She no longer felt resentful or looked down on them. That's how people are, after all. Why stand when you can lie down? Moreover, as a beneficiary, who knows when they might lose their integrity and use the same tactics they used on her to disgust the next Gujia. After their get-together, she met up with her best friend. They'd kept in touch during this time, mostly sharing pictures of good food and scenery, and exchanging pleasantries, but nothing much to say. They were all too busy to chat. The three friends met again at the same coffee shop. Upon seeing Gujia, Zhang Xiaoqin excitedly hugged her, pouting, "Gujia, I missed you so much. Why did you only just come back?" Gujia smiled and explained, expressing her longing for them both. They ordered drinks and settled down to chat. "I saw the photos you posted. That tea factory place is so beautiful," Wang Yan said, taking a sip of coffee. Zhang Xiaoqin nodded in agreement. She also thought the place was lovely. "It's all right. I'll take you to there sometime," Gujia replied, then described the place, earning a satisfied glimpse of envy from the two friends. The three friends chatted for a long time about their itinerary. Gujia mainly answered their questions casually. That's normal. They usually travel abroad frequently, and within China, they mostly visit well-known, famous places. Wang Yan and her friends, however, have traveled to many lesser-known but equally beautiful places. Sometimes, even an unknown stretch of road or mountain can be a rare scenic wonder. You never know when, where, what, or who will suddenly amaze you. That's the greatest charm of travel. Having finished talking about the trip, Gujia asked the two, all right, enough about me. How have you two been lately?" Then, she looked at Zhang Xiaoqin. "How are things going with Zhang Xiaoqin?" At this, Zhang Xiaoqin became conflicted. It's still the same. I don't know what to do. When I'm with Zhang Xiaoqin, I think of Chen Yu, and when I'm with Chen Yu, I can't help but think of Zhang Xiaoqin. What should I do?" She looked at Gujia and Wang Yan with a pleading expression. Gujia comforted her, "Since that's the case, why not enjoy being single for a while? Maybe you'll understand after some time." Wang Yan chimed in, "Yeah, Xiaoqin. Why not take better care of yourself when you have free time? You're naturally beautiful. Taking care of yourself will only make you more attractive. Who knows, other handsome guys might even confess to you." They both laughed heartily, making Zhang Xiaoqin blush. "Oh dear, you're laughing at me again, teasing me." Zhang Xiaoqin playfully nudged Wang Yan, displaying her girlish charm. After a while of laughter, Gujia said, "Hey, Xiaoqin, speaking of Chen Yu, what's he up to? We haven't heard from him in ages." Wang Yan didn't answer. She wasn't familiar with him. Mentioning Chen Yu, Zhang Xiaoqin's expression became quite interesting. Seeing this, Gujia perked up. "What's wrong, Xiaoqin? What's that expression?" Wang Yan also looked on with a gossipy expression. Looking at the two pairs of gossipy eyes, Zhang Xiaoqin said helplessly, "Him? His luck has really turned around. A while ago, he resigned from the TV station because..." Zhang Xiaoqin then recounted the whole story. After listening, Gujia and Wang Yan were both surprised. Gujia knew Chen Yu well and knew that he had really struck it rich, which was why she was so surprised. Wang Yan was surprised by Chen Yu's salary. Although she didn't care about 500,000 yuan after tax, she knew that it was rare to earn that much. Wang Yan asked curiously, "He's doing well now, so what did you mean by that expression just now?" "Oh, you guys don't know. Ever since he changed jobs, he's been getting busier and busier, and lately he's been staying away from home for days on end," Zhang Xiaoqin explained. Since he started working there, Chen Yu had been busy the very next day. He was closely involved in the company's acquisition, investigating all sorts of legal and financial matters, otherwise he would end up like Gujia. Besides, he was going to be the boss of the company, and he would be responsible for all sorts of things. To live up to Mr. Wang's trust, Chen Yu was extremely diligent. Initially, the acquisition of the company was manageable, but after the acquisition was completed and he officially started working, Chen Yu felt the pressure mounting. This pressure stemmed entirely from Chen Yu's inadequacy and low skill level, like a mountain constantly pressing down on him. There was no other way but to work day and night, learning on the job. Internal company restructuring, personnel allocation, news topics, he was busy to the point of exhaustion. He had no time to think about romance or love. He was lucky to even have time to sleep. Zhang Xiaoqin, to be honest, wished Chen Yu all the best in his current situation. What bothered her was that as Chen Yu became increasingly busy, in the limited time they spent together, she clearly sensed that his feelings for her were fading. Before the divorce, she knew Chen Yu still wanted to be with her. Plus, with Zhang Xiaoqin pursuing her, the feeling of being fawned over by two men had made her somewhat infatuated. Now that Chen Yu was too busy to care for her, she began to feel insecure and anxious. Gu Jia thought to herself, "You've already divorced them, let them come back if they want, what's it to you?" But she couldn't say that directly, so she asked, "So you regret it?" Hearing Gu Jia's words, Zhang Xiaoqin hesitated again. "It's not that I regret it, it's just, I don't know how to say it." Seeing her like this, Gu Jia and Wang Mani expressed their understanding. She just couldn't bear to part with Zhang Xiaoqin. Wang Mani offered a token word of advice. That's what Gu Jia said. "Why don't you just enjoy being single and think it over carefully?" Gu Jia didn't want to say anything more, it was pointless. She asked Wang Mani, "How have you been lately? Didn't you message me a few days ago saying you wanted to be transferred to Hong Kong?" Wang Mani got angry at this. "Don't even mention it." As soon as I mentioned going to Hong Kong, Liang Xiangxin changed the subject. "I said I wanted to go back with him a couple of days ago, but he didn't agree. He left that afternoon without even telling me. I don't know what happened." She then recounted her experience with Liang Xiangxin and asked, "Do you think he's up to something in Hong Kong? He just wants to play around with me. Otherwise, why didn't he take me back to meet his family?" This was Wang Yan's fault. Zhao Jinggai was busy transferring assets and didn't have time to bother her. Gu Jia knew this from the beginning and didn't want to pressure her. Zhang Xiaoqin was a little less direct, analyzing the situation for the two of them. Wang Yan went to work early that morning. He had accumulated a lot of things to deal with over the years. Wang Yan had been keeping track of Chen Yu's situation. Although busy, Chen Yu was enjoying the feeling of progress he was making every day. Let him have some fun for a while. Wang Yan didn't have time to manage him recently. The operation against the Liang family had begun a few days ago, which was why Liang Xiangxin had returned in such a hurry. The Liang family owned a listed company, and Wang Yan directly sent various damaging information to the Hong Kong government to report them, taking several senior executives of the company away for investigation. The market capitalization of most listed companies far exceeded their actual value, so any slight disturbance had a significant impact. With the stock market crashing, Wang Yan's men took the opportunity to manipulate the market, constantly raising and lowering prices to deplete their funds. Crucially, their family was also involved in real estate, with numerous projects in China. Those are asset-heavy businesses that consume a lot of cash. Caught off guard, they were caught off guard and scrambled to catch up. Various loans naturally followed suit, like a broken drum being beaten by everyone, a wall being pushed down by all. Calls from this bank and that bank poured in, enthusiastically inquiring about their current situation and subtly reminding them that they still had to repay their debts. However, after so many years of cooperation, there was still some semblance of respect. The key was that although the Liang family suffered considerable losses in the first wave, they managed to hold on. Therefore, they weren't pressured to repay the loan. Otherwise, even if they hadn't repaid a significant portion, they would have faced severe consequences, including various asset seizures. Rumors of various scandals involving the Liang family circulated widely, their veracity questionable, but certainly quite outrageous. No matter the circumstances, people can never get enough of gossip about wealthy families. The rumors were simply uncontrollable. The Liang family, a family of elites, had achieved their current status. None of them were fools. It was obvious someone was targeting them, but their investigations hadn't uncovered who was behind it. Zhao Jinggai witnessed all of this. She wasn't stupid either. Such a large company couldn't be destroyed overnight. If Liang Xiangxin returned and discovered she had transferred so many assets, he would tear her apart. Since they were already overwhelmed with problems, and Liang Xiangxin was busy chasing women in mainland China, no one cared about her. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best, Zhao Jinggai thought, and the day before Liang Xiangxin was to return, she bought a plane ticket and ran away. She decided to wait a year or two before coming back, otherwise she wouldn't feel at ease. Liang Xiangxin rushed back in a hurry, not explaining much on the phone, but after listening carefully, he understood what had happened. When his siblings saw him return, they exchanged glances and found their target. The eldest brother asked first, "You still have the nerve to come back? Did you cause trouble?" Liang Hengxin opened his mouth to defend himself. The second brother pressed on, "If it wasn't you, then who is it? With you chasing girls all over the world, who knows who you've offended?" The remaining sisters and brothers also gave him a lecture. Even Grandpa Liang became suspicious of him, looking at him with a dangerous gaze. Liang Hengxin felt wronged. "Am I as brainless as you guys? Don't I investigate before I chase girls?" He lost confidence after being scolded. Could it really be that I offended someone? Then he started thinking about who he had offended, going through his thoughts from beginning to end and from end to beginning. He recounted all the women he'd slept with and the men he'd trampled over the years. The only one he could think of was Wang Yan, with whom he'd had a minor conflict. In his opinion, that was nothing serious, not worth the effort to destroy him. Suspicion necessitates investigation. How could he feel at ease without a clear answer? He couldn't come up with a solution, so it seemed the only option was to take drastic measures. He told them to go back and prepare funds to prepare for the upcoming blows. Old Master Liang waved them away. Liang Hengxin left the Liang family's old house in a disheveled state and returned to his and Zhao Jingayu's home. On the way, he'd been thinking of venting his frustrations, but when he got home, Zhao Jingayu was nowhere to be seen. He didn't think much of it, assuming she'd gone out to run some errands. He immediately took out his phone and called Zhao Jingayu. Hearing the voice saying, "Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable," Liang Hengxin had a bad feeling. He hurriedly called his subordinates to inquire about what Zhao Jingayu had been up to lately and where the funds had gone. "Boss, it's like this, Miss Zhao," the subordinate babbled on. Liang Hengxin was lost in thought for a moment, then his phone clattered to the floor. The subordinate called out twice, "Boss? Boss? Are you there?" before hanging up after saying something. He didn't know what had happened to Liang Hengxin, but he knew all too well that the Liang family's affairs had spread throughout Hong Kong recently, and he was aware that most of the rumors circulating about Liang Hengxin were true. Based on his years of experience, the chances of him turning things around were slim, and his boss was about to be finished. Moreover, he was a thoroughly capitalist, not friendly to them at all. He was busy looking for another job and didn't have time to care about his boss. Whatever, it had nothing to do with him anyway. Liang Hengxin sat on the floor, dejected. "Answer it. Answer it." He repeatedly tried to contact Zhao Jingayu through various available means with his cracked phone. The result was inevitable. Without exception, all attempts went unanswered. Unable to reach him for a long time, Liang Hengxin yelled and angrily threw his phone against the opposite wall, shattering it into pieces. He had lost most of his fortune and was basically penniless. Given the current state of the Liang family, he was essentially ruined. This was also because Zhao Jingayu wasn't confident in Liang Hengxin's abilities and dared not go too far, otherwise, he would definitely be homeless. "You bastard, you filthy bastard. Zhao Jingayu, don't let me catch you." Liang Hengxin barked helplessly. Wang Yan knew about all this. After all, the cunning old man enjoyed the sense of accomplishment of being the mastermind behind everything. It was like that criminal psychology story where criminals, after killing someone, would still idly go back to check on the situation. This was just the beginning. Just as Zhao Jingayu thought, such a large company would take some time to bring down. He would only keep an eye on it for the next couple of days, the rest was none of his concern. He could leave these matters to his subordinates, they would handle it well. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse, that's a valid point. The Liang family's businesses are mostly in Hong Kong and mainland China, so it's natural for them to plan ahead. Wealthy people like to diversify their assets. It's normal for the Liang family to transfer some assets and businesses overseas, but according to Wang Yan's investigation, it wasn't too much. He didn't care if they continued to live comfortably abroad. Their overseas property holdings relied on their foundation and influence in China. They maintained connections with the international elite, giving them face. But once they lost their roots in China, like rootless duckweed, could they really live comfortably abroad? Impossible. Did they really think everything would be fine once they went overseas? Their former partners wouldn't even give them a second glance. They had no face, only shoe inserts. Who could they possibly build relationships with? They lacked influence, connections, and various ethnic issues. The locals wouldn't care, and all sorts of problems could drive them crazy. Chapter 39 Drinking Tea. Wang Yan dealt with a backlog of work and gave some instructions regarding the Liang family's actions. He also had tea with two bosses, chatted a bit, and the day was over. He felt like he hadn't accomplished much, and before he knew it, it was evening. Gu Jia called that evening, wanting to go with him to pick up Su Ziyan. Wang Yan drove Gu Jia to the kindergarten. Su Huanshan will be here soon too, Gu Jia said in the car. Okay, I know. After a moment of silence, Gu Jia continued, my dad knows about us. He called me today and said he wants to meet you. As she spoke, she secretly observed Wang Yan's reaction. Being a second marriage couple is difficult to handle, especially since they had only met once at her birthday party. If her father were someone important who could help Wang Yan's career, that would be fine, but the problem was, her father didn't have that kind of influence. She worried that Wang Yan would be resentful. After all, no one would feel good about having a father figure on their head. Wang Yan, focused on driving, didn't react to this, which was perfectly normal. In an instant, he understood what had happened. Gu Jia wouldn't tell her father about this. He was an adult, and her father had a heart condition. She would keep it a secret for as long as possible, not wanting her father to worry. Without a doubt, it was because Su Huanshan had discovered their affair last time and was increasingly upset. In his anger, he called Gu Jia's father to berate her and shift all the blame onto her. A grown man acting like a woman, his mouth was as loose as his mother's waistband. Then let's have dinner together at home tonight. I'll meet your dad, so he can feel at ease. Seeing Wang Yan's reply, Gu Jia breathed a sigh of relief. She called her father and asked him to wait for them to pick him up. Women always overthink things. She had just breathed a sigh of relief when she immediately started worrying about what to do when she saw Su Huanshan. She wasn't worried about anything else. She knew Su Huanshan's personality well. Her only concern was that he might cause a scene in public, regardless of the consequences. She didn't care much about herself, but Su Ziyan still had to attend school there. How could a child withstand the gossip and rumors? After all, things had changed. It wasn't far, just 2 blocks away, and they arrived quickly. The kindergarten was quite upscale. The area outside looked like a car show. If there were a queue, Wang Yan's A8 definitely wouldn't be able to get a spot. Cars were parked haphazardly, and during rush hour, the traffic was terrible. They slowly squeezed in to find a parking spot. Su Huanshan, with his sharp eyes, saw them get out of the car and came over arm in arm with Lin Yu. Old Wang, you really are my good brother, Su Huanshan said sarcastically. He didn't act rashly. After all, some time had passed, and he had calmed down. Without mentioning Wang Yan's identity, arguing and even resorting to violence would be pointless and would only make Gu Jia look down on him, thinking he was reluctant to part with her. Besides, he knew Wang Yan was trained and taller than him. What about Wang Yan's background? He wasn't stupid, he could figure out the limits. Gu Jia, unable to contain herself, wanted to argue with Su Huanshan after hearing his sarcastic remarks. Wang Yan stopped her, saying, what's the point of saying anything more? He'll only believe what he thinks, otherwise. How can he feel at ease? He put his arm around Gu Jia and said warmly, hey, Lao Su, what are you saying? You're being too polite. Men's possessiveness is strange. Playing around with their women isn't enough, as long as they've invested emotionally, whether it's an ex-wife or ex-girlfriend, any close contact with another man will make them angry and upset. Is it because of feelings, or simply the you can't touch what I don't want mentality? Seeing Gu Jia sweetly nestled in Wang Yan's arms, Su Huanshan's face turned ashen, but he managed to hold back his outburst. Let me introduce you, this is my wife, Lin Yaoyao. We got our marriage certificate last week. He then switched from holding her arm to embracing her, and he and Lin Yaoyao looked defiantly at the two opposite them. But he was destined to be disappointed. Such a childish gesture didn't elicit a peep from Wang Yan and Gu Jia. They simply watched them calmly. Wang Yan almost blurted out, you two get divorced, and we'll get our marriage certificate the next day. But he didn't. Su Huanshan was easily angered, and with so many parents present, provoking him wouldn't be good. He also had to consider Su Ziyan. The little boy had been happily bragging all day, being the center of attention. To be mocked the next day, and potentially even have to transfer schools, would be too much of a blow to the child. Su Huanshan received no response, and he didn't dare to provoke Wang Yan further, knowing the consequences. Embarrassed, he tried to save face. I sold the house. I'll transfer the money to you when it arrives in a couple of days. Gu Jia finally gave a slight response, nodding in agreement and letting him off the hook. The affection was long gone, she wouldn't even glance at him again. Lin Yaoyao didn't cause any trouble, and she had no right to speak here. Now that they were both married, although she was annoyed by Su Huanshan comparing her to Gu Jia, she could understand. Furthermore, the joy of achieving her goal reached its peak after seeing Gu Jia, so she generously let it go. Besides, Su Huanshan had suddenly wanted to marry her recently, and she had asked why afterwards, so she knew the whole story. She had even specifically inquired about Wang Yan's identity from Su Huanshan. Although she was resentful that Gu Jia could marry a rich man, Lin Yaoyao knew what was going on. She wasn't stupid. Putting everything else aside, just considering the child, Su Huanshan still had some feelings for him, so Wang Yan couldn't go too far. Who did she think she was? He definitely wouldn't spoil her, and she wouldn't dare to provoke Wang Yan. Afterwards, everyone waited at the door for the children to get out of school, while Gu Jia chatted with familiar parents. They had noticed the strange atmosphere and were just waiting for a show, but nothing happened, which was a bit of a disappointment. Ziyan's mom, it's been so long. What have you been up to lately? Some familiar parents, gossipy old women, and others casually approached Gu Jia and her mother to chat, subtly inquiring about her. Gu Jia, being a social butterfly, diffused a storm that Su Ziyan was unaware of with a few words. A little while later, the children were dismissed from school. Su Ziyan saw them from afar, her short legs darting towards them. Su Huanshan, thinking she was coming for him, opened his arms and squatted down, waiting for Su Ziyan to pounce on him. As it turned out, his son really lived up to expectations. Without even looking at him, he shouted "Dad," and hugged Wang Yan's leg tightly. The little guy was overjoyed. The children all knew he had gone out to play, and they had been thinking about him for so long. Now that they had him, they bombarded him with questions. The teacher, seeing that the children weren't paying attention in class, was curious about what Su Ziyan had been through. So, she simply organized a tea party, having him tell the children about his experiences along the way, and occasionally answer various questions. Su Ziyan wasn't shy at all, he was poised, articulate, and logically clear. He captivated the children with what he had heard from Wang Yan and Gu Jia, as well as what he had learned from the tour guide, using his childish words. The children listening below were filled with envy and jealousy. They had traveled a lot, both domestically and internationally, but none of them had ever taken more than 20 days off like Su Ziyan, doing nothing but playing. Su Ziyan was the center of attention, overjoyed, and eager to share his experience with his father. So he didn't even look at Su Huanshan, hugged his leg, and looked up, saying, "Dad, let me tell you, today." Su Huanshan squatted there, arms outstretched, completely at a loss, his body stiff. This feeling of being overjoyed only to have it all come to nothing was incredibly disheartening, especially between father and son. Awkwardly lowering his arms, he rubbed his stiff face, interrupting Su Ziyan, who was about to boast. "Ziyan, I saw you've come." Hearing this, Su Ziyan turned to look at Su Huanshan, surprised for a moment, then walked over and hugged him with a grin. "Dad, why are you here? What, are you surprised I came to see you? Did you miss Dad?" Su Ziyan paused, then said with a grin, "Of course I missed you." Su Huanshan clearly felt that pause, his heart filled with mixed emotions, feeling very uncomfortable. This was his son, his own son. Did he have to think twice before saying he missed him? He wondered if Wang Yan had brainwashed the child or something. He quickly pulled Su Ziyan aside and asked him about his relationship with Wang Yan and Gu Jia, what they'd been up to lately, and how they treated him. Su Ziyan got excited about this, since he hadn't quite managed to brag earlier, and he started excitedly raving to Su Huanshan. He went on, and Su Huanshan finally understood. Wang Yan hadn't done anything, he even considered himself better than Su Huanshan to the child. But to Su Ziyan, he was already dispensable. His attitude earlier, and now his talk about his father and mother, with absolutely no mention of his father, made him feel a pang of sadness as he absent-mindedly listened to the child's innocent words. Su Ziyan kept rambling on, but after a while, he realized his father wasn't really listening. Feeling utterly bored and devoid of passion, she said unhappily to Su Huanshan, "Dad, are you even listening?" This interrupted Su Huanshan's silent reverie, and he quickly gave a thumbs up and forced a smile. "Of course. You're amazing. You had a truly glorious day." The two whispered for a while, then, Leaving behind the words, "Dad will come see you again in a few days," he quickly pulled Lin Yaoyao away while still retaining his composure. Although Su Ziyan had been very enthusiastic earlier, he had, after all, raised her from childhood, and he keenly sensed the slight awkwardness in his words. It would be strange if he felt good. His ex-wife was with someone else, and his own son was about to take the Wang surname, and he was powerless to stop it. This feeling was far from pleasant. In the car, Lin Yaoyao had seen everything and knew what was going on with Su Huanshan. Not only women, but men also needed comfort when they were heartbroken and vulnerable, and Lin Yaoyao was a professional at it. Lin Yaoyao said to Su Huanshan, who was driving slowly, "Huanshan, don't overthink it. We can always have another one. Drive faster, let's go back and work harder." Hearing this, Su Huanshan perked up. With just one sentence, he could comfort himself with his own imagination. Lin Yaoyao's words made sense. If necessary, he'd have another one. Besides, no matter how powerful Wang Yan was, Su Ziyan was still his father's child. Initially, he hadn't really considered having Lin Yaoyao have a child for him. After all, it was a matter between two people, and he couldn't force her if she didn't agree. Moreover, the current social climate was such that late marriage and late childbirth were rampant, and some even chose to be childless. He thought he'd have to wait a few years until she'd had her fill of fun before considering having a child. He could afford to wait that long. He was 30, in his prime, and could try again to leave something for his child. If we have a child, you'll be in for a world of trouble. Are you really thinking this way? No regrets? Having been a father before, he had experience. He knew exactly what life would be like with a child. At this moment, nothing was better than a straightforward answer. Lin Yaoyao said emotionally, "Huanshan, I love you. I'd do anything for you." Su Huanshan immediately stepped on the gas and sped off. The atmosphere was perfect, and he was a little impatient, wanting to create a baby while simultaneously venting his frustrations. Not caring about Su Huanshan's reaction, the family of three happily set off to pick up Gu Jia's father. Along the way, Su Ziyan chattered incessantly about the day's events. He could tell his own father hadn't given him any face earlier. He'd been perfunctory, which was a real downer. His father was so much better. He was the one who knew how to please. They chatted and laughed as they picked up Gu Jia's father, Gu Jinghong, from the nursing home. Gu Jia tidied the way, while Su Ziyan acted cute to keep the atmosphere lively. Overall, the atmosphere was fairly harmonious. They bought groceries on the way and returned home to Xianai Mansion. As soon as they arrived, Gu Jia hurriedly started cooking, as Su Ziyan had been calling for them for a while. Because the nursing home where Gu Jinghong lived wasn't close to their place, the round trip took quite a long time. Su Ziyan was watching cartoons in the living room, chattering away. He was tired and hungry, and was curled up on the sofa waiting for the food. Only Wang Yan and his father-in-law, Gu Jinghong, were left. Wang Yan brewed a pot of tea, which he had brought back from Hangshan village. According to the old village chief, it was the very best, absolutely rare, and comparable to other famous teas. To be honest, after drinking tea for so many years, Wang Yan hadn't really discerned its nuances. Masters of Chinese classical studies and Taoist sages all love this kind of thing. Their equipment is more complete than the last, and the tea they use is top quality, priceless. If you're really high class. Their water is even brought over by one of their disciples. But Wang Yan still couldn't discern anything from it. It was like writing characters. Don't be fooled by Wang Yan's status as a wealthy patron. These old men weren't going to tolerate his rudeness. They berated him, saying it was a waste of such good tea. Wang Yan humbly sought their guidance, but they didn't say much, just rattled off a bunch of fancy words. Then they told him it was all about feeling, that he had to grasp it. Wang Yan could only smile on the surface. What was he supposed to grasp? He knew they genuinely had a feeling, while he genuinely couldn't produce one. Later, Wang Yan learned his lesson. His cultural literacy wasn't bad. Everyone happily showed off, and he even used fancy words like fragrant like orchids and osmanthus, tasting like sweet rain, lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth, fragrant and rich, and exotically aromatic. If you asked him what kind of tea it was, he'd say, "This junior is of limited knowledge and is truly unworthy of such refined taste. May I ask for your guidance?" Then, his habit of being a know-it-all would kick in, and he'd launch into a long, lecturing lecture. Wang Yan would then put on an expression of gratitude, saying, This junior has benefited greatly. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Since he was teachable, the master wouldn't criticize him further. Everyone was happy. And so, after drinking so much tea, he remembered the flavors, and could even name the origins of famous teas. Anyway, he'd gotten used to it after so many years, and that's how it went. He brewed the tea and poured a cup for Gu Jinghong. Uncle, please try this. This was brought back from Gu Jia's tea factory. It wasn't that Wang Yan was showing off, he genuinely couldn't bring himself to call him father. Gu Jia and her father understood, so they just went along with it. Gu Jinghong clicked his tongue and tasted it. You know what, it really is better than what I buy at the supermarket. Wang Yan was speechless. He understood, the two were a little awkward, and Gu Jinghong was just giving him face by agreeing. He didn't want to waste time with unnecessary arguments, it was better to just be frank. He knew Gu Jinghong was worried about his daughter and wanted to use his life experience to see if Wang Yan was a reliable person. He knew it was for their children's sake. Perhaps some people think it's wrong for parents to interfere in their children's lives under the guise of it's for your own good. But we should still be more understanding. Except for a few heartless ones, parents genuinely want what's best for their children. It's just that sometimes they use the wrong methods. The generation gap is indeed a bit unclear. How can you simply say right or wrong when it comes to children and parents? Uncle, I know what you're worried about. Did Gu Jia tell you? Gu Jinghong was confused. What did Gu Jia tell us? Seeing his reaction, Wang Yan understood and said, Uncle, this apartment we're standing in is under Gu Jia's name. You know Junayu Mansion, they used to live on the 12th floor, and I had an apartment on the 18th floor, which was also transferred to her name. Gu Jinghong gasped in surprise, nearly having a heart attack. He knew how much apartments in Junayu Mansion cost. Although he hadn't looked closely at this apartment upon entering, he had roughly surveyed it. The decor was exquisite, and considering the location, he had a rough idea of its value. He had been thinking that his daughter really knew how to choose. This apartment was already quite good. He hadn't expected Wang Yan to be so generous. What was there to look at? What could be more reassuring than this? He downed his tea in one gulp to calm his racing heart. Haha, what's there to worry about? Such a big thing, and Gu Jia didn't even tell me. You two just got married, I just came to see if you're doing well, Gu Jinghong said with a slightly embarrassed smile. As long as Gu Jia is doing well, he doesn't care how embarrassed he is. Come, have some tea, this tea is really good. Seeing Gu Jinghong about to pick up the teapot to pour him tea, Wang Yan quickly grabbed the teapot and poured tea for the two of them. I'll prepare some for you later. I have quite a lot of different kinds of tea. You can also help me check if there are any fakes. Oh, right, I'll also prepare a tea set for you. I happen to have an extra set. You should drink more when you have time. Gu Jia said you have a heart condition. I don't know if this tea will help, but it's always good for your health. Thank you to brother, unrelated to Wind and Moon, for the 1,500 coins. Thank you to brother, Blade of Blood, for the 100 coins. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you to brother, Book Friend 150,505,125,601,988, for the monthly ticket. Thank you to brother, Why Was My Nickname Stolen, for the monthly ticket. Thank you to brother, Give Money, for the monthly ticket. Daily thanks to all the brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to all the kind brothers who spoke up and those who just read the book. Thank you to all the older brothers for taking care of me. Chapter 40 Peace Talk. After drinking 2 more cups of tea, the two stopped. Dinner was coming up soon, and with a belly full of water, how could they possibly eat? Uncle, I'll go check on Gu Jia. Let Ziyan show you around. Okay, tell Gu Jia not to cook too much. We're all family, just a bite is fine. Gu Jinghong nodded in agreement. He wasn't comfortable being with Wang Yan and the other man. After a few words, he pulled Su Ziyan, who was watching cartoons, up. Although it had been a long time since they'd seen each other, Su Ziyan missed his grandfather. But he was exhausted and didn't want to move. However, he had no room to resist. One look from Wang Yan and he was obedient. He happily led Gu Jinghong up and down the stairs, occasionally offering explanations. The house was so nice, and it belonged to his daughter. Gu Jinghong looked around quite intently, occasionally interjecting with questions. This gave Su Ziyan the feeling of bragging during the day, instantly reviving him and making him feel refreshed. He chattered away with Gu Jinghong for a while. Wang Yan, watching the seemingly unfazed Su Ziyan, felt a sense of accomplishment. The little guy was now healthy, lively, and cheerful, with good communication and practical skills. Most importantly, he was resilient and carefree. However, Wang Yan couldn't tell whether it was Gu Jia's good upbringing or his own superior skills. After tidying up the tea set, Wang Yan went to the kitchen. Gu Jia, who was busy cooking, saw Wang Yan come in and smiled. "Why are you here? Go out quickly. I finished talking with your dad and came to help you with the cooking." Wang Yan, "My dad." Before she could finish, Wang Yan said, "Oh, it's okay. Old people are all like that, I understand." Seeing that she wanted to say something, he continued, "All right, hurry up and cook. Ziyan has been calling for you for ages." Gu Jia smiled helplessly. "You should go out now, there are only 2 dishes left." "I'll help you, I can cook a little bit too." "What's left?" He pulled up the skill panel, found the cooking skill, LV1 beginner, not bad. Over the years, Wang Yan had been living outside, eating takeout every day, and there were restaurants within a 2-mile radius of his building. He was almost sick of it. Cooking wasn't difficult if he wanted to cook something well, he could just follow a recipe and cook it slowly when he felt like it. The main problem was that he didn't cook often, and his skill level was unstable. Sometimes, though, a dish he made was a stroke of genius, absolutely amazing. The second attempt was a disaster, it just didn't have the same feel as the first. Anyway, he thought it tasted pretty good. Stir-fried shrimp, and some boiled pork belly. "I'll have the boiled pork belly then, it's easy." This dish is basically cooked pork belly, sliced thinly, the soul of it is the sauce. The same ingredients, how you combine them is the question. It's something that requires constant trial and error, practice makes perfect. Gu Jia had already cooked the meat and was letting it dry. Then Wang Yan got busy, slicing the meat thinly, the thinner the slices, the better. Wang Yan's knife skills were passable, he'd learned them in martial arts training, they were all coordinated. Slicing the meat was about the same, a steady hand was all that mattered. His control was good, too fast wouldn't work, he sliced slowly, 1 slice at a time. He also prepared several bowls of sauce, tasting each one with chopsticks. Finally choosing the one he thought tasted best and pouring it over, done. Gu Jia would have finished this in 7 or 8 minutes, but Wang Yan took 20 minutes. She had finished her work long ago and was watching Wang Yan busy himself with tender eyes and a smile on her face. The two of them brought the dishes to the table and greeted a grandfather and granddaughter who were still strolling around. Wang Yan poured a bottle of baijiu, Chinese liquor, and poured a little for Gu Jinghong. "Uncle, I'm afraid you can't handle it, so let's just have a little, just a token." Gu Jinghong didn't object. He knew his health condition, it was already a favor that Gu Jia let him drink a little. Wang Yan raised his glass and clinked it with Gu Jinghong's, taking a small sip. "Try this boiled pork, what do you think?" Everyone tasted it, and Gu Jia and her father praised it highly, saying it was delicious, and then added that it would be better if it were a little less salty. Su Ziyan was the one who gave face, smacked his lips after tasting it, and then picked up a piece with his chopsticks and mixed it with rice, eating it heartily. With his mouth still bulging, he said, "Delicious, really delicious." After all, he was used to heavy oil and salt in his diet, and he prepared the sauce to his own taste, so it was normal that they weren't used to it. Su Ziyan was probably really tired, which is why he ate with such relish. Otherwise, the little guy would have had a hard time accepting it. The group chatted casually, and whether intentionally or unintentionally, Gu Jia brought up the topic of the nursing home. "Dad, are you settling in well at the nursing home?" "Yes, I'm settling in well. Everyone takes care of my eating, drinking, and toileting needs. There are also a bunch of old friends. It's nice to chat and play chess sometimes." Gu Jia hummed in agreement and continued to look after Su Ziyan, whose face was covered in rice grains. Wang Yan understood that Gu Jia was genuinely worried about Gu Jinghong and wanted to see what he thought. After all, they hadn't been living together for very long, and Gu Jia was probably too embarrassed to say it directly, so she took this opportunity to subtly hint at it. "Uncle, why don't you move in? This house is quite big, there's plenty of space," Wang Yan chimed in. "Besides, the market and hospital aren't far away, it's really convenient." Hearing this, Gu Jia was delighted and immediately urged, "Yes, Dad, if you come over, I won't have to worry so much." Gu Jinghong was also somewhat tempted, but he quickly dismissed the idea. He was worried that if they moved in, it would disrupt their lives for a long time, and cause some conflicts because of him. That wouldn't be good. His daughter had just gotten divorced, and if this wealthy man went bankrupt because of him, how could he save face? Never mind, I'm doing fine in the nursing home. I've gotten used to it, so I won't bother you anymore. Wang Yan said. Then how about this, uncle? You can move into Junayu Mansion in a while. It's only a 10-minute walk, not far at all. That apartment only has one bathroom, which is in the master bedroom. I'll have someone set one up in the next few days, otherwise it's not convenient to hire a caregiver. As she spoke, she asked Gu Jia, who was standing to the side, what do you think? Gu Jia thought this was the best solution, so she agreed. Gu Jinghong didn't say anything and tacitly agreed. Of course, he also wanted to live closer. At his age, this was his only wish. The matter was settled, and the atmosphere returned to its previous harmony. After dinner, Gu Jia prepared a guest room for Gu Jinghong to stay in. After putting Su Ziyan to sleep, she returned to the bedroom and saw Wang Yan leaning against a headboard reading a book. She closed the bedroom door, then walked gracefully to the bedside, gently took the book from Wang Yan's hands, and straddled him. Provoked by Gu Jia, Wang Yan couldn't resist either. He thrust upwards, embracing her as they kissed and whispered intimately. Why so hasty? You've done so much, I need to thank you properly, Gu Jia said emotionally. We're a legally married couple, why talk about that? He rolled over, pinning Gu Jia beneath him. But actions still matter. A night of passion. The next day, Gu Jia's gratitude was so strong that she unusually didn't get up early to make breakfast. Wang Yan went for a run and bought breakfast for the whole family. After the usual pleasant morning, Gu Jia took Su Ziyan to school and Gu Jinghong back to the nursing home. The rest was about dealing with her tea factory, changing the name, changing the trademark, and settling the previous issues. Although Wang Yan wasn't involved, with his name and face, it was more than enough, and the process was much smoother than in the drama. She wasn't short of money, there was no need for her to play the victim and ask for investment. The wives in the social circle all knew Gu Jia was doing this, it was just purchasing a batch of gifts, and she didn't even need her husband's approval, she could handle it with a single phone call. Even Mrs. Li had purchased a batch to ease tensions, everyone was quite capable. Her company wasn't even fully settled yet, and she already had a mountain of orders. Wang Yan, on the other hand, went to find a renovation company to have a bathroom renovated. Gu Jia had thanked him so enthusiastically, so he had to take it seriously. After finishing all that, Wang Yan went to the company. 20-odd days had passed, and there was a considerable backlog of daily tasks, requiring his intervention in many matters. The only reason he needed to intervene was because his subordinates weren't qualified to handle the conversations. Even though Wang Yan delegated considerable authority, there were still many things they couldn't manage or make decisions about. So, he spent his time drinking tea and chatting. A week quickly passed, and he had finished handling everything that needed his attention, finally finding some free time again. That day, Wang Yan received an unexpected phone call, inviting him to meet and chat. After thinking it over, he didn't refuse. Having nothing else to do, he figured it was just a pastime and drove to the meeting place. Upon arrival, he found himself at a high-end private club, a place not for ordinary people. Wang Yan, having seen his share of the world, found this place rather ordinary. A staff member was waiting for him at the entrance. After giving his name, Wang Yan was led to a luxuriously decorated, dimly lit room. The owner of this club, the one who had invited him, Wei Shiji, the same guy who, in the end, brought Wang Mani back to Shanghai, rose to greet him. Wang Yan walked over with a smile and greeted him, President Wei, long time no see. Please sit down, everyone, no need to be so polite. What brings you here today? Haha, President Wang, please sit down. That's not quite right. Can't we chat with you if there's nothing wrong? Of course, chatting with President Wei is always a pleasure. This old fellow was the first wealthy man to come to Wang Yan's door, wanting to make a fortune when Wang Yan was just starting out. It has to be said that this guy had a good eye. Although he had various professionals under him, and his own abilities were not bad, even outstanding, otherwise he wouldn't have amassed such a huge fortune. But when it came to the grasp of international affairs, the understanding of old Western adversaries, the gap in personal vision and perspective, and the foresight for the future, there was still a considerable gap between him and Wang Yan. When he approached Wang Yan, he was extremely polite. For someone with the ability to make a lot of money, he was always willing to put aside his pride. Seeing that his attitude was acceptable and he was still giving him money, Wang Yan let him get in the car. Over this long period, he had made quite a bit of money following Wang Yan. The two sat down and exchanged pleasantries and compliments. It was truly a meeting of equals, a clash of talents. After a while, Wei Zhiji couldn't hold back any longer. Everyone was busy, and this boasting was just a waste of time. He took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and said, "To be honest, Mr. Wang, I really do have something to ask you about." Wang Yan understood. Who would bother a man with idle chatter? He gestured for him to continue. "It's like this, someone asked me to put in a good word for you, to act as an intermediary and help you out. It's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester. Let's make peace. You name your terms." Hearing this, Wang Yan understood. It was self-evident who it was. Since he came to this world, he had only dealt with the Liang family briefly. It wasn't surprising that they could find him as the mastermind. Even the best cover-up leaves traces. It was normal for the Liang family to investigate and find him. Once they locked onto him, finding other influential people they knew through their connections was even more normal. Wang Yan asked, "The Liang family suffered such heavy losses, and instead of trying to destroy me, they need you to mediate?" He had been busy dealing with previous matters and hadn't paid much attention to the Liang family's situation. For him, the sense of accomplishment from being the mastermind was fleeting, and then it was over. The Liang family was just meat on the chopping block. Their fate was sealed the moment he made his move. More than half a month had passed, and the Liang family was struggling to hold on, showing signs of exhaustion, and was on the verge of collapse. Of course, this soon would take time. It wasn't something that could be wiped out overnight. After finally investigating and understanding the whole story, the old man almost died of anger. Because of a woman, wanting to show off, she almost destroyed the Liang family? Of course, he couldn't help but curse Wang Yan. It was such a small matter. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss? Did they have to make it a fight to the death? This was from his perspective. He had never considered the consequences for those who had been harmed by Liang Xiangxin before. "I can harm you, but you can't harm me." That's the kind of bad habit he's had. Of course, Wang Yan wasn't seeking revenge for those who had been badly wronged by Liang Xiangxin. Those bastards deserved it. If they hadn't been so eager to compete for his affections, they would have only been slightly humiliated. They'd already suffered enough before. What's wrong with putting up with it? They had tracked superior, and then they couldn't even win. Who could they blame? A lifetime of illustrious reputation, ruined in a single day. Old Master Liang, in a fit of youthful rage, raised his cane and beat Liang Xiangxin half to death, then expelled him from the house. This happened yesterday. His subordinates had specifically reported it, so he knew about it. Wei Zhiji said, "Mr. Wang, it's like this, the Liang family." He told Wang Yan some things he hadn't investigated, indicating that the family still had considerable resources. Although you've severely damaged them, if you stop, they can recover and make a comeback. Wang Yan pondered for a moment. The feud was already established. Failing to kill the snake would only bring more harm. Even if he thought of the best-case scenario, if they recovered and didn't cause him any trouble, Liang Xiangxin would still be a member of the Liang family. They wouldn't let him suffer poverty and hunger. That would ultimately be a disgrace to them. So what was the point of all this? Just for the money he'd made so far, and the apology? And what about the future grudges and endless revenge? Wasn't he crazy? Wouldn't it be much better to take them down? Just crush them, and he wouldn't have to worry about revenge. What a great deal. Besides, what Wei Zhiji just said might not have been complete, but what did it matter? He was still almost crippled, wasn't he? "Mr. Wei, let me put it this way. This wasn't just my own money. I didn't have that much." As he spoke, Wang Yan held up one finger and said, "Currently, you've earned this much from me." Instantly, Wei Zhiji's eyes widened. This was all cash. Wang Yan continued, "If we take down the Liang family, considering what you just mentioned." Wei Zhiji could guess the rest. He knew how much money Wang Yan had, and instantly had a rough estimate. His face lit up with a smile, and he made no further mention of pleading for favors. He stood up and said, "Haha, Mr. Wang. Haven't eaten yet? Come on, come on. I have a new master chef here. His skills are impeccable. Could you give him some pointers so he can improve further? There might be a difference in wealth, but Wang Yan was definitely qualified in terms of skill. They were both at the same level, and Wei Zhiji wasn't afraid of embarrassing himself in front of Wang Yan. He didn't give Wang Yan a chance at all. He pulled Wang Yan away, saying, "I know Mr. Wang especially loves Beiju. Isn't it a coincidence? I just got a bottle of 50-year-old vintage the other day, just waiting for Mr. Wang to come and taste it." Wang Yan didn't even bother to say anything more to Wei Zhiji's arrogant attitude. Don't be fooled by his seemingly respectable but deadpan demeanor in the story. He's putting on a show, acting all high and mighty. In reality, he's a manipulative and cunning character with a dark heart. The two then ate and drank, chatting in a cryptic manner for a long time. "Thank you, Harkin, for the 500 coin reward. Thank you, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you, Alex 1342, for the monthly ticket. Thank you, 20200308151438788, for the monthly ticket. A daily thank you to all the brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to all the kind brothers who commented and those who just read. Thank you all for your support." Chapter 41, Sending Chen Yu Away. After their ruthless plotting and scheming, the Liang family was completely finished. It would have been better not to ask anyone to intercede. They could have held on for much longer. Now, they let a wolf into the house, adding another force to the Liang family's spoils. Having finished their business and eaten and drunk their fill, Wei Zhiji warmly saw Wang Yan to the door. Because he'd been drinking, Wei Zhiji called a driver to take Wang Yan home. Since it was still early, he didn't let the driver take him home, but instead went to the company. On the way, he called Chen Yu and asked him to come over. At the company, Wang Yan brewed a pot of tea to sober up. This 50-year-old tea was indeed potent, mellow, fragrant, rich, and smooth, and he drank most of it. Knock, 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 came a knock at the door. "Come in." Chen Yu opened the door and walked in, President Wang. He hadn't seen Chen Yu for a month, and Chen Yu looked completely different. Perhaps due to long hours of staying up late, his eyes were a little dark, and he looked somewhat disheveled. However, his eyes were bright and piercing, and his posture was upright, giving him an overall air of confidence. He nodded and gestured to the person opposite him, saying, "Sit." Wang Yan poured a cup of tea and handed it to Chen Yu. "How have you been lately? Are you settling in well?" "Thank you, Mr. Wang. Everything is fine. The company is back on track. The things I reported on a couple of days ago have received very positive feedback." Chen Yu had been a manager for a month now, and he had his own insights as a manager. He didn't mention what he had sacrificed or how hard he had worked. That was meaningless, since Wang Yan had paid him well and given him a stepping stone. "Yes, I saw all that. It's really good." Wang Yan smiled. "You said before that you weren't up to the task, but now you're doing well. Have some confidence in yourself. I've seen your efforts. It's all thanks to Mr. Wang's guidance." "This is nothing, it's all what I should do," Chen Yu said politely. This period of training hadn't been in vain. He had handled all sorts of matters, big and small, and managed all sorts of people. Coupled with management issues, he inevitably had to get involved in everything, doing everything himself. He used to dislike and resent things, but lately he's experienced even more of them. Sometimes he reflects on his experiences over the years, wondering if they were right or wrong. However, with more exposure, he's learned these things and is trying to integrate and accept them. Nobody knows if he'll become like his boss, that woman called Sister Lu. Wang Yan has witnessed this change. Whether it's good or bad depends on him. Everyone has their own way of handling things. Honestly, without the system's fortuitous encounter, he'd be more shrewd and obsequious than anyone else. What right does he have to stand on high and criticize others? People change, society is a big melting pot, and no one can escape it. Some are only superficially tainted, blending in with the crowd. Others are tainted to the soul, to the depths of their hearts. Those who agree, he's finally seen the light. Those who disagree, so damn worldly. Maintaining his smile, Wang Yan said, "The company is all set now, the rest can be done step by step. Look at your sunken eyes, you look like you've been overindulging. You've been working yourself to the bone lately. I'm not some rich tycoon. But to celebrate the company's smooth transition, I'll arrange a 2-week trip to Europe for you all. The company isn't big, and there aren't many people, so each of you can bring a family member. I'll cover all the food, accommodation, and transportation. The rest is your own responsibility. As for you, I can't skimp on you either. Just bring what you need, I'll cover most of the expenses. How about that? Chen Yu nodded hurriedly. Mr. Wang, thank you so much. I thank you on behalf of everyone. He didn't say anything to refuse, that would be ridiculous. He was more than happy to go out and relax, especially without spending any money. Besides, Mr. Wang's tone was firm, it was clearly a done deal, not a question asking for his opinion. Okay, go back and tally up how many people there are, tell me. Remembering what happened last time, Wang Yan continued, oh, right, didn't I say I'd give you a set of equipment? I'll give you the money this time too, you can buy whatever you want. It'll be used as company equipment, you can play with it whenever you want. His mouth was practically splitting into a grin, unable to contain his emotions. Chen Yu said through gritted teeth, thank you, Mr. Wang, thank you so much. He could only thank him, his feelings were truly indescribable. He couldn't help but be a fan. He spent his free time reading various magazines and browsing all sorts of equipment. Now, things he could only dream of before, he could finally handle and play with freely. If the occasion hadn't been inappropriate, he might have even jumped around a bit. Alright, that's all, nothing else. Go back and get ready, we're leaving the day after tomorrow. Chen Yu thanked him again before leaving. It was just a small thing, easily explained over the phone, he mainly wanted to check on Chen Yu's condition. After Chen Yu left, Wang Yan took out his phone and made a call, it's me. Arrange for Chen Yu to go with me this time, understand? Okay, that's settled. This was one of Wang Yan's subordinates, specifically tasked with promoting Chen Yu. This trip was crucial to broaden Chen Yu's horizons. Since it was still a while before leaving get off work, he decided to go straight to pick up his child. Wang Yan immediately started typing away on his computer, he was serious about computer technology. After his trip and a week of work, he was a bit rusty. Returning to the company happily, Chen Yu clapped his hands in the office area, attracting attention. Listen up, everyone. I just met with President Wang. President Wang said that to celebrate the company getting back on track, everyone will be rewarded with a 2-week trip to Europe, departing the day after tomorrow. One family member can be brought, food, accommodation, and transportation will be reimbursed, the rest is at your own expense. Those who want to go, contact Xiao Li to sign up. Those who don't want to go will have 2 weeks off, no pressure. Upon hearing this news, everyone was initially incredulous and fell into deep silence. After Chen Yu left, things got really chaotic. The men were a bit better, just grinning like idiots, their minds racing. The women, however, were screaming and yelling, completely out of control. They never expected their new boss to be so generous, spending so much before even making any money. The salary was average, but the benefits were really good, they'd never heard of other companies having similar activities. Not a single person asked for leave. Anyone who didn't go would be a fool. Besides, many of them had never been abroad before, so experiencing a different culture was a good idea. They immediately surrounded Xiao Li and started signing up. Everyone was signing up in pairs. Those with partners asked their partners, and those without asked a good friend to help them. If that didn't work out, they'd try to find someone they'd had a crush on, maybe it would lead to something good. Soon it was time to leave work, and Chen Yu happily returned home. Zhang Xiaoqin, who lived closer, had already returned. She was surprised to see Chen Yu come in, as he hadn't been home for 4 days. Why is this busy man back today? Noticing Chen Yu's beaming face, she added with a slightly sarcastic tone, oh, what's the good news? Why are you so happy? To be honest, Chen Yu was initially very happy, but Zhang Xiaoqin's comment after he walked in dampened his spirits. For the past month or so, he'd been busy with work, studies, and self-improvement, leaving little time for sentimentality. Plus, Wang Yan's words from back then still had some influence, and Chen Yu's feelings for Zhang Xiaoqin had essentially cooled. It wasn't that he couldn't live without her, he no longer felt the heartbreak, despair, or secret sorrow of the past. It was just that seeing her still brought back memories of their past life together. This feeling was contradictory, he felt a little bit of something, but also a little bit. While changing his shoes, Chen Yu said, things at the company are mostly done, nothing major today. However, thinking about their trip together, he couldn't help but ask Zhang Xiaoqin about it. The boss has arranged a 2-week trip to Europe for us. Are you going? Chen Yu wanted to slap himself after saying that. She was already flirting with that sunny boy, how could he possibly stop him? Ignoring Zhang Xiaoqin's reaction, he went to the fish tank to feed the fish. They'd been starving for days. Zhang Xiaoqin hesitated for a long time after Chen Yu asked her. First, she had taken her annual leave. Second, taking too long a leave wouldn't be good. And third, she thought about Zhang Xiaoqing. After a long pause, she finally said, I won't go with you. Besides, we're divorced now, it's not convenient to go out together. Divorced? Yes, divorced. Chen Yu didn't speak, but his hand holding the fish food paused for a moment. Oh, right, my mom just called and asked us to come over for dinner. I didn't know you'd be back, so I declined. Hearing this, Chen Yu hesitated for a moment and said, I think you should tell your parents. It's not good to keeping it from them. Your dad has a heart condition. If he hears something from someone else, wouldn't that be even more of a shock? At this, Zhang Xiaoqin exploded. Fine, Chen Yu, what do you mean my dad has a heart condition? I think you just want to get rid of me. What followed was a barrage of unreasonable nagging. Chen Yu was getting dizzy and extremely irritated. After enduring it for a while, Chen Yu couldn't take it anymore and quickly stopped her. Stop, forget I said anything. Whatever you say, okay? This impatient attitude only provoked Zhang Xiaoqin further, making her even more aggressive, like a mad woman. Unable to bear it any longer, Chen Yu had no choice but to quickly put on his shoes and run away. Hearing the door slam shut, Zhang Xiaoqin calmed down, remained silent for a while, and then sat there sobbing loudly. After so much time, she naturally understood Chen Yu's true intentions. But recently, Chen Yu hadn't been controlling her much, which made her feel hurt, and she snapped. She just wanted to make a scene, she didn't understand why she was acting this way. Weren't they divorced? Why was she so emotional? She couldn't help but think of Zhang Xiaoqing again, that sunny boy, and immediately stopped crying. She just sat there, arms crossed, her mind filled with flashing images of Chen Yu and Zhang Xiaoqing. Chen Yu fled in a disheveled state, all his previous joy gone. Of course, he didn't know what Zhang Xiaoqing was thinking. He should look for the cause within himself first, wondering, was what I said wrong? Is there a problem? Unable to understand, he treated it as unreasonable and irrational. He had nowhere to go, so he simply called Chen Su. He asked him to come out for a drink and spend the night at his place. Chen Su was still driving for Su Huanshan. That guy was perceptive, he knew everything but just wouldn't say it. They were brothers, after all. He knew about Chen Yu's job change, including the salary and benefits, but he hadn't dared tell his mother. When you're poor, no one cares even in the city. When you're rich, distant relatives come calling even in the mountains. He knew his family's relatives like the back of his hand. He couldn't say anything carelessly, there were too many messy things going on. He knew Chen Yu's personality perfectly well. He was a typical soft-hearted person with a sharp tongue. When he heard the news and asked Chen Yu, he immediately transferred 10,000 yuan to him as hush money. He knew what was going on, though. When Chen Yu called to invite him for drinks, he was quite flattered. He wondered if Chen Yu had been up to something lately. He knew how busy Chen Yu was. Chen Yu wouldn't bother him unless it was absolutely necessary. Since Su Huanshan and Lin Yaoyao were both home making their baby, he didn't need Chen Yu's help and went straight there. They ordered some food and drinks and ate and drank. Brother, why did you suddenly decide to ask me to drink? I haven't done anything wrong lately, have I? Nothing, it's just... Chen Yu poured out his grievances, recounting the whole incident from beginning to end. Chen Su listened without commenting. Of course, he sided with Chen Yu. Besides, judging from Chen Yu's tone, he seemed to have somewhat forgotten about Zhang Xiaoqing, so why was he saying all that? His brother now earned 50 a year, and had dozens of employees. Even he himself was indulging in a life of pleasure. How could his brother lack women? His focus was on that European trip for two. He immediately said, Brother, since no one wants to team up with you, can you take me? Chen Yu looked disgusted. Dream on. I wouldn't take you even if I were alone. Dealing with Chen Yu was an experience Chen Su had accumulated since childhood. After a round of coaxing and pleading, Chen Yu finally agreed. Wang Yan picked up Su Ziyan from get off work and brought her home. Gu Jia had already prepared dinner. Whether man or woman, once they get into a fight, you can't argue with them. Gu Jia was incredibly busy that day, He looked exhausted just watching her. She had to manage the party, run the company, study, and keep an eye on Su Ziyan's studies. Although there was a housekeeper, she still had to tidy up the house from time to time. And to maintain her figure and also to please Wang Yan, she had to practice yoga. Plus, Wang Yan was physically strong and had a high libido, so unless there were special circumstances, she had to accompany him in yoga sessions. It was quite a workout. Although the schedules could be staggered, a person's energy is limited. Even so, she still managed to get up early to make breakfast and come back late to cook dinner. She was truly amazing. Wang Yan was incredibly impressed. Of course, Wang Yan had also advised Gu Jia, "You have plenty to eat and wear, why make yourself so tired?" Gu Jia always just smiled and remained silent. Wang Yan guessed that perhaps she lacked security? Even though Wang Yan treated her well, even very well, she had already learned her lesson and didn't want to place all her hopes on a man again. Wang Yan had already given her 200 million, it was notarized, and it belonged entirely to her. That was more than enough. Although Wang Yan wasn't lacking in life wisdom, he still couldn't understand Gu Jia's thinking. People are too complex, no one can truly understand them. Since she wouldn't listen no matter what he said, Wang Yan gave up. Let her do whatever she wanted. Seeing the father and son enter the room, Gu Jia came over, took the school bag from Wang Yan, helped Su Ziyan take off his coat, and then urged them to wash their hands and eat. At the dinner table, Su Ziyan talked about how popular he was at school, and Gu Jia shared interesting stories she'd encountered. They chatted and laughed throughout the meal, which was quite pleasant. She then practiced her usual routine of putting Su Ziyan to sleep. Wang Yan, with Gu Jia in his arms, leaned against the headboard, quietly smoking. It wasn't a good time to talk, both of them were still savoring the pleasant feeling from earlier. Hiss. Huff. After taking the last drag, she stubbed out the cigarette. Wang Yan said, "By the way, Junai Mansion is almost finished. Go check it out tomorrow to see if anything's missing. If there's nothing else, bring your dad over. It's just cleaning up the toilet, putting up a wall, tiling, laying pipes, waterproofing, etc. Not much work." Wang Yan paid well, and it didn't need to be too elaborate. It's a large area, so several people were busy, and it took about a week. Gu Jia thought Wang Yan would just give instructions and then leave it at that, but she didn't expect him to take it so seriously and keep an eye on things. She said with deep affection, "Thank you, Wang Yan. Thank you so much." "Well, what else is there to say?" Wang Yan said, "How about a token of appreciation?" Gu Jia gave a soft Well, anyway, she was doing her job. The next day, Gu Jia couldn't get up, she was too exhausted. Wang Yan, as usual, ran to buy breakfast and took the children to school. He and Gu Jia went to Junai Mansion to inspect it and see if anything was missing and could be fixed. Women are meticulous, and after checking everything, there were no problems. Gu Jia just bought a bunch of things, but felt that nothing was quite right. In the end, she even installed an alarm in the master bedroom, so that if she pressed it, the other bedroom would hear the alarm, and Gu Jia would receive a notification. Anyway, it was all sorted out. After buying almost everything, Gu Jia and Wang Yan went to the nursing home to complete the formalities and pick up Gu Jinghong. On the way, they went directly to a housekeeping company to find a reliable caregiver. After all, Gu Jinghong would be using it, so he had to be satisfied. After another long day of fussing, they finally chose a caregiver, and that was the end of it. Anyway, Wang Yan didn't do anything all day, just helped Gu Jia with everything. Thanks to Brother, Blade of Blood, for the 100-point reward for continued support. Thanks to Brother, Knight, Illidan, Rajuind, for the monthly ticket support. Thanks to Brother, Book Friend 160,401,223,337,709, for the monthly ticket support. Thanks to Brother, You Say It's Long or Not, for the monthly ticket support. A daily thank you to all the kind brothers who recommended the book. Thank you to those who offered criticism, suggestions, opinions, corrections, encouragement, and recognition, as well as those who simply read without commenting. Thank you all for your support. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42 Struggle. Liang Hengxin lay dejectedly on Wang Manny's rented bed. At this moment, he was somewhat relieved that he hadn't had Zhao Jingyu come and kick Wang Manny out in time, otherwise, he would have been homeless. Although he had many friends, he knew their true character. They were mostly together for resource sharing. To them, a friend in distress wasn't a friend at all. He silently wished Wang Yan well. At this moment, Wang Yan was, in his heart, reduced to ashes 1,000 times over. Aren't you sick? I just said you were ill-mannered, and you act like a mad dog? He felt utterly wronged. After being kicked out, he only had a few tens of thousands of yuan in cash left. Compared to his previous life, what could he do with that little bit of money? It was only because his father had shown some consideration for their father-son relationship that he was left, otherwise, he would be heavily in debt. He already had debts, but before, it wasn't a big deal, just normal business. But Zhao Jingyu had taken most of his wealth, leaving him insolvent. The old man helped him settle the matter. He was already in dire straits himself, and this was the last thing he could do. Of course, it wasn't much money, compared to the Liang family's current situation, it was nothing. Otherwise, he would have preferred Liang Hengxin to die. Liang Hengxin had originally planned to go to Wang Yan and beg for forgiveness, but yesterday he received news that his family's attempts to plead for him had not only failed, but had actually made things worse. The other party's mind was made up, so why should you bother going to be humiliated? The old man dismissed him with a simple "take care of yourself." Liang Hengxin understood that there was no going back. Without the Liang family, he was nothing. He used to make money through connections and relationships. But now that the Liang family was about to disappear, who would recognize him? Some people can rise from adversity, while others are simply ruined. It's not fair to say that, but Liang Hengxin, who had always had a smooth life and had never experienced setbacks, likely belonged to the latter category. At this point, he might not be able to accept it, but he had to acknowledge it, otherwise, there was no recourse. It would be a lie to say he hadn't considered revenge, but the difference in their status was too great. His entire family had never been able to defeat them. What could he do? What if he really angered Wang Yan and she simply killed him? Things were good as they were now, at least he was alive. Fortune changes, and who knows, there might be another chance in the future. Wang Manny had been restless and anxious lately. Her work performance was extremely poor, and her results were lackluster. She couldn't stand Daisy and would find opportunities to criticize her. Since she requested a transfer to Hong Kong, Liang Hengxin had been out of contact for some time. She had some suspicions, but still refused to face reality. This was the closest she had come in many years to truly wanting to be Mrs. Liang and spend the rest of her life with him. Opening the door, she saw the men's shoes by the door and froze. Only she and Liang Hengxin had the key. What other possibility was there? She quickly closed the door and rushed to the bedroom, where she saw the man she had been dreaming of, the man she had longed for day and night, smiling at her. Throwing her bag aside, Wang Manny threw herself at Liang Hengxin. Bursting into tears. Sobbing, she repeatedly pounded on his chest, crying, "Where did you go? I thought you weren't coming back." Liang Hengxin grabbed Wang Manny's hand and said gently, "It's alright, your makeup's all ruined. I'm back now." Looking at his face so close, Wang Manny leaned in and began to kiss him, demanding love. No need for many words, the atmosphere was right, the emotions were there, and naturally, they did it. However, when Liang Hengxin took off his clothes, his body was covered in bruises, which terrified Wang Manny. Gently stroking her wound, Wang Manny asked, "Hengxin, what happened to you? How did you get beaten up like this?" Liang Hengxin started making up a story. Someone got drunk on the street, somehow got extorted by thugs, got beaten up, and then couldn't find the thugs afterward, and so on. Wang Manny believed it without thinking much of it, because the story sounded plausible. "It's alright, don't worry, it'll be fine soon," he said, removing Wang Manny's hand from her wound and continuing to kiss her. He hadn't been in the mood for this kind of thing lately, he'd been holding back a bit. After a while, Liang Hengxin pulled Wang Manny against the headboard, stroking her smooth back with one hand. "Why didn't you come to see me for so long?" The initial passion had faded, and Wang Manny asked, "Manny, I'm sorry. There were some problems with my family business, so I didn't have time to tell you that day. I've been incredibly busy lately, I really haven't had time to contact you." He knew exactly what kind of person Wang Yan was. If he told her the truth, she'd definitely kick him to the curb. So he might as well keep up the lie for as long as possible, giving him time to figure out what to do next. Wang Yan wisely didn't ask any more questions. At least he was back, wasn't he? "Oh, I see. How's your business? You rushed back so quickly and worked so hard. Nothing bad happened, right?" "It's fine, just some competitors doing some dirty tricks. We were caught off guard, but it's all taken care of now." Wang Yan didn't understand these things, so she didn't say much. She then turned the conversation to the matter of going to Hong Kong. "Zhangson, I told you before about transferring to Hong Kong, but you left without explaining it clearly last time. So what are you really thinking? You want to go to Hong Kong because you want to be closer to me. I know your feelings, I know everything. I've thought about this a lot lately. Wouldn't it be better if I came here and developed my career on the mainland? What do you think, Manny?" Hearing this, Wang Manny's face lit up with joy, overjoyed. Why had she done all this? Wasn't it to penetrate Liang Zhangxin's life and make him adapt to her presence? However, thinking of Liang Zhangxin's refusal to marry, Wang Manny felt a little regretful. Still somewhat unwilling to give up, she cautiously probed, "Zhangxin, in that case, it's not much different from marriage, is it?" At this point, Wang Manny stopped talking, observing Liang Zhangxin's reaction. Liang Zhangxin was silent for a while, struggling internally, somewhat tempted. After all, besides his glamorous appearance, he had nothing left. Sticking to this for a while was also an option. He knew what kind of person Wang Manny was. She was only after his money. Although he played around with the women and left when he was done, he never forced anyone. Ultimately, it was consensual at first. After all, it takes two to tango. He could manipulate human nature, but he shouldn't manipulate someone else's life. He knew he wasn't that bad. Marrying her would truly ruin Wang Manny. The damage wouldn't be a simple emotional wound. He knew that if they married and Wang Manny found out he was broke, bankrupt, and kicked out of the house, she would definitely divorce him. And that wouldn't benefit either of them. He might not care, but the damage to Wang Manny would be immense. Although he was a scoundrel, and now he was in this state, he still had his pride. He sighed and said, "Manny, I don't want to talk about this right now. Give me some time, okay?" Even though he knew the outcome, hearing this answer still made Wang Manny feel disappointed and listless. Liang Zhangxin, unrepentant, managed to coax Wang Manny back into a smile with sweet words. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll make you something. What do you want to eat? Anything you make, I'll love." Wang Manny exchanged a few more playful words and happily went to cook. Since bringing Gu Jinghong over last time, Wang Yan had been free again. Gu Jia had been even busier than before, working tirelessly at the company from dawn till dusk, leaving her little time to care for the three of them. The tea leaves from the tea factory had arrived, and all that was left was for Gu Jia to find a market. She had been preparing since she returned. Although the ladies' circle had purchased a batch, it was still a fraction compared to the tea from several mountains. Ultimately, it depended on the consumers and the product itself. Gu Jia was confident in this. She had personally participated in the entire process, which was entirely handmade. In Hanglu village, everyone, young and old, was busy, even the children were involved. Gu Jia, of course, couldn't let down the high expectations of her fellow villagers, so she worked tirelessly. Online, she contacted various influencer agencies to get them to promote her products. She had to find reliable ones. Her product positioning was mid-range, and she couldn't let the influencers turn it into cheap, low-quality goods. Moreover, many companies demanded excessive rebates, which she couldn't accept. Her intention was to provide more benefits to the villagers of Hanglu village, building roads, schools, and so on, leading them to prosperity. She couldn't let them all be taken away. Every day was filled with negotiations, finding reliable companies and agencies. Offline, she didn't need to worry. Wang Yan, seeing how exhausted she was, introduced her to some channels, and her network of wives also helped. She managed to get placements in numerous shopping malls and supermarkets. The tea supply was limited. Once it sold out, they'd have to wait for the next batch. This batch was a resounding success, a win-win situation. Consumer feedback, except for a few individuals, was generally positive. With this initial success, future sales would be much easier. As long as the tea remains the same, There shouldn't be any major problems. During this time, Wang Yan could be said to have fulfilled the responsibilities and obligations of her husband. Now the situation is reversed. He's practically become a stay-at-home dad. He doesn't like making breakfast, so he just buys it on his way back from his run each day. Since Gu Jinghong lives in Junaiu Mansion, which isn't far, they all eat dinner together every evening. Then there's no one to cook anymore. Although they're not short of money, they can't eat out every day. So Wang Yan decided to practice his cooking skills, but his level was definitely not up to par. Although he was nimble-fingered, he would fumble around with the recipes for a while, looking rather clumsy, and his speed was definitely lacking. Watching Wang Yan's clumsy, clattering movements annoyed Gu Jinghong, so he simply helped out. Gu Jinghong, with his rich life experience, while not as skilled as Gu Jiaqiang, was far superior to Wang Yan's. As she cooked, the initial awkwardness faded, and Wang Yan and his father-in-law, Gu Jinghong, got along remarkably well. Their daily routine consisted of reading, writing, and coding. Occasionally, he would accompany Gu Jinghong for tea, putting Gu Jia at ease. When Su Ziyan had time off, he would take her sightseeing. Gu Jia saw all this and was delighted. What could be more joyful than a harmonious family and a successful career? That day, after dinner, she put Su Ziyan to sleep. The two embraced on the rooftop terrace, watching the Huangpu River flow eastward and the bustling city. "You've really worked hard these past few days," Gu Jia said softly, nestled in Wang Yan's arms. "I'm tired of hearing you say those formal things," Wang Yan said, dramatically rubbing his ear. The gesture wasn't particularly funny, but there was that saying again, in the eyes of someone who only has eyes for you. Gu Jia giggled at his exaggerated action. Not understanding what made her laugh, Wang Yan playfully tickled Gu Jia to make her laugh even harder. After all, she'd been incredibly busy lately, and a little laughter would help her relax. After a while, the two quieted down. "Let's go to Hanglu village again sometime," Gu Jia suddenly said. Wang Yan readily agreed, "Of course." Gu Jia smiled gently and fell silent. They'd been together for a while now, and everything that needed to be said had been said. Sweet nothings couldn't be repeated too often. So, neither of them spoke, simply gazing into the distance, enjoying this rare moment of peace. The atmosphere was warm and beautiful, and Wang Yan was so captivated by it that he didn't want to wake up. Ring, 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 the annoying phone rang, startling the two from their reverie. Wang Yan got up, picked up his phone, glanced at it, and answered, "Hello, yes, it's me." "Okay, then bring her up." Gu Jia, standing nearby, asked, "What happened?" "The property management called downstairs, saying Zhang Xiaoqin is drunk, so I had them bring her up." Gu Jia had told him about this later. After all, a conflict had occurred, and it was normal for her to explain on behalf of her friend. As for Zhang Xiaoqin knowing the address, Gu Jia had told them before. Moreover, when Wang Yan went to Hong Kong to meet Zhao Jinggao, Gu Jia had also brought him here, leaving a deep impression, so it wasn't surprising. Upon hearing that Zhang Xiaoqin had come drunk, Gu Jia became anxious and quickly pulled Wang Yan downstairs. They went to the elevator, and soon after, the property management staff and Zhang Xiaoyang escorted Zhang Xiaoqin out. The elevator doors opened, Gu Jia asked about the situation, and Zhang Xiaoyang explained everything, reminding Gu Jia to keep a close eye on her. After giving these instructions, Zhang Xiaoyang left with the property management staff. From beginning to end, he didn't even glance at Wang Yan standing next to him. He looked down on this guy. He was too pretentious. If Zhang Xiaoqin hadn't been drunk and still thinking about Gu Jia, and hadn't drunkenly given this address, he wouldn't have known it was where Gu Jia and Wang Yan lived. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought her along. The property management had already called downstairs, so it wouldn't be easy for him to explain taking Zhang Xiaoqin away. Otherwise, he would have left already. Gu Jia and Wang Yan helped Zhang Xiaoqin inside and put her on the sofa. Afterward, Gu Jia quickly prepared a guest room, settled Zhang Xiaoqin in, and then breathed a sigh of relief. On the bed. "I'm sorry." Gu Jia knew that Wang Yan looked down on Zhang Xiaoqin and Wang Meni. They had been living together for a while, and she understood why now. "It's okay, they're your friends after all. Go to sleep, you've been up all day." Gu Jia was in a special situation today, and she was exhausted from earlier, and worried about Zhang Xiaoqin, so she clearly wasn't in the mood. The two fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, after exercising, Wang Yan bought breakfast. Gu Jia had been incredibly busy lately, so Wang Yan didn't let her get up early. When he returned, Gu Jia was already up. She was worried about Zhang Xiaoqin and couldn't sleep soundly even after going back to bed. He woke Su Ziyan up as usual, and the two of them washed up together. After washing up, Zhang Xiaoqin also got up. Seeing the unfamiliar decorations and Gu Jia beside her, Zhang Xiaoqin wanted to slap herself. She also looked down on Wang Yan. Their previous conflict had left a bad impression. She hadn't thought much of it and hadn't realized Liang Xiangxin was trying to put Wang Yan down. In any case, her impression of Wang Yan was the same as Zhang Xiaoqin's, pretentious and unapproachable. The atmosphere at the dinner table was rather awkward. Wang Yan didn't want to talk to Zhang Xiaoqin. Zhang Xiaoqin also looked down on Wang Yan. Gu Jia wanted to ease the tension but didn't know what to say. Su Ziyan, oblivious to the situation, and being a child, kept talking nonsense to Zhang Xiaoqin. After dinner, Wang Yan said goodbye to Gu Jia and then went to take Su Ziyan to school. After Wang Yan left, Gu Jia and Zhang Xiaoqin both breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling had been unbearable. "I'd better leave, I don't want to cause you any more trouble," Zhang Xiaoqin said. The situation had escalated significantly. Public opinion was completely out of control, overwhelming. One after another, righteous, enthusiastic, and passionate citizens spoke out, overwhelmingly criticizing Zhang Xiaoqin and the property management company. "No, how can I leave you alone in this situation? But, your partner." This was indeed a problem, but now that Zhang Xiaoqin's past had been exposed, she was being condemned by everyone. Unwilling to leave Zhang Xiaoqin alone, Gu Jia hesitated for a moment. "Listen to me, just stay here for now. Wang Yan won't say anything. At worst, it'll be awkward for a few days. Let's wait and see." Zhang Xiaoqin didn't immediately agree. "Thank you, Blade of Blood, for the 100-coin reward and continued support. Thank you, Ren Ruyu, for the 100-coin reward and monthly ticket support. Thank you, Silent and Resentful, for your continued support. P.S. I still suggest you go to bed early if you don't have anything to do. As usual, thank you to all the brothers who voted for recommendations. Thank you to the brothers who commented, criticized, encouraged, guided, and supported me. And to the kind brothers who just read and didn't comment for their strong support. Thank you to all my brothers." Chapter 43, Unstoppable. After dropping off his child, Wang Yan went to the company instead of going home. He didn't care much about himself, but he was sure Gu Jia and Zhang Xiaoqin were upset. He had nothing to say about Zhang Xiaoqin's ordeal. A merchant was selling counterfeit shoes, and a customer came back demanding a refund. Zhang Xiaoqin happened to pass by and tried to help. The problem wasn't properly resolved, and the couple who came, perhaps prepared from the start, escalated the conflict. Some bystanders watched the whole thing, but no one intervened to prevent the situation from escalating. They just stood there watching the drama unfold on their phones. After the story spread, a group of uninformed people, who knew nothing about the truth, were suddenly filled with a sense of justice. Coupled with influential people speaking out against it, they started ranting and raving without any regard for the consequences. This is a common social phenomenon. Whether it's a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality is hard to say. At the company, Wang Yan brewed a pot of tea and slowly sipped it. Ring. 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 Just then, the phone on the tea table rang. Wang Yan glanced at it, frowned slightly, and answered, "Hello? What's up?" When? Okay, I understand. How's the arrangement going? Are you sure you've got it all arranged? Good, that's it." Wang Yan's subordinates had been working hard. A week had passed, and the Chen brothers, Chen Yu and Chen Su, had been thoroughly arranged, spending their days indulging in pleasure. At first, they shook their heads in refusal, but after being pressured with excessive drinking, coupled with the various things that had accumulated during this period, including their divorce and work, Chen Yu simply let loose. There's a first time for everything, and once that first time is over, there's no need to make excuses or find reasons to comfort yourself anymore. Chen Yu had no time for his beloved photography, spending his days among women. His body was already a bit weak from staying up late lately, and this wasn't just weakness, it was a loss. China is 7 or 8 hours ahead of Europe. Yesterday, the incident was happening in the afternoon there. Waking up from a hangover, Chen Yu, as a journalist, naturally paid attention to trending topics and, unsurprisingly, saw the news about Zhang Xiaoqin. Chen Yu's intuition told him something was wrong. He quickly called Zhang Xiaoqin, but it was no use, she was drinking at the time. This made Chen Yu even more worried. After thinking for a moment, he notified Zhang Xiaoqin's parents, telling them to run away and hide for a while. Then, without thinking twice, he grabbed Chen Su next door and insisted on going back to China. Chen Su was having too much fun and was half asleep when he was pulled up. "What are you doing, bro? I'll sleep a little longer. Why are you in such a hurry? Get up quickly and pack up to go back to China." Chen Su woke up instantly at the mention of going back to China. He was having so much fun and didn't want to leave at all. Go back to China? It's still a week. What are you going back for? Xiaoqin had an accident, I have to go back and check on her. Hey, stop dawdling, hurry up. Chen Yu had been living a comfortable life these past 2 days, and Chen Su had been enjoying it immensely. He wanted to say, "What does your accident have to do with you?" But the words stuck in his throat. It was Chen Yu's business. What could his brother do? He silently got up and packed his things. Chen Yu quickly contacted his subordinates, told them about the trip back to China, and asked them to keep an eye on things and ensure the safety of the other employees. After packing, he and Chen Su bought 2 plane tickets back to China. Since the earliest tickets were all booked, they had to transfer. It wasn't until the plane was at 10,000 meters altitude that Chen Yu realized what had happened. Why did I do this? Chen Yu kept asking himself this question internally. Only he knew the answer. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yan didn't know what to say. He had already arranged everything, what else could he say? Although he thought Zhang Xiaoqin was a real piece of work, he genuinely admired Chen Yu for going to such lengths. It was Chen Yu's choice, and he should respect it. Chen Yu could do whatever he wanted. What was he, Wang, anyway? He was just guiding Chen Yu. In the end, it was all for naught. What was meant to happen would happen anyway. He thought he had treated Chen Yu very well, he was well off, had a successful career, and a promising future. Chen Yu had even experienced the different cultures his subordinates had arranged for him, and the scenery was quite nice. And yet, upon hearing the news, he rushed back without stopping? After thinking for a moment, Wang Yan called his 2 subordinates and told them they could take action. The plan was to anonymously report some dirty secrets about Zhang Xiaoyang's family to the relevant authorities. He genuinely disliked Zhang Xiaoyang. Although essentially they were no different, both were seducing married women, Wang Yan was responsible and didn't just use her and run. Besides, he knew Su Huanshan would cheat on him, and he had only laid the groundwork and guided Chen Yu in the early stages. Given Gu Jia's personality, although there might be some ambiguity, as long as Su Huanshan doesn't cheat, it's none of Wang Yan's business. Judging from Zhang Xiaoyang's history of promiscuity and womanizing, it's clear he intends to play around and leave. Liang's Hanxin is far superior, at least he doesn't hook up with married women, or perhaps he's not into that kind of thing. Zhang Xiaoyang is from northeast China, the same hometown as Wang Yan. Frankly, given the current situation and the severity of the situation, he's bound to face some consequences. It's entirely a matter of character. Zhang Xiaoyang's family will inevitably have some dealings involved, and they're definitely going to collapse after this. He won't interfere further or make any more moves, it's up to Zhang Xiaoqin's own choice. After giving his instructions, Wang Yan continued with company matters. The Liang family's fortunes were pretty much over. Gu Jia spent the whole morning comforting Zhang Xiaoqin, hoping she could be strong and get through this difficult time. Zhang Xiaoqin was at a loss, she was genuinely terrified. Just then, she received a call from her mother. "Xiaoqin, are you alright? I tried calling so many times yesterday but couldn't get through." "Mom, I'm fine. I'm with Gu Jia. Don't worry. How are you all doing?" "We're fine. Chen Yu called us yesterday and told us to hide. We're at your aunt's house now. Don't worry about us, just take care of yourself." Hearing that Chen Yu was still concerned about her parents even while in Europe, Zhang Xiaoqin felt a mix of gratitude and unease, remembering her mother's recent inappropriate behavior. "Xiaoqin, how could these people be so despicable? Old Zhang from next door messaged me this morning, saying he saw red paint splash on our front door when he went out, and the keyhole was glued shut. They even sprayed some graffiti on the wall. I'm telling you, it was vicious. Your dad said that if our building wasn't on a higher floor, they would have smashed the windows. These people, really, how could they do this?" Hearing her mother's rambling, Zhang Xiaoqin felt guilty, her eyes welling up with tears. Yesterday, she was so focused on her own sadness that she hadn't thought about what her parents had gone through. She forced herself to stay calm so her mother wouldn't notice anything amiss, comforted her for a while, and then hung up. Zhang Xiaoqin hugged her arms and sobbed, her mind filled with thoughts of her parents' ordeal, her own experiences, and her complicated relationship with Zhang Xiaoyang and Chen Yu. All she could do was cry to vent. Gu Jia patted Zhang Xiaoqin gently beside her, offering silent comfort. She didn't know what to say, fearing it would only rub salt into the wound, so she could only silently stay by her side. After a long while, Zhang Xiaoqin finished crying and started playing on her phone. She saw a post on her company's Weibo account announcing the dismissal of the employee surnamed Zhang involved. Zhang Xiaoqin was indignant and, ignoring what others thought of her, stormed to the company to confront them. She eventually learned that Zhang Xiaoyang had taken the blame for her. Zhang Xiaoqin felt conflicted. She hadn't expected Zhang Xiaoyang to go to such lengths for her. She called Zhang Xiaoyang, got his location, and then went to find him, her mind heavy with worry. When they met, Zhang Xiaoyang spoke half-truthfully, explaining some things about his family. "I'm not even worried about work, what do you have to worry about? Besides, if we're together, an office romance is bound to happen." Zhang Xiaoqin couldn't resist this. Hearing this, she felt a little sweet inside, but said on the surface, "Who wants to be with you?" "Zhang Xiaoyang, do you know what makes me most angry about this? If it weren't for this, I would have been ready to be your girlfriend. Now that you've made such a fuss, it's like I'm doing this to repay you." She turned to leave. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyang knew what was going on. He had already succeeded, so why bother with any more nonsense? He quickly stepped forward, pulled Zhang Xiaoqin close, and kissed her repeatedly. Zhang Xiaoqin was touched by this romantic atmosphere. All the complicated feelings she had when she heard Chen Yu announce that her parents had run away were long forgotten. She responded to Zhang Xiaoyang with enthusiasm. After a long while, their lips parted. Zhang Xiaoqin looked at Zhang Xiaoyang shyly and didn't say anything. Zhang Xiaoyang said some more sweet words before they got back to business. "Sister, are you getting used to staying at Sister Gu's place?" Zhang Xiaoqin hesitated. "No, but I really have nowhere else to go. I feel like everyone's watching me, like they were about to come and beat me up or yell at me. How about, you come stay with me for a while?" Zhang Xiaoyang said, as if she were doing it for her own good. Hearing this suggestion, Zhang Xiaoqin was honestly a little tempted. But then she thought about how they'd only just confirmed their relationship, and living together wouldn't be appropriate. It might make Zhang Xiaoyang think she was a casual, frivolous woman, which wouldn't be good. "Fine, I'll hold out for a couple of days and see what happens. Besides, I already rented a place, but this whole thing has affected me, so I can't go there." It was better to be awkward than to be seen as casual. Although it would definitely affect Gu Jia, she really had no choice but to swallow her pride and stay. Seeing that things weren't going to work out, Zhang Xiaoyang didn't insist. Zhang Xiaoqin, with the joy of a little girl, left happily. Thinking about the kiss earlier, she even felt like jumping for joy. She happily returned to Xianyu Mansion, but once downstairs, Zhang Xiaoqin's mood soured. Being a guest in someone else's house, especially someone she didn't like, made her uncomfortable, no matter how proud she was. The property management contacted Gu Jia and swiped Zhang Xiaoqin's card to let her upstairs. Seeing her sister's conflicted emotions, Gu Jia wondered why she was so different. She was crying her eyes out this morning, and now she was all better after just one trip? Gu Jia voiced her doubts. "Xiaoqin, you look so complicated, what happened?" Zhang Xiaoqin rambled on about what had happened, ending pitifully, "Gu Jia, I might have to bother you for a few more days." Gu Jia had already mentioned this to Wang Yan before Zhang Xiaoqin left. She had to consider Wang Yan's feelings, after all. Gu Jia waved her hand dismissively. "What are you saying, Xiaoqin? Relax, stay as long as you want." Gu Jia wisely refrained from commenting on what Zhang Xiaoqin had said earlier. Living with Wang Yan for so long inevitably influenced her, but this time she wouldn't stand on high ground and spout nonsense. Seeing Gu Jia's resolute tone, unlike her slightly melancholic tone that morning, Zhang Xiaoqin felt relieved knowing Gu Jia had made peace with Wang Yan. Wang Mani also learned about Zhang Xiaoqin's situation and asked about it in the group chat. Gu Jia extended an invitation to meet at her dessert shop. After all, It wasn't convenient for Zhang Xiaoqin to go anywhere in her current state, and even though she knew Wang Yan wasn't interested in Wang Manny and had Liang Zhengxin, she still didn't want Wang Manny to come. Plastic sisters, the first time they flaunted their relationship, it was over, the rest was out of the question. Since they didn't live far apart, Wang Manny arrived during her lunch break. Upon meeting, she first asked with concern, "Xiaoqin, are you alright?" Although things had been sweet before, that was only for a short time. Besides, she was currently embroiled in trouble and living under someone else's roof, so she forced a smile and said, "I'm fine, nothing's wrong." She then told Wang Manny about what had happened before. "Oh, is that so? This younger brother is really good to you. To be honest, how far have you two gotten?" Unlike Gujia, Wang Manny was more cooperative. This question brought a sweet feeling back to Zhang Xiaoqin's heart, and she was truly carefree. "Manny, let me tell you." Getting emotional, she rattled off the little flirtations and romances between her and Zhang Xiaoyang. Wang Manny teased her a couple of times, while Gujia smiled silently, quietly eating her snacks and listening to their conversation. "By the way, you said in the group chat a few days ago that Liang Zhengxin was coming to develop his career here. How is it going?" "He's with me now. He probably has a lot of business to handle. He's leaving early and coming home late every day. It's not as relaxed as before," Wang Manny said, a mix of sweetness and regret. "Ah, since he's already in Shanghai, haven't you, his future boss's wife, gone to see him?" Zhang Xiaoqin teased. Frowning, Wang Manny said, "No, he didn't tell me. Seeing how tired he is every day, I didn't mention it." Gujia wanted to say something upon hearing this, but ultimately remained silent. The three of them tacitly avoided discussing Wang Yan. Ever since Gujia and Wang Yan got together, Zhang Xiaoqin and Wang Manny had never spoken of Gujia's life. The three sisters chatted for a few more minutes before Wang Manny went to work. Gujia drove Zhang Xiaoqin out for a drive, just to clear her head. In the afternoon, the Chen brothers, Chen Yu and Chen Su, returned home. Chen Yu rushed home, and the situation outside his house wasn't much better. Ignoring this, after putting his things down, Chen Yu began his operation. He had already planned his plan on the plane: follow the clues, find the source, take photos as evidence, and apprehend them all. Over the next 2 days, Chen Yu, along with Chen Su, began their investigation, conducting surveillance and interviews. As a journalist who had long been on the front lines, Chen Yu possessed excellent insight. Basically, aside from a beating, everything went smoothly. This was far worse than in the original series. Chen Yu's body had been severely depleted lately, and although Chen Su was younger and had more firepower, his recent indulgence hadn't taken its toll. If it weren't for calling the police in advance and the timely arrival of the officers who rescued the two bruised and battered men, they would have been beaten to death with sticks and fists. In the end, Chen Yu suffered 4 broken ribs, a broken arm, and a fractured leg. Chen Su fared much better, only limping and having a minor arm strain. This was mainly because when he was being kicked, Chen Yu, as the older brother, risked his life to protect him, absorbing most of the damage. The result was a happy one for everyone. Zhang Xiaoqin successfully turned the tables. The previously enthusiastic netizens who were vehemently criticizing her now shamelessly liked, supported, and shared her posts, saying, "Yes, she's a good girl." Chen Yu, on the other hand, successfully boosted the company's reputation and also enhanced the fame of the media they operated. As for the outcome he actually wanted, whether he achieved it or not remains to be seen. While idly sunbathing on the balcony, Zhang Xiaoqin received a call from Chen Su on her phone, telling her to watch the news. After hanging up, Zhang Xiaoqin scrolled through her phone again and saw the news about the crackdown on a counterfeit production den. Thinking back to Chen Su's call, it was obvious who was behind it. Putting down her phone, Zhang Xiaoqin stared blankly into the distance, her heart filled with turmoil. "Thank you, Blade Drinker, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you for your continued support, Brother Blade. Thank you, Wang Mumu, for the monthly ticket support. Thank you, Yashana, for the monthly ticket support. Thank you, Bookfriend 201710290053080066, for the monthly ticket support. Thank you, Bookfriend 201804102342270016, for the monthly ticket support. Daily thanks to all the brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to all the good brothers who commented and those who just read. Thank you to Brother Cheng Jian, Brother Xiaxia Ashumi IJXWB, Brother Hundun Zhic, Brother Cheng An Yuo, Brother Wu Chang, and many other wonderful brothers. Forgive me for not being able to count them all, so I can only thank these brothers as representatives. You brothers never boasted, just silently voted, and I saw it all. Thank you for your continued silent support. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 44. If you miss it, you miss it. Memories of her time with Chen Yu, the happy times with Zhang Xiaoyang, the argument on the eve of her divorce from Chen Yu, and the sweet kisses with Zhang Xiaoyang all flashed through her mind. Shaking her head, Zhang Xiaoyang dared not think any further. It gave her a headache. Just then, a message arrived on WeChat, a location sent by Chen Su. Zhang Xiaoyang knew it was a hospital. That's where she had her abortion. There was also a video of Chen Yu lying in a hospital bed, waving to stop Chen Su. Chen Yu was covered in casts and bandages, his face bruised and swollen, which terrified Zhang Xiaoyang. She quickly grabbed her bag and rushed to the hospital. Arriving in a panic, she quickly found Chen Yu's ward. Opening the door, she saw Chen Yu's miserable state and stood there stunned, lost in thought. Hearing the commotion, the brothers Chen Yu and Chen Su stared at Zhang Xiaoyang standing in the doorway. Seeing their two bruised and swollen faces, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But when she met Chen Yu's eyes, Zhang Xiaoyang finally burst into tears. The patients and their families in the corridor outside, wondering what was going on, peeked suspiciously from the doorway. Without a word, she started crying, leaving the two brothers at a loss, unsure what to do. Fortunately, a patrolling nurse passed by and noticed the crowd. She dispersed the onlookers, explained the brothers' condition, and reassured Zhang Xiaoyang with the final words, "They'll be fine in 2 or 3 months. They won't be disabled, don't worry." After giving a few more instructions, the nurse left, closing the door behind her. The three inside stared at each other, unsure what to say. "Sister-in-law, don't just stand there. Let me tell you, my brother." Then Chen Su's eyes lit up, and he began recounting their glorious achievements. From receiving the news in Europe to now, he showered Chen Yu with praise. After speaking, Chen Su gave Chen Yu a look, then made an excuse and walked away on his crutches, leaving the two of them alone. The atmosphere was a little awkward, neither knew what to say. After a long silence, Zhang Xiaoyang spoke first. "Thank you." "Oh, no need. Why are we saying so much? Why didn't you tell me? Do you know how dangerous this is? What if something happened to you?" Chen Yu said embarrassedly, "I was afraid that if you knew, and it still didn't work out, it would all be for nothing. You're always like this, never telling me what you're doing. Otherwise, would we be where we are today?" Hearing this, he looked at Zhang Xiaoyang with a hint of surprise, forcing a big smile despite the pain. Seeing Chen Yu's forced smile, Zhang Xiaoyang felt bad too, but then she thought of their recent entanglement, actually. She paused, then continued, "You didn't have to do this." He swallowed the words he was about to say, maintaining his smile and remaining silent. Firstly, he felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Secondly, Chen Yu had made his meaning perfectly clear, and Zhang Xiaoyang understood. Although he knew Zhang Xiaoyang well enough to know that she might have meant it unintentionally, that unnecessary still stung him. He swallowed the words he was about to say. Seeing Chen Yu like this, Zhang Xiaoyang was furious, yet her thoughts were complicated. Before, when Chen Yu ignored her, she made a huge scene. But now that Chen Yu had gone to such lengths for her, she found she wasn't as happy as she had imagined. She sighed and ultimately said nothing more. Zhang Xiaoyang gave Chen Yu a few more instructions, awkwardly chatted for a while, and then left. Watching her disappearing figure, Chen Yu lay on the hospital bed staring at the ceiling. Perhaps it's easy to say "I love you" to someone you don't love, but it's hard to say it to someone you truly love. Chen Yu didn't know if he truly loved Zhang Xiaoyang. After several years, the love had long since faded. But he had feelings for her. He had realized this on the plane. How was it? How was it? Chen Su had been waiting outside, and seeing Zhang Xiaoyang leave, he couldn't contain his gossip any longer. He limped in, and seeing Chen Su's curious expression, Chen Yu rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Not so good." Before he could even speak, Chen Su understood just from the eye roll. Knowing Chen Yu was in a bad mood, he didn't tease him and chatted with a girl he knew on another bed. After a while, there was a knock on the door, and the two looked in the direction of the sound. Wang Yan walked in, looking at their swollen faces. How are you? Are you alright? Mr. Wang, what brings you here? Seeing that it was the big boss, Chen Yu struggled to get up, wincing in pain. Alright, lie down. You're already like this, don't be so polite. Sitting down on a chair by the bed, Wang Yan said, you're a hero in the company, I had to come see you to put my mind at ease. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Wang. I'm fine, just need to rest for a few months, which might interfere with my work. Hey, why are you saying that? Do you think I'm that heartless? On the contrary, I'll give you a bonus. You really helped the company get things done this time. He patted Chen Yu's shoulder, just focus on recovering. You can't leave the hospital until you've gained 3 pounds. Chen Su, standing nearby, was stunned when Wang Yan entered and quickly stood up. He vividly remembered this most impressive person he had ever met. He never expected that the seemingly foolish boss he thought Chen Yu was actually Wang Yan. Watching Wang Yan talk to Chen Yu, he opened his mouth for a long time but couldn't say a word. Wang Yan gestured for Chen Yu not to say anything more and looked up at Chen Su beside him. This must be your brother, Chen Su? Before Chen Yu could speak, Chen Su quickly said, Mr. Wang, it's me, Chen Su. Don't you remember me? Wang Yan looked at Chen Su with a puzzled expression. Chen Su realized that he had been beaten up like an idiot and couldn't recognize him. He explained, it's Gu Jia, Sister Gu I used to drive for them. Wang Yan looked like he suddenly understood, oh, you. I didn't recognize you. I thought it was just a coincidence of names. I didn't expect you two to be brothers. He then looked at Chen Yu, so, you also know Gu Jia? Chen Yu nodded, yes, I know her. My ex-wife is Gu Jia's classmate. Wang Yan noticed the naturalness in the ex-wife part and smiled slightly, then I know, Zhang Xiaoqin, right? Yes, that's her. Mr. Wang knows her? She's been staying at my place for the past 2 days, what do you think? He knew about Gu Jia, even if Zhang Xiaoqin hadn't mentioned it, Chen Su had told him, so he hadn't thought much of it. I'm sorry, Xiaoqin, for causing you trouble. Wang Yan didn't mince words anymore, and said he wouldn't interfere. Alright, now that we're all friends, let's skip the formalities. I hired a caregiver to look after you. Don't worry about anything else, the company will reimburse your expenses during this period. He then turned to Chen Su beside him and said, still driving for Su Huanshan? Chen Su nodded, vaguely guessing what was going on. Count you in this time too. If you don't want to work for him anymore, go with your brother. Let him arrange things, and you can learn more. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Don't worry, I'll definitely do my best. Chen Su was overjoyed. This was better than driving, a promotion, and working under his brother certainly wouldn't be bad. That's all. You two take good care of your injuries. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. Without letting Chen Su see him off, Wang Yan left. He hadn't come with Zhang Xiaoqin, that was a coincidence. He had come simply to check on Chen Yu. From both a moral and practical standpoint, as the boss, he should visit Chen Yu, an employee who had made outstanding contributions. Moreover, Chen Yu shouldn't have been injured so badly. If he were to cause further health problems because of him, he would be held responsible. Leaving the hospital, Zhang Xiaoqin walked along the street, her mind heavy with worry. Zhang Xiaoqin had lost his job because of her. Chen Yu had been seriously injured because of her. She didn't know what to do. So, she sent a message in their group chat, inviting 2 close friends to meet up. She was feeling cooped up at home for the past 2 days. Wang Manny, who happened to be off work today and also bored, replied instantly, agreeing and suggesting they go to her ex-boyfriend's coffee shop. Gu Jia was even more agreeable, she was quite relaxed now. She picked up Zhang Xiaoqin and drove to the location Wang Manny had sent. The 3 friends reunited. Wang Manny introduced her ex-boyfriend, Zhang Chen, to the 2 of them. After Zhang Chen left, Gu Jia and Zhang Xiaoqin hurriedly asked, what happened? We didn't hear you mention it before. It's been a while. Everyone was busy before, and we didn't have a chance to get together, so I didn't say anything. Wang Manny told Gu Jia and Zhang Xiaoqin how they met, recounted their sweet love story from back then, and mentioned that Zhang Chen was still single. Gu Jia smiled as usual, while Zhang Xiaoqin looked regretful. That's such a pity. Isn't he still waiting for you? Wang Manny didn't seem to care much about this. It was fine when Liang Xiangxin went back to Hong Kong. Now that Liang Zhangxin has come here to develop his career for her, she is overjoyed. What's done is done. Since I can't go back, I should hold on to the person in front of me even more. Okay, enough about me. Congratulations, Xiaoqin, you've finally been exonerated. Ugh, I get annoyed just thinking about this. Gu Jia asked curiously, what's wrong? Shouldn't you be happy that the truth is out? What's bothering you? Well, it's like this, Zhang Xiaoqing did this for me. After recounting the events, Zhang Xiaoqing said, now I'm caught in the middle between them, and I don't know what to do. Zhang Xiaoqing is even spreading rumors that I'm dating him. Gu Jia frowned after hearing this but didn't say anything. Wang Mani, brimming with confidence, said bluntly, then just go ahead and date him. You've already agreed to date Zhang Xiaoqing, and you've divorced Chen Yu. Why are you still thinking about going back to your ex? The worst thing in a relationship is indecisiveness. It's bad for both of you, it hurts both of you. Zhang Xiaoqing thought about it seriously after hearing this. Gu Jia felt that Wang Mani's words made some sense, but weren't entirely correct. Okay, stop thinking about it, Xiaoqing. Let's talk about something happy. Okay, fine, Zhang Xiaoqing sighed helplessly. Ring. Zhang Xiaoqing glanced at the phone and answered it. Hello? Yes, it's me. Okay. Thank you. Gu Jia asked, what's wrong? The landlord said I can move out. See, what a coincidence. All you can do now is go back and move, Wang Mani said. Is there anything we can help you with? Gu Jia asked. It wasn't that she was kicking Zhang Xiaoqing out, but she knew that the atmosphere in her house was really strange, and it was awkward for Zhang Xiaoqing to stay there. I don't have much stuff, I can manage by myself. The three sisters said a few more words and then parted ways. Back at her home with Chen Yu, Zhang Xiaoqing looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar furnishings and remained silent for a long time. Coming to her senses, she went inside and began packing her things. After packing her own things, Zhang Xiaoqing packed some of Chen Yu's personal belongings in clothes, as agreed beforehand. She took one last look at this familiar yet unfamiliar home, then left without looking back. Chen Yu was quite happy to see Zhang Xiaoqing bring him things. Xiaoqing, thank you. Zhang Xiaoqing didn't respond, but hesitated for a moment before saying, Chen Yu, the landlord of the apartment I found called me today and said I can move in. Chen Yu stiffened, hesitated for a long time, wanting to say something, but what was the point? Even though he already knew, facing the result now still made him unable to accept it calmly. He forced a smile and said, okay, I know, be careful. He knew his expression must be terrible. Zhang Xiaoqing glanced at Chen Yu, then turned and left. Chen Su tried to minimize his presence. He had seen everything from beginning to end and knew Chen Yu was in a bad mood. He didn't want to interfere anymore. This injury was much more serious than the one in the original drama. If it didn't work even after all this, what was the point of saying anything? This afternoon, Zhang Xiaoqing received a tearful phone call from his mother in northeast China, telling him that something terrible had happened at home. His father had been taken away for investigation. Without even asking for details, he hurriedly bought the next available plane ticket and flew back home. Upon seeing his distraught mother and understanding the situation, he felt helpless. Their family's pillar of support, his own second uncle, had also been taken away, otherwise, his father wouldn't have been among those arrested. Although he didn't know the specifics of their family's problems, he had a general idea. He knew his father was likely in serious trouble. The company had been seized, and the bank accounts frozen. Former business partners, relatives, and friends were all afraid of being implicated and were keeping their distance. He and his mother could only wait for the final outcome. There was nothing else they could do. After understanding this, he comforted his mother for a while. The blow was indeed too great. He didn't have time to deal with Zhang Xiaoqing. He began to worry about his future. Putting aside everything else, he hadn't learned anything all these years. He'd been too busy chasing girls to have any time for studying. Aside from a bit of research on motorcycles out of hobby, he's basically clueless about everything else. You have to admit, his hobby is definitely enough. Modifying a motorcycle costs a lot of money, and Zhang Xiaoqing can make a living with that skill. Liang Zhangxin's situation is roughly the same. Since moving into Wang Mani's house and having a few meals with her, he's spent almost all of his tens of thousands of yuan trying to maintain his image. Without income, he's just waiting to die. Whether he can adapt or not, He has to go out and work. It has to be said that Liang Xiangxin has at least been at a high position before. So even now, his perspective is still unmatched by many. Coupled with a mindset he developed from childhood, he was able to find a well-paying job in the highly competitive city of Shanghai. Of course, it was still in finance, investment banking, a field he was familiar with before. For a while, he did quite well. But after a while, he felt uncomfortable. So much time has passed, and Wang Yan, Wei Zhiji, and their hired help have almost completely ruined the Liang family. Those who could escape had long since fled abroad. Nobody cared about Liang Xiangxin's life or death. This circle, while not small, wasn't huge either. The news of the Liang family's downfall had already spread far and wide. Despite Liang Xiangxin's repeated attempts to avoid it, he inevitably encountered his former friends. The difference in their social standing was unimaginable. Those who had met him would occasionally discuss the matter with other friends. They all knew the Liang family had fallen, and they knew Liang Xiangxin had been expelled, but they never expected him to still be around, especially not on this way. So everyone treated it as a joke, then stood together lamenting over the Liang family's remains. The news spread, and even his former colleagues and superiors, whom Liang Xiangxin used to disdain, knew. Although it wasn't to the point of Zhang Xiaoqin being publicly criticized, the pressure and torment he endured were comparable to Zhang Xiaoqin's. Moreover, he was a proud man. How could he bear the pointing fingers and gossip? The damage was too great. Finally, Liang Xiangxin couldn't hold back any longer. That day, exhausted, Wang Mani returned to her rented apartment. Having just come back from a gathering with her girlfriends, Wang Mani was surprised to see Liang Xiangxin back so early. She happily helped him change his shoes and take off his clothes. "Why are you back so early today?" Looking at his pretty face so close to hers, he disregarded his exhaustion and swept Wang Mani up in his arms. Caught off guard, Wang Mani cried out in surprise. "Thank you, for the 1,500 coin reward. Thank you, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you, TCG, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you, 201710290053080066, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you, for the monthly ticket support. Thank you, for the monthly ticket support. Thank you to brother, or sister, who always seems to be trying to harm me, for the monthly ticket support. P.S. I dare not speak for myself regarding this nickname. Daily thanks to all the good brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to all the brothers who commented and those who just read. Thank you, brothers." Chapter 45. Wang Mani said he ran away. Afterwards, Liang Xiangxin lay on the edge of the bed, holding Wang Mani in his arms. "Mani." He opened his mouth, but swallowed the words. He'd had enough. He didn't want to see that disgusting face again. "Let's go buy groceries and cook, I'm a little hungry." "Okay," Wang Mani sweetly agreed. The two tidied up, bought groceries, and cooked, their affection overflowing. This was their last night together, and Liang Xiangxin was exceptionally unrestrained. The next day, Liang Xiangxin drove the car he'd given Wang Mani, taking her happily to work. He then contacted a used car dealer, wanting to sell the car. But because he was in a hurry, he was owed a lot of money, which pained Liang Xiangxin. However, compared to his deep-seated pride, he felt it was better to lose some money. He returned to Wang Mani's rented apartment, packed his things, and left without a second thought. He bought a plane ticket to the UK, he had citizenship there, and he'd feel much more at ease there. After a flurry of activity, the plane took off in the afternoon. Liang Xiangxin left, carrying with him a deep-seated hatred for Wang Yan, uncertainty about the future, and his shattered pride. He left without a word. He knew Wang Mani would be hysterical, haunting him from birth to death. But what did it matter? He was just a passerby. Wang Yan was quite surprised when he received the news. Initially, he thought that after getting rid of Zhao Jingyu and bringing down the Liang family, given Liang Xiangxin's character, he would most likely marry Wang Mani. But he never expected Liang Xiangxin to not do that, and even run away because he couldn't handle the blow and pressure. Wang Yan couldn't help but reflect that he had been too naive and had overlooked the complexity of human nature. Just like Chen Yu, who had arranged so many affairs for him, would still come back to help Zhang Xiaoqin? And Liang Xiangxin, having reached such a level, still had his pride? What could he say? That Liang Xiangxin was a good person who played with women, emotions, and human nature, yet still had a conscience and a bottom line? Is Chen Yu a devoted and good man who knowingly helps Zhang Xiaoqin and the sunny boy get back together despite their ambiguous relationship? Wang Yan thought about it. Since Wang Manny escaped unscathed, he wouldn't bother her anymore. She was lucky. After all, they had 3 encounters, and he'd handled them quite well. Actually, Wang Yan did this simply because he looked down on her. If she hadn't acted like a peacock in front of him, he wouldn't have bothered with her. After all, there are so many women and young girls out there, not just Wang Manny. He could just mess with her casually. If it didn't work, it didn't work. No need to deliberately target her. Liang Zhangxin was different. He was already disliked, and yet he still had to act arrogantly towards them. Who else should he deal with if not him? Wang Yan wasn't thinking of going all out, otherwise, hiding abroad would have been more effective. Let's see how tough Liang Zhangxin's luck is. If he's tough, he might be able to recover, but considering Liang Zhangxin's recent escape, he's completely demoralized, so Wang Yan is probably in trouble. If he's not tough, then he deserves it and will have to fend for himself. As for Zhang Xiaoqin and Zhang Xiaoyang, let's not talk about them, they're not worth mentioning. It all depends on Chen Yu himself. He's done what he can. Let him do whatever he wants. What's wrong? Gu Jia, seeing Wang Yan staring blankly at his phone, asked curiously. Nothing, just thinking about something, nothing serious. Is everything packed? Gu Jia nodded, yes, all done. Wang Yan turned to Su Ziyan and said, Ziyan, have you prepared everything you need for the children there? Oh, it was ready yesterday. Let's go, Dad, I can't wait. Alright, let's go. Su Ziyan jumped up and down, shouting, yay, let's go. Let's go. Then, noticing Gu Jia wasn't moving and wasn't keeping up with the formation, he felt something was missing. Wang Yan said to Gu Jia in a coquettish tone, Mom. Gu Jia was both amused and exasperated by Su Ziyan's antics. Alright, let's go, she said helplessly. Wang Yan carried a large suitcase in each hand, Gu Jia carried a smaller one, and Su Ziyan carried a large bag on his own. The family of 3 happily embarked on another journey. Gu Jia had mentioned wanting to go to Hanglu village a while ago, and Wang Yan had agreed. There was a flu outbreak recently, and although Su Ziyan was healthy, Gu Jia was still worried. She asked Su Ziyan for leave and took him along. This time, they were using the same RV as before, not so much for sightseeing, since they had seen most of it last time. It was mainly for convenience on the road, more freedom, and a comfortable place to rest when tired. When Wang Manny returned home from get-off work, she didn't see Liang Zhangxin. While changing her shoes, she noticed they were missing and felt a little strange. But she didn't think much of it, since Liang Zhangxin had seemed very busy lately. However, after pacing around the house a couple of times, she realized something was wrong. Because almost everything belonging to Liang Zhangxin was gone from the house, Wang Manny realized something. Slightly flustered, she rummaged through her bag for her phone and dialed immediately. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Hearing the voice on the phone, she hung up and opened WeChat. Liang Zhangxin was pinned to the top of her chat list. Her fingers trembled slightly as she typed a message. The message went through, but after waiting a long time, there was no reply. It was like throwing a stone into the ocean. When Liang Zhangxin left, he had broken his SIM card and stopped using WeChat. After all, he didn't want to contact those people he used to know anymore, especially since they didn't even want him, and he couldn't reach them anyway. Wang Manny, unwilling to give up, dialed and messaged again and again. She even tried different numbers, sending messages and making calls. All her efforts were in vain, ultimately ending in nothing. Slumped to the ground in despair, the tears she had been holding back finally streamed down her face, and Wang Manny burst into tears. There hadn't been any conflict between them lately, they were always sweet and loving. She couldn't understand why Liang Zhangxin had left without saying goodbye. Wasn't he perfectly fine this morning? How could he suddenly disappear? Wang Manny's mind started replaying scenes from their first meeting on the cruise ship to his disappearance. Years of long-held wishes beckoned to her, then vanished in an instant. She wanted to grasp them, but didn't know where or how to do so. She was heartbroken, devastated, and hysterical. She stood up and began smashing and tearing apart things around her to vent her anger. Crying and cursing Liang Zhangxin. Was there any reluctance to part with Liang Zhangxin? Certainly. Humans aren't plants or trees, how could they be without feelings? Even losing a cat or dog that's been a constant companion requires some adjustment. Let alone Liang Zhengxin, who slept in her bed every day. She'd smashed everything, wreaked havoc on the house, and was exhausted. Perhaps thirsty from the exertion, Wang Mani got up and grabbed a bottle of wine. She took a sip of wine, thought about things, and then cried some more. Before she knew it, she had fallen asleep on the floor. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Wang Mani woke up with a hangover, feeling unwell. She had a fever. Heartbroken, she had drunk so much and slept on the floor all night. Although she had a blanket, she was still susceptible to illness. She sent a message to the manager, asking for a few days off. She had no interest in going to work. She didn't get up and continued to drift off to sleep. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, still harbored feelings for Wang Mani. Since their reunion, he would occasionally inquire about her, and she would politely respond. Whether it was flattery or not, receiving a reply from the person he longed for was a small joy for him lately. Today, Jiang Chen inquired as usual, but after waiting for most of the day without a reply, he became worried that something might have happened to Wang Mani. She didn't answer his calls or reply to his messages. Unable to contain his worry, Jiang Chen finally found Wang Mani's workplace. "Hello, sir, how can I help you?" the person at the door greeted politely. "Oh, excuse me, I'm looking for Wang Mani." Sister Mani is on leave today." The person suppressed their gossip and didn't ask any unnecessary questions. "Do you know where she lives?" "Sorry, I really don't know." "Okay, sorry to bother you, thank you." "You're welcome, take care." Jiang Chen wandered around outside for a bit, then remembered Zhang Xiaoqin. He'd heard she worked at the property management office here. He quickly went to find Zhang Xiaoqin, hoping to get some information about Wang Mani. Zhang Xiaoqin's exoneration also brought some credit to the company. After all, the company could use this for awards and other promotions, and also to highlight their corporate culture, a significant contribution from Zhang Xiaoqin. So today, Zhang Xiaoqin's return was met with flowers, applause, praise, and recognition from her colleagues and superiors. As long as she didn't think about those two men's troubles, Zhang Xiaoqin was in a good mood. She was happily working on a spreadsheet when a colleague said someone was looking for her. Curious, she went out and saw Jiang Chen standing there. "Ah, it's you looking for me. What's up?" Jiang Chen saw Zhang Xiaoqin and quickly went up to her, asking, "Do you know anything about Mani? I haven't been able to reach her, and I'm worried something might have happened to her." "What? Wait a minute, let me call and check." Zhang Xiaoqin took out her phone and quickly called and messaged Wang Mani. The result was the same, the phone was off, and the messages went unanswered. Zhang Xiaoqin was also a little worried. "I know where she lives. Wait a minute, I'll go ask for leave." Her boss, after understanding the reason, readily granted her leave. Firstly, she had just performed well, so a little leniency was normal. Secondly, it was only natural, and her boss understood. The two quickly called a car and went to Wang Mani's house. Bang, bang, bang. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. They rang the doorbell and pounded on the door. Wang Mani, who was sleeping soundly inside, finally heard the noise and struggled to get up to open the door, letting the two of them in. "Why did you two come together?" Wang Mani was puzzled to see Jiang Chen and Zhang Xiaoqin arriving together. Jiang Chen opened his mouth to speak. Zhang Xiaoqin spoke quickly, saying, "Jiang Chen was worried about you and couldn't get in touch with you, so he found me, and then we came over." As she spoke, she looked at Wang Mani and continued, "Mani, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? You were fine yesterday. And why is the room so messy?" Before Wang Mani could answer, Zhang Xiaoqin reached out and touched her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh, it's so hot. Did you take medicine?" Wang Mani glanced at Jiang Chen and shook her head. "Go lie down quickly," she said, helping Wang Mani back to bed. Seeing Wang Mani's miserable state, Jiang Chen felt quite uncomfortable, and it was also uncomfortable to be interrupted while trying to speak. He shook his head helplessly. Then she poured a glass of water and handed it to Zhang Xiaoqin, before rummaging through the messy room for the medicine. "What happened, Mani?" Zhang Xiaoqin asked, handing the water to Wang Mani. Wang Mani took a sip of water, moistening her chapped lips and throat. Liang Zhengxin ran away. "Ran away? Left without saying goodbye?" Wang Mani nodded. "Why? You seemed so happy just now, how could you suddenly run away? I want to know too. He was gone when I came home from get off work yesterday, and I couldn't contact him at all. No news at all? No. No signs at all? No. Zhang Xiaoqin asked curiously, why is that? Wang Manny gave a self-deprecating laugh and said, who knows? Seeing that Wang Manny was not in a good mood, Zhang Xiaoqin stopped talking. Alright, Zheng Chen, did you find the medicine? I just found it, isn't that a coincidence? She loosened her clenched fist, quickly took the medicine, and made Wang Manny drink it. Zhang Xiaoqin covered Wang Manny with a blanket, letting her lie down for a while. You keep tidying up, I'll go buy some groceries. She looks like she hasn't eaten. With that, Zhang Xiaoqin left. Zhang Chen responded, suppressing his anger towards Liang Xiangxin and his heartache for Wang Manny, and continued tidying up silently. He had overheard their entire conversation. The woman he couldn't forget, she was gone without a word after she was done with him. Anyone would feel terrible in that situation. But what could he do? He could only silently continue tidying up. When Zhang Xiaoqin returned with the groceries, Zheng Chen had almost finished tidying up, and the two of them cooked a few dishes together. They woke the groceries of the still drowsy Wang Manny, and the three of them ate a bite together. Given Wang Manny's condition, they didn't chat or make small talk, and silently finished their meal. After checking on Wang Manny for a bit, Zhang Xiaoqin left first. Her mother had called earlier, asking her to go to the hospital. After Zhang Xiaoqin left, Zheng Chen did some more washing and cleaning, and tidied up the kitchenware. He went to the bedroom, stared at the sleeping Wang Manny for a long time, his expression complex. Finally, he sighed and left. Bang! Hearing the door close, Wang Manny opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. Seemingly lost in thought, Zhang Xiaoqin arrived at the hospital. The atmosphere in the ward was quite strange. Chen Yu lay on the bed without speaking, while Chen Su leaned against the bed, looking at the elderly couple with slight hostility. The elderly couple looked at the two brothers with disappointment. When Zhang Xiaoqin entered, all four pairs of eyes stared at her. Feeling bewildered by their stares, Zhang Xiaoqin asked, "What's wrong? Why are you all staring at me like that?" Her father spoke first. "This afternoon, we ran into some neighbors downstairs on our way back from your aunt's house. They said your personal information was leaked online recently. You got divorced. Your mother had a huge argument with them, saying it was impossible, but they produced the evidence." He took out his phone, showed a photo, and handed it to Zhang Xiaoqin. "Look, this is what it says. Your mother almost had a high blood pressure attack, but thankfully she managed to control it and came over right after taking her medication. So this matter needs to be clarified today. What really happened?" Zhang Xiaoqin's mother continued, turning to Chen Yu. "Chen Yu, tell me the truth, are you having an affair?" Before Chen Yu could speak, Chen Su exploded. He sat up abruptly, ready to speak. He knew everything. Besides, his brother-in-law and mother-in-law were always finding fault with him and his mother. He could tolerate it before, but now he didn't want to indulge them. "Chen Su, you stay put!" Chen Yu shouted, stopping Chen Su. Chen Su opened his mouth to speak, but a single look from Chen Yu silenced him, and he huffed angrily before falling silent again. The elderly couple were also taken aback by Chen Su's overreaction. Zhang Xiaoqin's mother was about to scold Chen Su, telling him to be more rational, but she pulled her back. They were there to resolve the issue, not to cause more trouble. Seeing that the elderly couple had calmed down, Chen Yu said, "Mom, it's really not because of that." Although Chen Yu was also annoyed, he had called them dad and mom for several years and still showed them some respect. "Is it because of the child?" "No, not really." "Then it's nothing serious. Xiaoqin has been spoiled by us and is a bit willful. But in a marriage, arguments are inevitable, things can't be discussed. Why does it have to come to the point of divorce?" Zhang Xiaoqin's decision to move out meant she had figured out what she wanted. She said, "Mom, don't ask any more. Let me tell you. Our divorce is due to personality clashes. I want some romance in our lives, but Chen Yu is always so stagnant. I want a child, but Chen Yu doesn't want one. Chen Yu, you married for the sake of marriage, right?" Chen Yu didn't answer. Zhang Xiaoqin continued, "Dad, Mom, I married for you. Now we're doing it for ourselves, to live our own lives, not for anyone else anymore. So don't try to persuade us anymore. There's no going back. We're getting a divorce." Zhang Xiaoqin's parents remained silent. Chen Yu looked intently at Zhang Xiaoqin, while Chen Su gritted his teeth and held back his anger. A moment of silence followed. You're all grown up now, I can't control you anymore. Alright, Chen Yu, take good care of your injury, we're leaving, Zhang Xiaoqin's father said. He then left with Zhang Xiaoqin's distraught mother. Zhang Xiaoqin and Chen Yu exchanged glances, said nothing, and turned to follow. After everyone had left, Chen Su, who had been holding back for so long, finally burst out, "No, brother, they." "Shut up!" Chen Yu shouted, making Chen Su swallow his words. He knew Chen Yu was upset, but he was also upset if he didn't say it, so he just groaned and endured it. "Thank you, 0, for the 200 coin reward. Thank you, 8,525, for the monthly ticket support. Thank you, for the monthly ticket support. Thank you, for the monthly ticket support. Daily thanks to all the good brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to all the good brothers who commented and those who only read. Thank you to all my brothers." Chapter 46. Zhang Xiaoqin says she has no regrets. At the hospital entrance. "Xiaoqin, what am I supposed to say to you?" Zhang Xiaoqin's mother sighed. Her father shook his head beside her. "Oh, Mom and Dad, don't worry about me. I'm fine now. You're remarried? What will you do in the future? How can we not worry? You'll regret it someday." Zhang Xiaoqin's mother was exasperated. "Don't worry, I absolutely don't regret it. I've had enough of that kind of life." Seeing her mother about to speak, Zhang Xiaoqin quickly said, "Okay, Mom, Dad, don't worry about me anymore. I'm a grown woman, don't I know what I want?" She comforted her parents for a while before calling a car to take them away. Watching the car drive away, Zhang Xiaoqin sighed. She knew her parents were worried about her future, but she felt she was doing well now and believed her choice was right. She didn't regret it. Back in her rented room, Zhang Xiaoqin talked to Zhang Xiaoyang for a while, sharing what had happened that day. Zhang Xiaoyang exchanged a few casual words with Zhang Xiaoqin before ending the conversation. He wasn't in the mood for romance right now, maintaining regular contact was good enough. Zhang Xiaoqin didn't know the specifics, but she knew about the problems in Zhang Xiaoyang's family. She understood his sudden family troubles and even comforted him. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. Many things had happened during this time. Wang Yan, Gu Jia, and Su Ziyan spent another pleasant and wonderful time in Hanglu Village. Hanglu Village underwent a major construction boom, its appearance drastically changed. Gu Jia wasn't short of money. Aside from what Wang Yan had given her, she had also received several million from the original house in Junaiu Mansion, so she didn't expect to make a fortune from the tea business. She kept enough for normal operations, and the rest of her money was mostly used for developing Hanglu Village. She helped repair the houses of the elderly living alone in the village, who were struggling financially, and also left a special fund for caring for the elderly. In fact, the villagers were very kind and honest, and they usually took good care of the elderly. But everyone's circumstances were difficult, and they couldn't offer much help. Gu Jia's money essentially solved the problem. The mountain path was slippery and unsafe when it rained, so it was leveled and reinforced. The village's stone path remained untouched, only undergoing simple repairs to make it easier for elderly people with mobility issues. After all, the years of history etched on this stone path are the midnight dreams of generations who grew up here, and the longing that haunts the dreams of those who have left. Wang Yan thought that their memories must include that moss-covered, uneven stone path leading up the hillside beside the willow tree in front of their house. The children's school was all wooden, and over the years it inevitably decayed, so it was also repaired. Many more books were bought for the children's extracurricular reading, and a new batch of desks and chairs were purchased. Other minor repairs were also done. Overall, Hanglu Village has changed a lot. People wore happy smiles, eagerly anticipating the next tea harvest. Because Gu Jia said that every time they sold something, the remaining money would be used to develop Hanglu Village. The excited old village chief didn't know what to say, so he just kept thanking Gu Jia. Then the whole village held a grand banquet to celebrate their increasingly prosperous lives. As time went on, the awkwardness disappeared, and they knew Wang Yan was a generous person, so they relentlessly ply him with drinks. Not drinking meant they hadn't entertained him well, that they looked down on him, that they weren't giving him face. Wang Yan was too embarrassed to refuse, that would be such a disappointment. He drank from one meal to the next, and he wasn't a walking wine vat. If he drank too much, he'd just throw up. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore, he was really scared. He'd achieved his purpose for coming, and he'd had enough of staying. He quickly took the pouting, reluctant to leave Su Ziyan, and the laughing Gujia back to Shanghai in a sorry state. Since the incident with Wang Manny, Jiang Chen had been spending almost every day with her. Wang Manny knew Jiang Chen's feelings for her, but she didn't say anything. Jiang Chen knew Wang Manny was aware of his feelings for her, but he didn't say anything. After starting work, Wang Manny would occasionally visit Jiang Chen's coffee shop to chat. Whether she had truly moved on or not was unknown, but Wang Manny had started to smile again. However, she talked more with Jiang Chen about the bitterness of 8 years of wandering that ended in nothing, and with Zhang Xiaoqin, she talked more about her weariness with her current life. It was as if, after this experience, she had seen through everything, accepted her fate, and was ready to bow her head. Jiang Chen saw all of this, and it pained him deeply. But despite his best efforts, he still couldn't bring himself to speak. After so much anxiety, the results for Zhang Xiaoyang's family were finally in. His father was definitely going to be arrested. In the end, their family's house, along with his house in Shanghai, were saved, along with tens of thousands of yuan in cash, and that was it. After so much time, the initial discomfort had long since passed, and he had expected the outcome. Zhang Xiaoyang was doing quite well. After all, there was nothing he could do if he wasn't. Life had to go on, didn't it? His mother had also gone through a lot, and perhaps it's a woman's nature to struggle with the sudden collapse of a thriving family and career. Initially, she was quite worried, but now she's much better. After settling his mother in, Zhang Xiaoyang returned to Shanghai. He was no longer the rich second-generation heir he once was. He had to worry about making a living. Of course, he still had things to do. Zhang Xiaoyang put his things at home and went to find Zhang Xiaoqin. He knew the address Zhang Xiaoqin had told him. When Zhang Xiaoqin came home from get off work, she saw Zhang Xiaoyang sitting at the door, overjoyed. "Oh, why didn't you tell me you were coming back?" Zhang Xiaoyang forced a smile. "I wanted to surprise you." He then hugged Zhang Xiaoqin tightly. Zhang Xiaoqin sensed the emotions in Zhang Xiaoyang's embrace and didn't resist. After a long while, unable to bear the stares from passers-by, Zhang Xiaoqin patted Zhang Xiaoyang. "Okay, everyone's watching. Let's go inside and talk." Zhang Xiaoyang silently released her, without saying a word. Zhang Xiaoqin felt a pang of heartache seeing his red eyes. Entering the house, she said, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? How about I go buy some groceries, and we can eat together?" Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head and pulled Zhang Xiaoqin to sit on the sofa. "I missed you. You know, you've been constantly comforting me these past few days." He hugged Zhang Xiaoqin again. Perhaps thinking that even a rich second generation like himself had to worry about making a living, his emotions were genuine, and he burst into tears. Zhang Xiaoqin silently patted Zhang Xiaoyang's back, softly offering words of comfort. "It's alright, it's alright. It's okay, I'm here with you." After a long while, Zhang Xiaoyang felt it was enough, released Zhang Xiaoqin, and wiped away his tears. Zhang Xiaoqin handed him some tissues and asked with concern, "What happened?" With his red eyes, Zhang Xiaoyang couldn't tell the truth, or he'd be crazy. He embellished the events of the past few days and told Zhang Xiaoqin. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaoqin asked worriedly, "Oh? Is Auntie alright?" "She's fine, don't worry, I've settled her in." Seeing that Zhang Xiaoqin was about to say something more, Zhang Xiaoyang quickly changed the subject, afraid that if he continued, he wouldn't be able to make it coherent, and said, Okay. Let's not talk about this anymore." As he spoke, he cupped her face in his hands, looking her in the eye. "Do you love me?" Zhang Xiaoqin hadn't reacted yet. After all, this was quite a leap. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyang's feigned strength, Zhang Xiaoqin panicked slightly. She didn't know if it was love, and just remained silent. The atmosphere became more intimate, and Zhang Xiaoyang slowly leaned closer. Zhang Xiaoqin nervously closed her eyes. Feeling the warmth on her lips, Zhang Xiaoqin subconsciously responded. The atmosphere was perfect, when else would they do it? Zhang Xiaoyang tentatively wrapped his arms around Zhang Xiaoqin's neck, slowly moving them down. This time, no one came over to say anything about Chen Yu's silent sacrifices, nor was there any awkwardness about being with Zhang Xiaoyang. In her heart, Zhang Xiaoyang was the perfect person she had imagined. Zhang Xiaoqin's body stiffened, yet she didn't refuse. She truly felt sorry for this boy who was once sunny but now forced a smile. There was no sudden phone call, nor any unexpected visitor. Everything went so smoothly, so naturally. Afterwards, Zhang Xiaoqin, with girlish shyness, hid under the covers. Thinking about what had happened, she felt both ashamed and anxious. Ashamed because she silently compared Zhang Xiaoyang's virility to Chen Yu's. He was indeed more vigorous than young men. Anxious because she hadn't expected to give herself away so easily. Would she be looked down upon? Would she be considered a promiscuous woman? Suddenly, the covers were pulled back, and Zhang Xiaoqin cried out in surprise. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyang staring at her, she quickly grabbed the covers to cover herself, saying, "Don't look. Close your eyes." After a moment, Zhang Xiaoyang, feeling triumphant, forcefully rolled over and kissed her on the lips. Zhang Xiaoqin became obedient and stopped resisting, subconsciously agreeing. Zhang Xiaoyang vented, wanting to release all the pent-up frustration and heartache he had felt recently. Zhang Xiaoqin enjoyed it. She wanted to completely forget about Chen Yu and wholeheartedly love this sunny boy. Afterwards, Zhang Xiaoqin wasn't ashamed anymore. After those 2 rounds, she was a little tired, her pretty face flushed with lingering pleasure, nestled in Zhang Xiaoyang's arms. "Will you be good to me? Forever?" After hugging for a while, Zhang Xiaoqin got a little hungry and didn't want to bother cooking, so she picked up her phone and ordered takeout. The two ate some food, did some more playful activities, and then fell asleep. Wang Yan and his family of 3 returned to Shanghai and rested for a day as usual. The next day, some went to school, some went to work, everyone busy with their own things. With so much work piling up at the company, Wang Yan would have to deal with it for a while before he could relax again. Gu Jia was much better off. After the wives' circle was upgraded, she met up with Zhang Xiaoqin and Wang Mani again. It had been almost a month since they last met, and everyone had changed quite a bit. "Mani, how are you?" Gu Jia knew what was going on and asked Wang Mani first. "I'm alright, but after this experience, I figured things out." Seeing that the two of them were looking at her, she gave a self-deprecating smile. "I've wasted 8 years of my life. Maybe this place is not where I belong." Zhang Xiaoqin asked from the side, "So you want to go back to your hometown?" "I've been hesitating for a while, and I haven't decided yet. I'll see." The two of them didn't speak. This was their own business, and they, being locals, had nothing to say. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Jia said, "Hey, by the way, Mani, I have something to tell you." "Go ahead." Wang Mani nodded. "This morning, I was having tea with some wives in my social circle, and I overheard them talking about it. I don't know if it's true. They said there was a guy surnamed Liang who was expelled from his family and was working in Shanghai when a former friend saw him. Shortly after, the Liang family went bankrupt, and now they've mostly fled overseas. They're from Hong Kong. I don't know if it's Liang Xiangxin's family. They didn't know his exact name, they just mentioned it." Like a bolt from the blue, Wang Mani froze, her mind flashing back to Liang Xiangxin's strange behavior after returning from Hong Kong. Yes. It all makes sense. She thought of Liang Xiangxin's hesitant words the night before he disappeared. It must be Liang Xiangxin, it must be him. Wang Mani's face was pale, both shocked and frightened. She remembered their conversation after Liang Xiangxin returned from Hong Kong, the conversation they had after they finished their business. The questions she had asked were about marriage. So close, so close. Zhang Xiaoqin, still bewildered by Wang Mani's changing expressions, finally understood. She asked with concern, "Mani, are you alright?" Startled, Wang Mani stammered, I'm fine. I was just thinking about some things." Although everyone knew what was going on, she didn't want to talk about Liang Xiangxin anymore. What could she say? That her longing for Liang Xiangxin had halved after hearing the news? That her resentment towards him had not only vanished, but she was even grateful he had let her off the hook? Changing the subject, she said, "Let's not talk about me anymore, let's talk about you, Xiaoqin. You look different today, you look especially good. What good news? Tell us quickly." Gu Jia chimed in, "Yes, Xiaoqin, you really do look different today." At this, Zhang Xiaoqin became embarrassed. She said shyly, "Zhang Xiaoyang and I are together. Weren't you already together?" After she finished speaking, Wang Mani realized what she meant and gave a meaningful "oh." Then she said, "Tell me quickly, what happened? You said he was back in his hometown just a while ago, and it's only been a few days." Gu Jia felt a little uncomfortable, but she didn't say anything in the end, only echoing Wang Man's "oh." After all, she was the same way herself, so what right did she have to criticize others? Besides, Zhang Xiaoqan looked so sweet, if she said too much, she might lose her friend. Zhang Xiaoqan began to tell her sweet and romantic love story with a happy expression, recounting what happened that day. After listening, Wang Mani happily said to Zhang Xiaoqan, "I wish you happiness, Xiaoqan." Gu Jia could only say "I wish you happiness" from the side. Everyone has their own path, and she had no right to interfere. Then the topic lightened, and they talked about Gu Jia's work in Hanglu village. Although Gu Jia knew that she had achieved what she had achieved so far largely due to Wang Yan's resources, her hard work and dedication were undeniable. She was genuinely happy about the current achievements, especially seeing Hanglu village getting better and better. Gu Jia told the two of them about the situation in Hanglu village and some tea factories. Naturally, she received a lot of praise, as well as envy and jealousy. That night, Zhang Xiaoqan lay happily in Zhang Xiaoyang's arms. Wang Mani lay alone in bed, Gu Jia's words echoing in her ears, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep for a long time. She understood very well that Liang Xiangxin ran away because he already knew her thoughts, knew what kind of woman she was. In other words, Liang Xiangxin never took her seriously from beginning to end. She really had to thank Liang Xiangxin. If he had agreed back then, Wang Mani knew she would definitely have filed for divorce. What if Liang Xiangxin had been more disgusting and hadn't divorced her? And after the divorce, what would she, a divorced woman, do? How could she face her aging parents back home? How could she face the gossip and pointing fingers of the neighbors? Unconsciously, she thought about many, many things. Thinking about the many things she had experienced and the many people she had met in Shanghai over the years. She really didn't want to continue anymore. She couldn't hold on any longer. She was tired. Her parents had already called many times, urging her to get back to sleep. Perhaps, it's time to go back? For some reason, Wang Mani suddenly felt a lump in her throat and burst into tears. This place held her lost youth, her unfulfilled dreams, and her unwillingness to settle for mediocrity. But now she was older, she had been cheated out of her life, her dreams shattered, and she had gained nothing, not even a little. Wang Mani asked herself inwardly, "Do you regret it?" Tears and snot streamed down her face as she gritted her teeth. "I don't regret it." Crying, thinking, feeling sorrow, reminiscing, she drifted off to sleep. The next day, Wang Mani went to work and submitted her resignation. The process went smoothly, without any major problems. Her colleagues were concerned about her sudden departure. Wang Mani simply smiled and said, "I miss home." What her colleagues thought was unknown. Everyone wore a thoughtful expression, their faces unreadable. She then arranged to meet with Zhang Xiaoqan and Gu Jia that evening for a good drink, a good, unrestrained drink, as a farewell. Wang Mani didn't know what she was saying goodbye to. Was it to the city of Shanghai? Or perhaps to her past self? Strolling along the streets bustling with traffic day and night, illuminated by neon lights, she unknowingly arrived at Jiang Chen's coffee shop. "Thank you, Xiaofeng, for the 200 coin reward." "Thank you, book friend 201903120902244100, for the 100 coin reward." "Thank you, Kong Bu Shi, for the first reward of the year, 100 coins." "Thank you, Chang Jian, for the monthly ticket." "Thank you, Audi Shuangzun A8, for the monthly ticket." "Thank you, Li Jinhu, for the monthly ticket." "Thank you, Ku Eli Chi Balaomi, for the monthly ticket." Daily thanks to all the brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to all the brothers who commented and those who only read. Thank you all for your kindness to your younger brother. Chapter 47. Jiang Chen, who was making coffee, smiled gently at Wang Mani as she approached, gesturing for her to wait a moment. Wang Mani smiled back and found an empty seat. A short while later, Jiang Chen returned with a cup of coffee. "Try it." Wang Mani picked up the cup, took a sip, and savored it. Delicious. "But this is different from the usual." "Of course it's different, this is my..." Jiang Chen rambled on about the coffee's origins. Seeing Wang Mani's lack of interest, he asked, "If I remember correctly, you're supposed to be at work today. What brings you here?" Taking a sip of coffee, Wang Mani said, "I'm leaving." "Leaving? Where to?" Jiang Chen didn't understand. "Go home." "Go home? Go home." Jiang Chen was silent for a long time before finally managing to say, "Can you not leave?" Seeing his reaction, Wang Yan cut to the chase. "Take care of yourself, don't let me affect you. You can stay in this coffee shop, although you don't earn much, you're free." "Okay, I should go home." Wang Yan didn't answer. "I'll take you home." "Okay, you take me to the subway station." "Whatever you say, to the subway station." They met at the subway station, so this belated ending should also happen at the subway station. Did Wang Yan have feelings for Jiang Chen? To be honest, she probably did. This was mainly because of the time they spent struggling and relying on each other during their youth, a time that held her past. As for getting back together, Wang Yan said, "What's done is done, a good horse doesn't turn back." In the afternoon, Gu Jia messaged Wang Yan saying she wouldn't be coming back for dinner, and told the three of them not to worry about her. Wang Yan knew what had happened, it was simply that Wang Yan was leaving, and they were giving her a send-off. This time, without Zhao Jinggai causing trouble, Wang Yan returned home much later than in the original story, having celebrated her 30th birthday before it even happened. If her return home had been delayed, she might have missed her chance with Wei Zhiji. If she had listened less, or even ignored, the gossip of her neighbor, the old man named Uncle Yu who cuts hair, perhaps her fate would have taken a different turn. But who can say for sure? What's meant to be will be, and she might end up on the same path again. That's none of Wang's business, let him do as he pleases. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Yan, Gu Jia, and Su Ziyan, the family of three, were still happy every day, without a care in the world. Gu Jia spent her time hanging out in the wives' circle, and the rest of the time handling company matters, including some things at Wang Yan's company. Her days were incredibly busy. Meanwhile, in the wives' circle, Mrs. Li's family, just like in the drama, had lost their powerful backer. Her entire family moved abroad, and with her departure, Gu Jia was practically the de facto leader, having reached the top. Surprisingly, Gu Jia remained true to herself, not resorting to the same tactics Wang Yan had initially feared when dealing with newcomers. During this time, another season of tea was sold. Because the previous season had been a huge success with excellent word of mouth, this season's sales went smoothly. Correspondingly, the profits were higher, leading to greater investment, and Henglu village underwent significant changes. Wang Yan never commented on Gu Jia's choices. He understood the reasons, let her do what she wanted. Most of the villagers who had worked elsewhere, except for those with truly promising futures, returned. After all, they could live well in their own homes, so why bother working elsewhere? The old village chief, however, was shrewd. He reported the initial investment to higher authorities, and this time it happened again. The county reported it to the city, and leaders at all levels highly praised this approach, awarding her a commendation and making the news. Gu Jia certainly received recognition. Despite her busy schedule, Gu Jia was very satisfied with her current life. Wang Yan remained the same, spending his days idly reading, drinking tea, writing, coding, and taking care of the child. Su Huanshan had brought Lin Yaoyao to visit Su Ziyan a few times. After all, he was his own son, how could he not think of him? Although Wang Yan was a scoundrel, he hadn't actually tried to brainwash Su Ziyan. However, his presence had indeed filled the void of Su Ziyan's longing for his father, and over time, this inevitably led to some distance. As a result, Su Ziyan couldn't say he had no feelings for Su Huanshan, but they had faded, and he couldn't feel close to him anymore. Su Huanshan knew why, so much time had passed, and he had come to terms with it. That day, Su Huanshan once again took advantage of his break to bring the heavily pregnant Lin Yaoyao to Xianyu Mansion. Their efforts to create a child had paid off. Lin Yaoyao was now over 6 months pregnant, and would give birth in 2 more months. The reason they came to Xianyu Mansion was also for this reason. It wasn't convenient to go out with a child, and what if something happened? Wang Yan thanked the property management staff and then led Su Huanshan and Lin Yaoyao inside. Gu Jia wasn't home. She didn't want to see Su Huanshan and Lin Yaoyao, especially since Lin Yaoyao was heavily pregnant and had gone out to a gathering. This was mainly because Su Huanshan had been too ruthless during the divorce, showing no mercy whatsoever. Of course, the main blame also fell on Wang Yan, who was a scoundrel, supporting Su Huanshan while flirting with Gu Jia and Lin Yaoyao. It's a pity that the grass is always greener on the other side, otherwise, Wang Yan wouldn't have had this opportunity. Su Ziyan, who was watching TV inside, saw Su Huanshan enter and ran over, saying, "Dad, Auntie, you're here." Su Huanshan quickly went over and picked up Su Ziyan, saying, "Oh, son, you've gotten fatter again. Dad can hardly carry you anymore." "Really? Should I eat less?" Su Ziyan seriously considered it. This amused Su Huanshan, who laughed heartily. "Haha, silly boy, Dad was just teasing you." Then Su Huanshan and Lin Yaoyao played with Su Ziyan. Lin Yaoyao wasn't exactly a saint, but she never really stood out in front of Wang Yan, mainly because she was intimidated by his meaningful gaze. Wang Yan watched them play for a while, then shook his head and went upstairs, leaving them alone. Hiss. "How are you?" On the terrace, Wang Yan smoked, looking at the tall buildings outside. Before he finished his cigarette, Su Huanshan came up. Wang Yan picked up a cigarette and gestured, but Su Huanshan shook his head, refusing. Lin Yaoyao was pregnant, smoking wasn't good for her. "Wang Yan, I want to know the truth." Staring into Su Huanshan's eyes for a moment, Wang Yan said, regretting it. "It's come to this point, what's the point of saying anything?" After thinking for a moment, Wang Yan said, "If you don't cheat, it's none of my business." Su Huanshan believed him. He knew Wang Yan wouldn't stoop to lying to him. Not wanting to waste words with Wang Yan, Su Huanshan turned to leave. Wang Yan called out, "Old Su." Su Huanshan turned back. "Go back and check on the fireworks factory. Be careful with safety. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourself." She finished speaking and didn't look at him again, continuing to gaze at the scenery outside with her hands behind her back. Su Huanshan paused for a moment before leaving. He remembered the time he lost the fight and Wang Yan's advice to Shen Ji. He decided to go back and check on things, not daring to be careless. Wang Yan ultimately softened, not mentioning whether Su Huanshan was right or wrong, nor whether Lin Yaoyao truly loved him. He only talked about the 2 lives lost in the fireworks factory explosion, their families, and the child in Lin Yaoyao's womb, all innocent people. Although his absence was inevitable, the crucial point was, why the hell wasn't he coming? They hadn't offended him or harmed him. He was already a scoundrel enough, he should still have some conscience and principles. And after so much time had passed, apart from a slightly different schedule and some exhaustion, Zhang Xiaoqin felt very happy. Her parents knew that Zhang Xiaoqin and Zhang Xiaoyang were together, the fact was there, and besides sighing, they couldn't do anything about it. However, Zhang Xiaoqin was very anxious at the moment because she had just gagged. Having experienced this once before, she immediately thought of something. She quickly went downstairs to the pharmacy and bought a pregnancy test. She took the test, and unsurprisingly, it was positive. Zhang Xiaoqin didn't know what to do and sat silently on the sofa, lost in thought. After a long while, accompanied by the bang of the door opening and closing, Zhang Xiaoyang returned. Recently, Zhang Xiaoyang had found a job modifying motorcycles using his skills. It was tiring, though, and he never imagined he would end up like this. Moreover, after working for a while, he was starting to feel like giving up. But he couldn't quit. What would he eat and drink if he didn't? Everyone says that turning a hobby into a job is the happiest thing, but that depends on the person and the job. And once a hobby becomes a profession, most of the time, the passion is gone. The sound of the door closing startled Zhang Xiaoqin from her reverie. She checked the time and said, "You're back. Wait a minute, I'll cook." Zhang Xiaoyang came over, hugged her, and kissed her, saying, "Hurry up, I'm starving." Zhang Xiaoqin busied herself for a while, cooking 2 dishes. The two ate, chatting casually. "Xiaoyang, I'm pregnant," Zhang Xiaoqin suddenly said after a moment of silence. Zhang Xiaoyang paused, his hand still holding the food, and withdrew it. "When did this happen?" "This afternoon. I felt nauseous, so I bought a pregnancy test. Look, 2 lines." She showed him the test. After glancing at it, Zhang Xiaoyang thought for a moment and asked, "What do you think?" "I want to know what you think." Zhang Xiaoyang rattled off a bunch of things, mostly about financial insecurity and the inability to make ends meet. Finally, he said, "Let's get an abortion." "Okay." Seeing Zhang Xiaoqin's low spirits, Zhang Xiaoyang quickly comforted her gently, using his usual sweet nothings. This time, however, it didn't work. Zhang Xiaoqin was prepared for this outcome. But she was still very disappointed. This showed that Zhang Xiaoyang had no intention of developing a long-term relationship, Otherwise, he wouldn't have ignored her age. Moreover, she had undergone a D&C procedure 6 months ago, and Zhang Xiaoyang knew this. Whether another abortion would have any negative effects was still unknown. "I'm done eating, you eat," Zhang Xiaoyan said, returning to the bedroom and lying on the bed, covering herself with a blanket and remaining still. Zhang Xiaoyang didn't say anything. After all, this wasn't the first time. He offered comfort, saying it would be fine in a couple of days. He had experience. The next day, both Zhang Xiaoyan and Zhang Xiaoyang took leave from work and went to the hospital for abortions. There were quite a few people getting abortions, and it took a considerable wait before it was Zhang Xiaoyan's turn. Soon, Zhang Xiaoyan emerged weakly. The doctor prescribed medication and told Zhang Xiaoyan that she couldn't have any more abortions. Having an abortion right after her D&C, just as she was recovering, would be very bad for her future. Things like infertility and increased premature infant mortality rates. Anyway, Zhang Xiaoyan was terrified, crying all the way to Zhang Xiaoyang's house. After calming down for a while, she stubbornly packed her bags and prepared to leave without a word. Zhang Xiaoyang thought he could coax her and it would be over, but he didn't expect Zhang Xiaoyan to be so stubborn. He quickly begged and pleaded, swore, apologized, and tried to persuade her to stay. Zhang Xiaoyan didn't have a big fight with Zhang Xiaoyang, firstly because she was in too much pain, and secondly because she was heartbroken and nothing she said would make a difference. She glanced at him, forced herself to drag her suitcase downstairs, hailed a taxi, and went back to her parents' house. Because there was no elevator and their apartment was on a higher floor, she couldn't hold on any longer. She called her mother and asked them to come downstairs to pick her up. After hanging up, the elderly couple rushed downstairs. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyan's pale face and cold sweat, her mother was terrified. They rushed upstairs to find out what happened, wanting to avenge their daughter. "Xiaoyan, what's wrong? What happened to you? Did that boy bully you?" Her father grabbed the suitcase he was carrying and asked as well. "Yes, Xiaoyan, what happened?" Zhang Xiaoyan's parents knew that Zhang Xiaoyan and Zhang Xiaoyang were together, but their daughter was determined to be with that boy. The elderly couple could only sigh and worry all day long. They were powerless to stop her. Zhang Xiaoyan was too exhausted to say much, and said in a hoarse voice, "Let's go upstairs, Mom and Dad, don't say anything more. Let's go upstairs." Seeing Zhang Xiaoyan like this, her mother lovingly helped her upstairs. After settling her in properly and until Zhang Xiaoyan fell asleep, the elderly couple finally breathed a sigh of relief. "What's wrong with her?" Zhang Xiaoyan's mother sighed. "I'll go find that boy and ask him." Saying this, she got dressed and prepared to leave. Zhang Xiaoyan's mother quickly pulled her back, saying, "Oh dear, why are you getting involved? Let's talk about it when Xiaoyan feels better." Zhang Xiaoyan slept straight through until the next day. Her mother helped her up with difficulty, and after drinking some porridge, she went back to bed. Her mother watched her with distress, saying, "Xiaoyan, what's wrong? Tell us. Are you trying to drive your father and me crazy?" "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry," Zhang Xiaoyan said, bursting into tears. "Oh dear, you child, tell us what happened." "I'm pregnant, but Zhang Xiaoyan didn't want it, so I had an abortion yesterday," Zhang Xiaoyan sobbed. She then recounted the events of the past 2 days in detail, making the elderly couple feel incredibly distressed. Finally, after calming Zhang Xiaoyan down, the couple went straight to Zhang Xiaoyan's house. Naturally, they returned empty-handed. They could only scratch Zhang Xiaoyan a couple of times, and there was nothing else they could do. Back home, the elderly couple slumped onto the sofa, looking dejected. "Chen Yu is still the best," Zhang Xiaoyan's mother suddenly remarked. Zhang Xiaoyan's father remained silent. He had chosen his own path, so who could he blame? As for Chen Yu, he had long since recovered and been discharged from the hospital. He threw himself into his work, thinking of nothing else. But fate is always unpredictable. 2 months ago, he met a woman he had interviewed who quietly helped elderly people and disabled children in a welfare home. It was truly unpredictable. Normally, Chen Yu wouldn't go out to the front lines for reporting and interviewing. He had just been discharged and was trying to get back into the swing of things when the two met. After the interview and subsequent in-depth communication, they got to know each other and were slowly trying to get closer. They were currently very close, and it seemed like things were about to get better. As for Wang Yan, she had only been back for a short time when Gujia, Zhang Xiaoyan, and the other two would often chat, and Wang Yan overheard some of it. Just like in the original drama, she met Zhang Zhi through a blind date. But Wang Yan knew that was the end of it. Gradually, the three of them spoke less and less. Until half a year passed, everyone tacitly stopped talking, and this brief friendship came to an end. Gu Jia would occasionally go out with Zhang Xiaoqin, but neither of them mentioned Wang Manny again. Wang Yan didn't care about Wang Manny's situation and didn't bother to investigate, so he simply let it go. Thanks to What's Going On Zhang Wei for the 100 coin reward. Thanks to Lian Nanzu Lang for the monthly ticket. Thanks to Ba Dao Pomo Long for the monthly ticket. Daily thanks to all the good brothers who voted and recommended. Thanks to all the brothers who commented and those who just read. Thank you, brothers. Chapter 48 Returning to Daily Life. Late that night, after Gu Jia fell asleep, Wang Yan went to the balcony. Facing the cold night wind, he looked across at the Bund, bustling with activity every night, and at the Huangpu River flowing eastward. He pulled up the system panel and selected Return. A flash of blue light, and Wang Yan disappeared from his spot. When he opened his eyes again, Wang Yan was already lying in bed in his shared apartment in Beijing. The information in his mind was intertwined, but this time it was much better. It had no real impact. Mainly because he hadn't spent much time in nothing but 30, the impact of those memories was minimal compared to the 40 years he had accumulated. After lying there for a while to recover, Wang Yan got up and drank a glass of water. He lit a cigarette, walked to the bedside, drew back the curtains, and looked at the night outside. Pulling out the system panel, Wang Yan's attributes are Strength 20, Agility 20, Constitution 20, Spirit 18, Unallocated points 4, Storage space 2M. Skills, Combat LV3, Computer LV2, Classical Chinese Studies LV2, Philosophy LV2, Calligraphy LV1, Cooking LV1, omitting a bunch of skills. His attributes haven't changed. His trip wasn't very long, so his skills haven't changed much either. Management and sales are still at LV3. It's just that he's been writing and coding all along, his calligraphy is at a basic level, and his computer skills are at LV2 proficient. With his current computer skills, if he prepares specifically and boasts a bit during interviews, he could probably earn 5 or 6,000 yuan. After all, many people who have only trained for 4 months can earn 5 or 6,000. He's learned longer, more, and faster than them, so earning 5 or 6,000 isn't unreasonable, and might even be higher. In addition, for future convenience, the system has given him the ability to control his reproduction. He can have children whenever he wants, or not have them when he doesn't. To be honest, Wang Yan didn't want to have children casually in the movie world. Those were his own flesh and blood. If he brought a child out, he wouldn't be able to take care of it for long, and he would inevitably miss it when he returned to the real world. What was the point? Was he just asking for trouble? The system hadn't said anything about returning to worlds he'd already visited, so he figured it was unlikely. If he couldn't stay in a world for 20 or 30 years in the future, he definitely wouldn't have any children. P.S. In the last chapter, some readers mentioned the issue of giving property to someone else's child. They all said that what I wrote was just an outline, but I didn't actually have one. To be honest, I forgot about it. Although I felt something was missing while writing yesterday, I thought about it again, and Gu Jia really wasn't suitable to have a child. I'm making up for it here. After all, I'll be an emperor someday, so I need to have my own offspring. As for why I'm writing this here, it's because I never read the author's words when I read novels. After finishing a cigarette, Wang Yan washed up, tidied up, and went to sleep. The next day, he woke up full of energy, exercised, and ate breakfast. Wang Yan began his day of hustle and bustle, trading stocks and making harassing phone calls. This went on for a week, until finally, Wang Yan received good news. His commission had arrived. He withdrew 50,000 yuan, receiving a little over 40,000 yuan. He didn't dare withdraw all of it, mainly because the taxes were too high, and he couldn't afford it. Besides, he still had to work for a while. He'd deal with it later. He couldn't avoid the highs and lows anyway, so every little bit helped. He transferred 5,000 yuan to the boss, keeping 5,000 for living expenses. He wasn't in a hurry to pay off his credit card debt. His priority was to earn more. He used the remaining 30,000 yuan to shuffle his credit card accounts before investing it all in the stock market. Earlier that day, His college buddy announced in the group chat that he was getting married on the 15th of this month, next Friday. There were 8 of them living together. Normally, it's 4 or 6, but he had no choice. Tsinghua and Peking universities hadn't accepted him, so he ended up at this rundown school. Of course, having more people had its advantages. It was lively every day. Since graduation, we've scattered all over the country, living like dogs, making it incredibly difficult to even meet. We hold meetings every now and then to catch up. These meetings usually involve drinking, reminiscing about the glorious past, and looking forward to tomorrow. Frankly, we're tired of that. It's just a lot of bragging. The group chat has a unified message: everyone should go. It's been years since we've seen each other, so this time we'll all go together. He's not the first to get married. 2 others have already married and have kids. This hit Wang Yan hard again. In the following days, Wang Yan went to work as usual, and luckily, he sold another apartment, earning 120,000 yuan. Thursday arrived in the blink of an eye, and Wang Yan boarded a plane to Sichuan. His brother's wedding was in a county in Sichuan. After a short high-speed train transfer, he arrived. Wang Yan saw his brother waiting at the station exit. Even from a distance, he could see him jumping up and down, waving. Anyone with eyes could see him. Old Wang. Old Zhang. Wang Yan responded loudly. His brother's name was Zhang Guang. Completely ignoring the stares of those around them, he enthusiastically stepped forward and gave him a hug. Oh my, I didn't expect it. You little rascal, you're getting married too. Damn, why can't I get married? Just for saying that, you're the one who goes first in the drinking. Drinking is no problem, but give me a heads up, are there enough bridesmaids? You little rascal. You don't even care about me, you're already probing about other people's bridesmaids. Zhang Guang cursed at Wang Yan in his distinctive accent. You can't deny the power of accents. I remember when school started, Zhang Guang arrived first. Back then, he also spoke fluent Sichuan dialect. The two met and the following conversation ensued. Hey, hello brother, my name is Wang Yan, what's yours? Hello, what's your name? Guang. The Zhang he said was somewhere between Zhang and Zheng. It was completely unintelligible. What Guang? Zheng Guang? Oh? Guang. Come on, let me call him on my phone. Wang Yan finally understood his surname. There was another incident after military training. One night, Wang Yan and Zhang Guang were sleeping in opposite beds, and his slippers were pulled under Wang Yan's bed. Hey, La Wang, give me my kid. What? You brought a kid? I don't know. I've never seen one before. Back then, Wang Yan was a bit clueless. He didn't think before he spoke. In the end, it turned out to be slippers. This is a true story. My surname is Zheng. Moreover, some of the classmates were from Sichuan and spoke Mandarin very well, but for some reason, he always spoke with a Sichuan accent. Plus, there were a lot of northerners in the room, from Inner Mongolia, Dalian, Henan, Shenyang, and he was the only southerner, so his accent was bound to change, but damn it, he became even stranger. Sichuan accent mixed with northeastern accent, the feeling was just amazing. I've been back in my hometown for years, and I still haven't changed my mind about going back. You have a wife who dotes on you, why do you need a rough old man like me to care? Alright, look how sour you are, I'm not going to argue with you. Let's go, they're all here, just waiting for you. They're coming too, but I didn't let them move, it's too much trouble. Saying this, he reached out to help carry things. Don't mention it, I can carry it myself, let's go. Zhang Guang drove Wang Yan to the hotel he had arranged, where the brothers were all. Seeing Wang Yan arrive, everyone teased him, complaining about being late. Wang Yan only had one thing to say, your dad always shows up last. After a round of laughter and banter, they caught up on old times and went to eat, noisily. They had a lively drinking session, catching up on recent events. Wang Yan didn't show off too much. Relationships are complicated by many factors. Everyone has their own standards, even among the 8 of them, the relationships varied in closeness and hierarchy. Everyone unanimously said that Wang Yan had changed the most, but Wang Yan didn't dwell on it and quietly changed the subject. To be honest, these brothers' drinking skills were far inferior to his now, so subtle that they didn't even notice. The next day, everyone got up early to pick up the bride, passing several challenges. The main reason was excitement, and Zhang Guang kept his word, readily pushing Wang Yan up the beer line stretching from the first to the second floor without hesitation. Wang Yan's drinking capacity used to be only average to above average, but he was no longer the naive boy he once was. Without a word, he drank half a floor's worth, which was almost a case of beer. Beer is something you can drink endlessly as long as your stomach can hold it. Originally, they were just making a token challenge, thinking they wouldn't be able to finish it, but Wang Yan started it off well. The other 6 brothers couldn't back down either. They were all quite capable drinkers, and they all managed to get up there, each drinking about 6 or 7 shots. Thanks to Alex 1342 for the monthly ticket support. Thank you to brother for your monthly ticket support. Thank you to brother for your monthly ticket support. Thank you to brother for your monthly ticket support. Thank you to brother 20180714232705433 for your monthly ticket support. Thank you to brother 88 for your monthly ticket support. A daily thank you to all the brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to all the kind brothers who commented and those who just read the book. Thank you, brothers. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49 New World. There was no last-minute money increase or any dramatic ex-boyfriend trying to steal the bride. After the excitement, the bride was successfully taken away. Wang Yan had met her before. She was an ordinary person, someone who had settled down. During the procession, Wang Yan also saw the bridesmaids, pretty good. There was a pattern in school, pretty girls were always surrounded by less attractive girls. This didn't seem to apply to Zhang Guang's wife, though. The next day, everyone parted ways. They were too busy, and staying for 3 days was already a good outcome. Everyone tacitly agreed not to discuss how much to give as a gift. It's a personal matter, and Zhang Guang understood whatever amount was given. Wang Yan gave 6,666 yuan as a gift, and Zhang Guang neither made a fuss nor refused, otherwise it would seem like something was amiss. He knew Wang Yan wasn't the type to show off. Judging by the amount, he knew Wang Yan was doing well. Back in Beijing, Wang Yan resumed his previous life. This month was indeed lucky. He sold another property and earned over 100,000 yuan. That day, a system notification arrived unexpectedly. The shared wish of Feng Wei and Lin Jiamo in Fleet of Time, happiness. Wang Yan hadn't watched Fleet of Time before, only heard the song. If we can't meet again with tears in our eyes, can we still blush? The lyrics were indeed quite poignant. He turned on his computer, logged in, searched for Fleet of Time, and started watching. There were movies and TV series. Wang Yan watched them all. The story was simple, the love-hate entanglement between Feng Wei and Chen Sun. It included elements like abortion and infidelity. After watching, Wang Yan didn't want to say anything. Honestly, if he could refuse, he'd rather not go. Putting everything else aside, just a filming. Not even mentioning the opening scene, just a main character. Nini is quite good-looking, good enough in every way, but they made her look like that. The TV series was even more ridiculous. Feng Wei looked like she was about to die the whole time, like she was mourning. With that kind of look, how could any thug be interested? In Wang Yan's memory, his student days certainly included things like abortions and promiscuity, but it was clear that these people never considered studying. Yet, such things were also rare. Perhaps their families were well off from the start, and their parents were indulgent. Or perhaps their families weren't, but they were rebellious, doing whatever their parents forbade. There were athletes, art students, older brothers, and older sisters. They did things they considered cool, carefree, youthful, and not wasting the precious years. The proper students, on the other hand, quietly worked hard and studied diligently. Perhaps they experienced the stirrings of adolescence and dated, some relationships ending badly, others more intensely. But overall, they were quite rational. Wang Yan had never seen any high-achieving students constantly talking about love and romance. He then did some research to prepare more thoroughly. On Zhihu, a Chinese Q&A website, Wang Yan saw this sentence: "The sadness when looking back stems from regret, not from who was more miserable than whom." That's about it. He sighed, took a sip of water, and got up to draw the curtains. Lying in bed, Wang Yan pulled up the system panel and allocated all his attribute points to his spirit attribute, increasing it from 18 to 22. Enjoying this. He selected go. A flash of blue light, and Wang Yan vanished without a trace. Wang Yan awoke again on a tree-lined road. Information flashed through his mind, and Wang Yan understood perfectly. September 6, 1999, Beijing, Experimental Middle School. Wang Yan, male, 18 years old, orphaned at a young age, left with an apartment. He grew up in an orphanage, and upon turning 18, requested to leave and return home to live independently. The former director arranged for a community worker to help with the transfer procedures, placing him here. Seeing a figure in white ahead, Wang Yan called out, "Hey, you there, wait a minute." Seeing that she seemed not to hear him and kept walking, Wang Yan continued, "You in white, I'm talking to you." This time, she couldn't pretend not to hear and turned around, asking blankly, "What is it?" Seeing that not-so-beautiful glance, Wang Yan didn't want to speak. That naivety wasn't supposed to be like this, he'd have to change her demeanor later. Forget it now, it didn't suit his style. He wasn't really interested and couldn't bring himself to make a move. He'd wait. "I saw on the list that you also transferred to class 1 of the second year of high school." "Me too." Wang Yan picked up his desk and walked quickly to her side. "Let me help you carry it, it's quite heavy." He then piled his desk on top of hers, leaving no room for refusal. "You're carrying 2 stools, move lightly." "Thank you, classmate." "No, classmate. My name is Wang Yan," the Yan in Confucius said. "What's your name?" "Fang Wei." "Which way?" "The way in Fennel." "Okay, by the way, you look good with the long hair." He then ignored Fang Wei's gaze and said, "Let's go." Wang Yan carried the 2 tables and walked ahead, with Fang Wei dragging the 2 chairs behind. After walking for a while, they saw a group of boys running towards them from the side of the road. "Take a break, I see you're sweating," Wang Yan said, putting down the tables. Fang Wei was also tired, so she obediently put down the chairs. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating her face. She lightly wiped away her sweat, shielded her eyes from the sun with her hand, and tilted her head back to enjoy the warmth of the sunlight. This sight attracted the attention of 2 of the boys running towards them. This scene was deeply imprinted in their hearts, never to be forgotten. However, upon seeing the man standing next to her, Chen Sun and Kiao Ran both frowned. They probably felt that the boy standing next to that beautiful figure in a white dress, bathed in sunlight, was a desecration of beauty. After resting for a while, Wang Yan picked up the desk again. "Let's go, we're almost there." The 2 found the classroom of Class 1, Grade 11 and separated the desks and chairs. Wang Yan very consciously moved to the last corner by the window. He couldn't help it, it was a habit. Mainly, he was drawn to the desks and chairs in the classroom, the timetable on the blackboard, the national flag on the wall above the blackboard, and the large red characters on both sides. It reminded him of his innocent days when he used to sit at the last corner by the window, and his 2 good friends sat by the teacher's desk, one on each side, protecting the teacher. Shaking his head and smiling, Wang Yan tidied up. Fang Wei couldn't find a seat, so he put hers next to the podium for now. "Let's go find the teacher to get the textbooks." Nodding subconsciously, Fang Wei had an indescribable feeling about this classmate with ordinary looks and deep eyes. It was like, well, he was special, but Fang Wei couldn't quite put her finger on what was special about him. Knock. 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 "Come in. You look unfamiliar, are you new here?" The male teacher sitting at the door said with a smile. They had been teaching for so many years that they were used to it and could basically remember their students. "Thank you. We just transferred here, Class 1, Grade 11. Wang Yan replied politely. A female teacher working in the office noticed the commotion and, upon hearing Class 1, Grade 11, said, "You 2 come over here, I'm your homeroom teacher." The 2 walked over, and Wang Yan said, "Hello, teacher, what's your name?" Fang Wei was taken aback by Wang Yan's words. She had never seen a student come up to ask a teacher's name. The female teacher was also stunned. She had never seen such a mature student. However, thinking about Wang Yan's information, she understood, he was an orphan, so it was understandable that he was a bit mature. "My name is Hao Kipping, you can just call me Teacher Hao." Teacher Hao then said, "I know about your situation. Have you brought your desks and chairs?" The 2 nodded. "Okay, then go to the logistics department on the 1st floor and find Teacher Zhang there. Get your textbooks for this semester from him." "Okay, Teacher Hao, we're going now." After saying this to Teacher Hao, Wang Yan left with Fang Wei. Looking at Wang Yan, who walked with his back straight and head held high, and Fang Wei, who followed closely behind and remained silent, Teacher Hao shook his head. They're both pitiful kids. Wang Yan and Fang Wei hadn't said much from beginning to end. A man with the mind of a 40-year-old had really nothing to say to a child with the mind and body of an 18-year-old. He needed to nurture them first, and he also needed some time to adapt and rediscover his former glory. After getting the books, they returned to the classroom, just in time for Teacher Hao's class. Wang Yan called out, "Excuse me." Teacher Hao gestured for them to come in. Chen Sun, Qiaoran, and Zhao Yu were playing around and were startled when they saw Wang Yan and Fang Wei enter. Chen Sun and Qiaoran were thinking about the beauty from earlier, while Zhao Yu was purely curious. Seeing Wang Yan and Fang Wei enter, Teacher Hao said, "Put your books on your seats first. Fang Wei, you sit in that seat." He pointed to the second aisle seat by the window. He had already changed seats. Fang Wei carried her books over. Then she said to Wang Yan, "Are you sure you're okay sitting at the back?" Wang Yan smiled nonchalantly, "It's fine, I'm tall, and I'm used to it." Teacher Hao shook his head, "Go put your books away." After they put their books away, Teacher Hao called them to the front of the class and said, "Come on, let's have our two new students introduce themselves. Everyone, please welcome them." The students clapped sparsely. "Who wants to go first?" Fang Wei looked at Wang Yan. Wang Yan gestured for her to go first. Fang Wei was a little nervous and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Hello everyone, my name is Fang Wei, thank you." There was no response from the class. Teacher Hao said, "Clap, clap." Fang Wei is a little shy, so please help her out in the future. After the sparse applause subsided, Wang Yan said in a strong voice, "Wang Yan." Everyone was waiting for him to continue, but after a while, he didn't. Teacher Hao coughed and said, "Come on, let's welcome Wang Yan." After the perfunctory applause subsided, Teacher Hao said, "You two go back to your seats, let's start class." Last class, we talked about. Although it's a bit cheeky, I still want to say a few words. When writing about those bygone years, it's inevitable to reminisce about past glories. Today, I notice that quite a few readers are under 17. I don't know if it's a matter of registered age or the actual age counted. Throughout your growth, countless people have told you to study hard, and I'm sure you're all tired of hearing it. But I still advise you to read less novels. With that time, reading more serious books is far better. If you really can't stand reading, just write your own, preferably a history book. Do more research, it's much better than reading novels. That's all I have to say. And what's more, women reading your books. That's puzzling. Surprisingly, the people reading your novels, written in non-standard Mandarin, are mostly guys from Guangdong. It's quite amazing. Chapter 50. I have a question. Listening to the lecture, Wang Yan flipped through his textbook. While his memory was better, allowing him to recall much of the high school material, remembering wasn't enough, he needed to actually learn it. However, these were minor issues. With his learning ability, he might even get into Tsinghua or Peking University in 2 years. Meanwhile, the trio was discussing the two new students. "Hey, what do you guys think of that girl?" Zhao Yi nudged the other two. Chen Sun replied insincerely, "Not so good." Qiaoran, seemingly focused on the lecture, casually remarked, "She's all right." Undeterred, Zhao Yi continued, "And that guy?" This question hit the nail on the head, and the two exclaimed in unison, "Idiot." "Yeah, I think so too. He's obviously a loner." Zhao Yi nodded in agreement. "You three, shut up." Teacher Hao, having listened to their incessant chatter, finally lost patience. The three reluctantly fell silent. Lin Jiaming, watching them being teased, gloated and chuckled foolishly. "Lin Jiaming, they weren't talking about you, were they? What's so funny?" This time it was the trio's turn to laugh, their shoulders shrugging, clearly trying to hold back their laughter. Lin Jiaming was furious. Seeing this, Wang Yan smiled knowingly. The joys of student life were so simple. Unfortunately, when Zhao Yi turned to wink at Lin Jiaming, he saw Wang Yan laughing, but to him, that laugh was mockery. Feeling challenged, he defiantly waved his fist at Wang Yan, as if to say, "I'm fierce, you'll see." Wang Yan didn't say anything, but his eyes narrowed, instantly turning a chilling gaze to Zhao Yi. Their eyes met, and Zhao Yi felt a jolt, a sudden pang of fear, and quickly turned away. But as soon as he turned away, he felt embarrassed, He wasn't about to back down. Looking back again, Wang Yan wasn't looking at him anymore, he was engrossed in his book. Watching the boy intently reading, Zhao Yi felt there was something special about him, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. He rubbed his eyes, looked again, and saw him as utterly ordinary and unremarkable. Zhao Yi didn't dwell on it, assuming it was just his eyes playing tricks on him. Wang Yan and Fang Wei were both newcomers. While making friends quickly at this age was common, it still took time for them to get to know each other. Wang Yan didn't try to show off, so the day passed peacefully. After school, he went to the address provided by the system. It wasn't far from the experimental middle school, just 2 streets away. Along the way, Wang Yan looked around with curiosity. This wasn't the bustling, neon-lit capital city of 20 years later. There weren't many cars on the road, mostly bicycles, and men and women on bicycles, speaking with thick Beijing accents and chatting with customers. The streets were filled with trendy young men and women dressed in flamboyant clothes. Passing by a vegetable vendor, Wang Yan bought some vegetables to cook for himself later. He kept looking around and soon arrived at his destination. It was an old, 6-story building located on the second ring road. Given its location, it would likely be demolished in a few years. He climbed to the top floor, retrieved a key from his special storage, and opened the door. Houses built in the past weren't large, his was only about 60 square meters. Looking around, the room was clean, tidy, and simply furnished. Wang Yan washed his hands and then started cooking dinner. He quickly stir-fried 2 dishes and finished all the steamed buns. He subconsciously reached for a cigarette, only to realize he didn't have one. Shaking his head, he cleaned up the dishes and went downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes. Climbing the stairs to the rooftop, facing the evening breeze, Wang Yan smoked a lonely cigarette. Over the next month, Wang Yan attended classes regularly and spent weekends in Tangguankan as a middleman, earning his first pot of gold. Sometimes he would visit the old orphanage, though he couldn't help much now. He'd just chat with the elderly and play with the children. After getting to know them, everyone knew the 2 newcomers weren't very talkative and didn't fit in. They were aloof. No one seemed to reject them, and everyone generally got along. The trio, however, often discussed Fang Wei. They were quite curious about the girl. During the National Day holiday, Wang Yan went to see the military parade with the orphanage staff. This was the first time in his life he'd seen it in person, not just on TV. Although Wang Yan had become more composed, watching the rows of soldiers marching past with their imposing presence still stirred his emotions. After the holiday, the students, still wanting more, had to return to school. After the first class, Chen soon walked to the front and tapped on the desk, attracting the attention of the students. Quiet down, quiet down. Wang Yan knew what was going on. He'd been notified before the holiday, and after returning, evening self-study sessions went until 9 o'clock. Sure enough, seeing everyone quiet down, Chen soon said, "Where there's oppression, there's resistance. Are we really going to have evening self-study until 9 o'clock tonight?" A group of people below loudly voiced their support and echoed. Chen soon continued, "Therefore, we must resist. Their way of suppressing our freedom is unacceptable. So I propose that the whole class jointly petition to cancel evening self-study." Oh! The people below cheered. "Classmates, calm down. This isn't class struggle. We'll use a more democratic method to vote. If you agree with my proposal, please raise your hand." The people below looked at each other, and finally, everyone raised their hands. Except for Fang Wei in the front and Wang Yan in the back. Seeing that Fang Wei hadn't raised her hand, someone next to her nudged her. "Why aren't you raising your hand? Hurry up." All eyes were on Fang Wei. This kind of pressure was unbearable for most people, and she hesitantly raised her hand. At this moment, Zhao Yi, who was overjoyed, noticed that Wang Yan behind him hadn't moved and called out, "Hey, why aren't you raising your hand?" Chen Sun, Kia Ran, Feng Wei, Lin Jiamo, and everyone in the class looked at Wang Yan sitting there. Scanning the students, Wang Yan said, "Isn't this democracy? I abstain. You guys do your thing, don't worry about me." Chen Sun stared at Wang Yan, thought for a moment, and said, "Okay, then we'll ignore Wang Yan." Zhao Yu was indignant, but since Chen Sun had spoken, he didn't say anything more. Fang Wei saw all of this and, to be honest, she envied Wang Yan's courage. Everyone began enthusiastically signing a large sheet of paper, as if they were participating in a momentous historical event. as if they were firing the first shot in the struggle for the students of experimental middle school. Chen soon placed the signed paper full of names on the blackboard. The head of the teaching department, Ma Jianjun, came to class and saw the large sheet of paper full of names. He tore it off and slammed it on the lectern. Who did this? Who did this? Chen soon stood up impatiently. Me. Someone like you, can you be the class monitor? If you don't want to study, go home. I want to study. Want to study but don't study properly? I've seen so many students, but I've never seen anyone like you. Chen soon tilted his head back. Director, I have a question. How do you write the character for person? Without waiting for Director Ma's reaction, he went straight to the podium and picked up the chalk. He wrote person with a stroke and a dot. If you don't understand, I'll explain it to you. Director Ma looked at him without speaking. The character for person has two strokes, supporting each other, standing tall and upright. The left side represents freedom, and the right side represents independence. You have deprived us of our freedom and denied our independence. Director, if we can't even be human, how can we be students? You give me. I have a question. Before Director Ma could finish speaking, Wang Yan raised his hand. Speak. Director Ma said impatiently. I'd like to ask Chen soon, what exactly is your so-called freedom and independence? Chen soon hadn't expected Wang Yan to target him, and felt a little embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, he started pedantically reciting interpretations of freedom and independence that he'd apparently read somewhere. Finally, he said, well, what happened today is what I mean by freedom and independence. Then let me ask you, if you don't want to go to evening self-study, just ask your parents for leave, or if that doesn't work, just skip it. Why do you do this? Why drag everyone else into it? If you really are what you say, why don't you stand outside with a megaphone and shout your purpose to thousands of students from 3 grades, confront the school leaders face to face, and state your demands? Would that be more effective? Would that better demonstrate your freedom and independence? I won't say whether your freedom and independence are right or wrong, but have you thought about them? Wang Yan pointed to the other students. From what I see, at least Feng Wei doesn't want your freedom and independence, and neither do I. As Wang Yan spoke, some of the students' expressions changed. Clearly, they didn't really think that way. Don't accuse me of generalizing, Wang Yan said, pointing to a few people with strange expressions. Chen soon was puzzled when he saw who Wang Yan was pointing at. He remembered some of them being quite loud. Chen soon was indignant, but couldn't refute it. His motives weren't pure. He stared intently at Wang Yan, making sure he remembered. Director Ma, seeing the situation under control, said, all right, shut up. Chen soon, go write me a 5,000-word self-criticism. With that, Director Ma pointed to the door. Chen soon slunk away. Okay, let's begin class. Then, Director Ma launched into a long lecture. Qiao Ran was thinking about Wang Yan's words, because he felt there was some truth to them, and he knew the truth. Zhao Yu glared fiercely at Wang Yan. His good brother had been humiliated, and he couldn't stand by and watch. Lin Jiamo naturally sided with him. Young people always have strong likes and dislikes. Feng Wei had a decent impression of Wang Yan to begin with, feeling that he had spoken her mind. The other students were also thinking about what Wang Yan had just said. Some thought he was meddling, some thought he was right, and some complained that he was being a hindsight expert. But they all signed their names. After class, Director Ma left. Zhao Yu slammed his hand on the table, and the chair moved with an unpleasant noise. Damn it, what's wrong with you? Why are you always making a fuss? Zhao Yu walked over and pointed at Wang Yan. Wang Yan grabbed his hand and twisted it clockwise. Zhao Yu couldn't resist the powerful force. He squatted down, turned around, and his face was on the ground, his arm pinned behind his back by Wang Yan. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Let go. Zhao Yu struggled but couldn't break free, and the pain was getting worse. He quickly spoke up, feeling like his arm was going to break. Qiao Ran heard the commotion and came over. Seeing his good friend being bullied like this, he shouted, let him go, and quickly tried to pry Wang Yan's hand off. But he was no match for Wang Yan's strength. Wang Yan pulled, pushed, and twisted his hand. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. He and Zhao Yi both groaned in pain. Wang Yan knew he wouldn't really hurt him. He leaned slightly forward in his chair, moving closer to Zhao Yi. What did you just say? I said. Ouch. Hiss. Zhao Yu was about to speak when Wang Yan suddenly increased the pressure. What did you just say? I didn't say anything, I said everything. You're teachable. With that, Wang Yan released the two. Zhao Yu and Qiao Ran stood up, quickly rubbing their shoulders. It hurt so much? You. Zhao Yu was about to say something harsh, but Qiao Ran, knowing when to back down, saw Wang Yan about to get up and quickly pulled him away. He'd experienced that grip strength before and didn't want to go through it again. Seeing the two leave, Wang Yan glanced at the students watching the commotion, and they quickly dispersed. He defended all three bullies in the class. What a ruthless guy. Zhao Yu and Qiao Ran found Chen Sun playing basketball outside. Zhao Yu said, "Damn, that kid's a real jerk. That was seriously powerful, it hurt like hell. What happened? Did he hit you?" "No, he just..." Zhao Yu recounted what had happened. After listening, Chen Sun said, "This can't just be left like this." Qiao Ran added, "I think he has a point, Chen Sun." Chen Sun knew Wang Yan was right, but what did it matter? "Qiao Ran, whose side are you on? He treated you two like that just now, and you're still defending him? Wasn't it Zhao Yu who started the trouble?" Zhao Yu protested, "I was trying to get justice for Chen Sun." Alright, stop talking about it. Let's talk about that kid in a couple of days. There's no way to do anything about it at school. The most important thing right now is tonight's match." Chen Sun pondered for a moment, then said, "I've got it. I guarantee I can watch the match tonight." Zhao Yu eagerly asked, "What's the plan?" Chen Sun smiled slightly, "Come closer." The trio whispered amongst themselves. Back in the classroom, seeing Wang Yan at the back, Chen Sun snorted. That guy was too annoying. He'd remember that, he'd get what had come to him. That evening, during self-study, Chen Sun called out to the other two. Seeing Wang Yan staring at him, he gave him a warning glare and then sneaked out. A short while later, the lights in the classroom suddenly went out. The male students were a little more composed, only momentarily stunned. Some of the female students were terrified, screaming like pigs being slaughtered. Then came the sounds of running, cheering, and playing from the beds in the hallway, going home. Ha ha ha. Hearing the commotion, they quickly followed suit, rushing out like a swarm of bees. They were afraid the lights would suddenly come back on, forcing them to continue their miserable self-study. Some students in the class experienced the same thing. The teacher would arrive soon. They were also waiting for news, waiting to see what the teacher would say. Wang Yan sat quietly, gazing at the moonlight outside in the darkness. In the darkness, Wang Yan felt someone watching him, turning his head to look at the spot he sensed. The classroom was extremely dark, and he couldn't see who was there. But he knew it was Feng Wei sitting there. Feng Wei had gone to the restroom, and on her way back, the power suddenly went out, and she bumped into the trio. She was also waiting for the teacher's notification, silently walking in, and saw Wang Yan in the last row, bathed in moonlight. The teachers, noticing the lights were out, quickly came over to reassure the students. He immediately sent people to check the distribution box, only to find that the power switch had been pulled. Instantly, Director Ma locked onto the suspect. Given what had happened during the day, his suspicions were understandable. He directly pulled the crowd watching the game back inside. Standing on the podium, Director Ma was furious. This was outrageous. Who did it? Huh? Who did it? Yesterday's glory vanished after a good night's sleep. Writing this feels like utter nonsense. Then I started thinking about the past, unconsciously remembering my first love, about unrequited love, and the more I wrote, the less energetic I became. Thanks to brother, breakup beggar, for the 5,000 coin reward. P.S. My brother's #1 fan is finally not me anymore. Thank you for your generosity. Thanks to brother, love Hanfei, for the 500 coin reward for continued support. Thanks to brother, book friend 201905020507444914, for the 500 coin reward. Thank you to, for the 500 coins and monthly pass. Thank you to, for another monthly pass. Thank you to, 1, for the monthly pass. Thank you to, for the monthly pass. Thank you to, 110, for the monthly pass. A daily thank you to all the brothers who voted and recommended. Thank you to all the brothers who commented and those who just read. Thank you to all my dear brothers. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, Subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.